1962 was a dangerous year for Carlo Gambino. The air was charged, the streets humming with tension. Everyone in his world felt it: gangsters, spooks, oil barons, exiles, traitors. And Gambino, always the quiet one, the man who preferred a whisper to a shout, knew exactly what was in play. Down south, Carlos Marcello was funneling money into Cuban exile groups, hard-right militants determined to finish what the Bay of Pigs had started. Kennedy had cut them off the year before, ordering the CIA to pull support after the invasion collapsed on the beaches. But the exiles didn't stop. They raided armories and stockpiles across Louisiana. Guns and explosives were seized, arrests were made, and yet the movement kept moving. Because now the money wasn't coming from Washington. It was coming from the mob. The mafia poured cash into the Cuban cause, deepening their ties with the CIA. The agency had always had its quiet understandings with organized crime. But under Allen Dulles, those relationships became symbiotic. Dulles cultivated the New Orleans mob like a trusted contractor. He wasn't alone. Wealthy men with heavy stakes in the agency, financiers, oil interests, corporate power brokers, had their own reasons for shaking hands with killers. Because the CIA wasn't born as a government tool. Its early backers were the same industrialists and gangsters who now saw John F. Kennedy as a threat. Big oil had the most to lose. Giants in Dallas and Pennsylvania were trying to stitch together a monopoly, a machine that could dominate the industry for generations. Kennedy saw the plot for what it was: organized crime and corporate power in bed together, and he meant to break it apart. That put him on a collision course with a coalition that was larger and more dangerous than anyone in Washington wanted to admit. Industrialists, gangsters, mafiosi, spies, and traitors, people who had never shared a room before, were starting to whisper the same thing. This president had to go. While the storm gathered, Gambino cruised through New York, watching the skyline he'd helped build from the shadows. He'd come a long way from the days of Prohibition, when he was just another young Sicilian playing a small part in the liquor wars. Through the bloody Union battles of the 30s, through gambling, extortion, and racket stretching from New Jersey to Florida, from New Orleans to Tampa, Gambino had climbed steadily to the top. After Luciano fell, Gambino seized New York with both hands, and then reached across the Atlantic. Sicily was next. With his influence and the right partners, Palermo itself began to bend. Vito Genovese had already laid the groundwork. Working through Mussolini, he helped mafia-linked families dominate key Italian industries: cheese, olive oil, and more, commodities that were shipped around the world. Under Mussolini's protection, Vito parceled out those profits to the New York families, Bonanno, Profaci, and others. It was business on a global scale, but while Gambino tightened his grip overseas, the ground in America was shifting. After the fall of Batista's Cuba, chaos spread through Central America. Refugees poured into the United States, and with them came new criminal outfits. They ran drugs, prostitution, numbers, and gambling. Black gangsters, once sidelined, learned from the mafia and built their own syndicates. They seized territories, hijacked narcotics markets, and raided rivals. The old order was slipping away, and Gambino saw it. The bigger threat, though, was in Washington. Kennedy wasn't just talking tough on organized crime. He was changing the rules. He wanted a witness protection program, round-the-clock security for defectors, immunity deals, money, and relocation for anyone willing to talk. He planned to pry open the mafia's code of silence, one informant at a time. And the worst blow had already landed decades earlier. His name was Joe Valachi. Valachi was a soldier who'd married into the mob, gone mad in the life, and started talking. The old saying was that Sicilians could keep a secret, but only from outsiders. Among themselves they shared everything: That was omerta. They trusted their own. But once you were inside, you knew too much. And Valachi knew everything. Names, history, operations. Nobody saw him coming. The first cracks in the wall had appeared years earlier. The Apalachin meeting that blew the lid off the mafia's existence, then Vito Genovese's imprisonment. Valachi's testimony was the next disaster, and in a bitter twist of irony, Gambino himself had helped set the dominoes in motion. If Vito hadn't been sent to prison, Valachi might never have turned. If Valachi hadn't turned, the government might never have had the blueprint. But he did, and they did. Now, in 1962, Carlo Gambino, the quiet, patient king of New York, knew the war was coming. It wasn't just the Kennedys. It wasn't just the informants. It was the entire world changing around him. And he would have to decide whether to adapt or go down with the old ways he had built. By the time Joe Valachi turned 26, he had money in his pocket, respect on the street, and the itch to settle down. His affair with May, a dance hall girl he'd been seeing for years, was finished in everything but name. During the Castellammarese War, while Joe was hiding out and hustling, May had been unfaithful. Joe didn't make a scene. He told her he'd stick around for a while, but marriage was off the table. The real turning point came while he was laying low in the house of Gaetano Reyna, the Bronx boss, gunned down in the middle of that bloody war. Up in the attic, hiding from enemies, Joe met Mildred, Reyna's eldest daughter, 22, and sheltered. Every afternoon she climbed through a trapdoor to talk with him, and what started as small talk turned into something deeper. Once Joe was free to move again, he kept visiting the Reyna home. But Mildred's family, her mother, her brother, her uncles, wanted nothing to do with a guy like him as a prospective husband. They had plans for her that didn't involve a Neapolitan thief from the street. The pushback turned their romance into something out of a gangster version of Romeo and Juliet. There was a planned elopement that fell apart, an attempted suicide, and eventually Vito Genovese himself had to step in. Joe remembered how it started. "When I was hiding up there," he'd say later, "Mildred would come up the steps through a trapdoor. She told me she'd heard a lot about me. I asked who told her, and she said Charlie Scoop, a guy I used to sell dresses to when I was out stealing. After the Maranzano War cooled and Vito had straightened things out, Mildred's brother invited Joe back to the house for dinner. Joe brought his friend Johnny D. They ate, and all through supper, Johnny kept kicking Joe under the table, whispering that Mildred was crazy about him. On the way out, Joe admitted she was beautiful, but her family seemed too strict. "I better not get mixed up with them," he said. He'd spent his life around dancehall girls. He didn't know how to act around someone like Mildred. Joe tried seeing nice girls from the neighborhood, but none of them measured up. A few days later, he was talking about Mildred with Bobby Doyle, who knew her family well. Bobby's wife, Lena, said Mildred liked him a lot. Joe brushed it off. "Mildred's okay," he said, "but her mother's tough, and the brother's the same way. I don't even want to think about the uncles Bobby told him to stop worrying. It's what the girl says that counts." Soon Lena came back with more news. Mildred wanted Joe to speak with her brother about marriage. Joe refused. Then Lena said Mildred was ready to run away with him. At the time, Joe was living at 335 East 108th Street in a newly renovated building. Steam heat, hot water, 4 rooms. It was a decent place to start a life. Joe asked Lena how he'd know when Mildred was home alone. "Leave everything to me," she said. When the time came, Joe went to Mildred's house. She was packed and ready to leave, but her sister Rose insisted on going too. Said they'd beat her to death if she stayed behind. Joe told Mildred to unpack. "Okay," he said. I'll talk to your brother." To his surprise, the brother said yes. But days later, Joe heard Mildred was in the hospital. She'd swallowed a bottle of iodine. The brother had told her Joe didn't want her. That's when Joe realized how the family played the game, saying one thing to his face and another to hers. Lena warned him to stay away from the house. It was chaos. Joe said maybe he should walk away from the whole thing. "A fine guy you are," Lena snapped. "She drank iodine for you, and you're talking like this." So, Joe went to see Vito Genovese at his office on Thompson Street, next to the junkyard he owned. He laid out the whole mess. Vito told him not to worry. He'd have a talk with Mildred's uncles. "If they're fit to marry their wives," Vito told them, "then Joe's fit to marry Mildred. If Joe isn't, none of us are." He even told them he wanted to be Joe's best man, and that Charlie Lucky felt the same way. Vito went further. He offered to visit Mildred's mother personally. Joe set up the meeting, and Vito assured her he was taking full responsibility for Joe. That settled it, mostly. The old lady still imposed conditions. Joe and Mildred would have to wait 6 months before announcing the engagement. She couldn't go out with him alone, and he could only visit her at home on Sundays. It was grueling. Every Sunday, Joe sat with Mildred under the eyes of her mother or brother. If they sat too close on the sofa, someone would find a reason to call her out of the room. Joe nearly gave up. But he didn't. Finally, the engagement party arrived, and the wedding was set for September 18th, 1932. Between the engagement and the ceremony, the routine stayed the same, Sunday visits, while Mildred and Rose lined up bridesmaids, bought clothes, and looked for apartments. Joe kept busy tending to his slot machine business. The reception was held at the Palm Gardens on 52nd Street, just off Broadway. It was a big affair, costing nearly $1,000 just for the hall. Serious money in the middle of the Depression, when men sold apples on street corners. Joe hired 2 bands, so the music never stopped. There were thousands of sandwiches, $500 worth of Italian cookies and pastries, plenty of wine and whiskey despite prohibition, and 25 barrels of beer donated by one of the boys. It all unfolded under the shadow of recent bloodshed. Maranzano's, killing, and the chaos that followed. Tensions were still high, so Joe had to be careful with invitations. But the turnout was huge. Vito couldn't make the ceremony. Joe forgot why, but Tony Bender came in his place, and Vito showed up at the party. Tommy Galliano and Tommy Brown were there. Lucky Luciano sent an envelope. Willie Moore, Frank Costello, Joe Bonanno, and Joe Profaci sent envelopes too. The Rao family showed up in person. Doc from the old Maranzano crew came. Buster was already dead by then. Albert Anastasia and Carlo Gambino attended, as did Vincent Mangano, the boss at the time, who would later vanish without a trace. Joe Adonis sent an envelope. John the Bug was there. So were Bobby Doyle, Tommy Rye, Frank Livorsi, Joe Bruno, Jerry Moore, Johnny D, Petey Muggins, The Gap, Mike Miranda, and all the boys from Tony Bender's crew. The Palm Gardens was packed wall to wall. Joe couldn't remember every name, but it was a who's who of the underworld, and for one night, with the music playing and the whiskey flowing, the blood feuds and betrayals stayed outside. And Joe Valachi, the street thief from Naples, finally had his bride. After the wedding, Joe and Mildred started their new life with a little nest egg, about $3,800 left over from the envelopes of cash they'd been handed at the reception. They spent plenty setting up house, rent on a new apartment, modern furniture, even an oriental rug. The only hitch was the location. Mildred chose a place on Briggs Avenue in the Bronx, near Mosholu Parkway, practically around the corner from her mother. The honeymoon didn't last long. Romance aside, business was business. Not long after the wedding, Joe got his first piece of work since being formally inducted into the Luciano family, a contract to kill. In the Cosa Nostra, there was no bonus for a hit. A soldier didn't get paid. It was just part of the job. Joe didn't know the target, and he barely knew why the man had to die. His capo, Tony Bender, passed down the order. The mark was a young guy known only as Little Apples. Joe never learned his real name. Bender said he was about 22, a regular at a coffee shop on East 109th Street. Years earlier, Little Apple's two brothers had gone up against Luciano and Genovese and ended up dead. Now there was talk he might be looking for revenge. That was reason enough. Joe didn't ask questions. Orders were orders. As the trigger man, Joe handled making the hit happen, but he could bring in help. He picked P.T. Muggins and Johnny D., two men who'd come into the family around the same time he had. Together, they started working the setup. Joe began showing up at the coffee shop, easing his way into conversation with Little Apples. Over the next few days, he dropped by regularly for coffee and small talk, building trust. At the same time, he scouted possible kill sites and found one a block away on East 110th Street, a tenement with an empty ground floor and no fence out back. Perfect for a quick exit. The plan was simple. Muggins and Johnny D. would wait in the hallway. Joe would lure Little Apples there with a story about a dice game upstairs. On the night of the hit, November 25th, 1932, Joe met Little Apples at the coffee shop. "Hey," he said, casual as ever, "let's take a walk. I hear there's a big game going on up the street." "Great," Little Apples said. "I got nothing else to do." They headed toward the tenement. As they stepped inside, Joe positioned himself behind the mark, then peeled off and kept walking. "I heard the shots," he said later, and naturally kept walking down the street. At 9:20 p.m., police were called to 340 East 110th Street. They found the body of a white male identified as Michael Regione, alias Little Apples. Cause of death: 3 gunshot wounds to the head. Joe didn't stick around to admire the work. He went straight home. "After all," he recalled, "I was just married a couple of months, and I didn't want Mildred thinking I was already starting to fool around." On October 14th, 1962, an American U-2 sliced through the sky over Cuba and brought back proof of what Washington had feared for months: Soviet medium and intermediate-range missiles, parked and pointed straight at the United States. The photographs landed on analysts' desks that night, and by October 16th, the White House's most trusted men were sitting around the table in a room now known by a single name, EXCOM, weighing war and peace. The military wanted an airstrike, maybe an invasion to follow. But John F. Kennedy, calm in the storm, said no. He chose something less dramatic but just as risky: a naval quarantine of Cuba, cutting off Soviet ships before they could deliver more missiles. On October 22nd, he went before the American people and announced the move, laying the Cold War's most dangerous cards on the table. Behind the scenes, Kennedy was already gaming out an endgame. He suspected the Soviets might trade their missiles in Cuba for ours in Turkey. And as the days dragged on, 6 of the most dangerous in modern history, the world stood inches from nuclear war. Then came Sunday, October 28th. After a series of frantic back-channel talks and a quiet promise from Robert Kennedy that US missiles in Turkey would eventually be withdrawn, Nikita Khrushchev blinked. He announced Soviet missiles would be pulled from Cuba. In return, Kennedy publicly promised not to invade the island. The crisis marked Kennedy's finest hour: cool under pressure, sharp in strategy. It thawed the ice of US-Soviet relations, opening the door to the 1963 Test Ban Treaty, easing Berlin tensions, and paving the way years later for détente. But on Cuba itself, little changed. Washington's obsession with Castro didn't fade. Operation Mongoose, the covert campaign to unseat him, was formally shut down, but the mission stayed alive under new names and new tactics. By mid-1963, the playbook looked almost identical to that of 1961. Internal splits, sudden uprisings, and assassination plots. Somewhere in that tangle of schemes was a young Marine defector named Lee Harvey Oswald. Even before the missile crisis exploded, Mongoose was faltering. In early October 1962, the Special Group, augmented, the interagency team driving the operation, couldn't agree on a sabotage plan. William Harvey, the CIA's blunt, hard-drinking point man on Cuba, was under fire from both General Edward Lansdale and Robert Kennedy, who wanted quick results. The missile revelations only raised the stakes. On October 16th, as XCOM was meeting for the first time, Robert Kennedy slipped out to chew out the Mongoose team. Richard Helms showed up in Harvey's place and caught the brunt of it. RFK blasted the CIA for the lack of sabotage and ordered daily 9:30 a.m. meetings to keep the pressure on. They lasted 2 days before collapsing under the weight of the missile crisis. Harvey, meanwhile, moved unilaterally. Every single team and asset that we could scrape together was sent into or toward Cuba, he later admitted, ready to support any military move. RFK was furious when he found out and ordered Harvey to stand down. The bad blood went back to the day Harvey had told him flatly. Overthrowing Castro without a trace of U.S. involvement was impossible. Harvey offered to quit. He didn't have to. By October 27th, Kennedy was writing directly to Khrushchev, offering to lift the quarantine and guarantee Cuba's safety. The world exhaled, but not completely. The standoff dragged on another month as the Soviets haggled over removing their Il-28 bombers, and Castro refused on-site inspections. The final pieces fell into place on November 20th. The Americans didn't know it, but Moscow, over Castro's objections, also quietly removed tactical nuclear weapons stationed with their troops. Even before the missiles were gone, the CIA was shifting gears. On November 5th, George McManus, one of its senior officials, started winding down Mongoose and rebuilding the wall between the agency and the rest of the government. In his internal memo, McManus argued that Mongoose had effectively died the day Kennedy and Khrushchev exchanged letters. It had always been more political than operational, a way to wipe away the stain of the Bay of Pigs and protect the president's future. McNamara and RFK wanted Castro gone, or at least cooperative, but the appetite for direct intervention had always been weak. Even sabotage had been a hard sell. McManus thought the missile crisis might finally end the no war, no peace stalemate that had left the CIA chasing miracles. He was wrong. On November 20th, Kennedy refused to sign a formal no-invasion pledge at the United Nations, though he agreed to privately reassure Khrushchev. He wanted options. If Cuba erupted in civil war, if guerrillas spread across Latin America, if Moscow ever reintroduced offensive weapons, he wanted the right to invade. "We do not want to build up Castro," he told his team. The official UN language was quietly rewritten. William Harvey saw the writing on the wall more clearly. In a memo to CIA Director John McCone, he admitted that paramilitary and guerrilla operations were now unacceptable as a matter of policy. Still, he warned, higher authority would keep demanding results, even though Castro's regime couldn't be toppled without US troops, and Washington wasn't ready to admit that to the exile groups it had built up. Without clear goals, Track 2, throwing unlimited support to Cuban exiles and hoping they could shake Castro, would become an irresistible temptation, even if it was doomed. Harvey pushed for training camps outside US soil and kept another idea alive. Sow division inside the Cuban regime and be ready to exploit a split or an uprising. His language was careful, but his intent was clear. With CIA ties to Rolando Cubela, a disillusioned Cuban official linked to past poison plots, Harvey was envisioning a coup, likely sparked by Castro's death. Success would hinge on Washington's willingness to back the plotters. Without US military muscle, the whole thing might collapse. Harvey also proposed reshuffling the machinery of the anti-Castro campaign. Turn exile politics over to the State Department. Shrink Task Force W. Fold it back into the CIA's Western Hemisphere division under different direction. Shut down the operational mongoose mechanism. Ease the grip of the special group, augmented. Within a month, that's exactly what happened. Task Force W became the Special Affairs Staff, or SAS. Harvey handed the reins to Desmond Fitzgerald, a veteran of failed coups in Indonesia, who was still finishing assignments in Asia in 1962. SAS remained independent, and it kept working on ways to kill Castro. In early January, as JFK vacationed in Palm Beach, he signed off on the reorganization. A new Cuba Coordinating Committee, led by Sterling Cottrell, replaced Lansdale and Mongoose as the nerve center of Cuba policy. ExComm stayed in charge of overall strategy, and the 5412 Committee continued to oversee covert action. Even Robert Kennedy stepped back, delegating the nuts and bolts to his deputy, Nicholas Katzenbach. Cottrell's first task was defining policy, but he hit a wall. The State Department wanted to isolate Castro, nothing more. The Pentagon, led by Cyrus Vance, still wanted him gone. On January 25th, Kennedy sided with the Hawks, approving a plan to support anti-Castro Cubans inside and outside the island and prepare for military contingencies with appropriate U.S. combat elements and logistical support. Kennedy saw the bigger board. At a National Security Council meeting on January 22nd, he explained that Cuba was now America's hostage, just as West Berlin was Moscow's. If the Soviets made a move in Berlin, he wanted plans ready to invade Cuba in response. And if an uprising broke out in Cuba, he told the Joint Chiefs on February 25th, he wanted troops ready to go in at once. The exile movement shifted after the crisis too. On October 22nd, when Kennedy announced the quarantine, they believed liberation was finally near. 6 days later, the deal with Khrushchev crushed those hopes. The lifting of the blockade on November 21st felt like betrayal. José Miró Cardona, still the head of the Cuban Revolutionary Council, stayed silent for weeks before insisting the fight wasn't over. Rogelio Cisneros of URE, a left-wing exile group, backed Kennedy's deal, but declared that only Cubans could free Cuba. The Second National Front of the Escambre, a more militant faction, welcomed the end of the blockade. It meant they could resume raids. But one group refused to play ball. The DRE, a student-based exile outfit, had been clashing with its CIA handler, Ross Crozier, for months. They had balked at orders to stick to propaganda and avoid sabotage. Things got worse during the missile crisis, when they refused CIA help after a raid in August and had their weapons confiscated. One DRE member vented to a reporter, "Now we have to work underground. Prices are high, and we have to deal with anybody we can, the mafia and all. They don't say they're the mafia, but you should see their faces. One man in a Miami Beach hotel looked like a gangster in a movie. We argued about the prices. With money from deep-pocketed cold warriors like William Pawley and Claire Booth Luce, and guns sourced through mob contacts, the DRE started building its own military machine, independent of Washington. Ted Shackley, running the CIA's Miami station, JMWAVE, tried to pull the DRE back on the leash. He sat down with Luis Fernandez Rocha and laid it out. The agency needed proof the group would respect basic operational limits. No freelancing, no public embarrassments. The answer came back cold. Ross Crozier, the DRE's handler, reported that the student leaders believed they set the terms, not Langley, and they treated months of coaxing like it meant nothing. If they wouldn't accept policies of prudence, he warned, the station was ready to walk away. On November 16th, Crozier met Fernandez and the DRE's military chief, Manuel Salvat Roque. They bragged about raising money in Chicago and Puerto Rico, and about courting Texas industrialists. The next day made the point clearer. The DRE had already gone over J.M. Wave's head, meeting Richard Helms in Washington on November 15th. In the morning, they pushed a claim that the Soviets had hidden missiles in Cuban caves. In the afternoon, they moved to what really mattered, their feud with Crozier. Fernandez apologized for a recent press blast, then announced Crozier was out as their primary contact. Helms warned they wouldn't like coming U.S. policy if it tilted toward coexistence with Castro. Fernandez said in that case, the relationship ended. Helms asked them to keep collecting intelligence, at least give notice before press conferences, and give any new military plans to their new contact. When another Langley official pressed for polygraphs, Fernandez refused again. The DRE walked away, convinced they could muscle the CIA. Langley responded by swapping case officers. On December 10th, J.M. Wave learned Crozier was replaced by George Ioannidis, running as Walter Newby, a veteran who'd spent a decade in Greece. 3 days later, Fernandez released an open letter to President Kennedy warning that talks with Moscow would slide into coexistence with Castro. If that happened, he said, Cubans would keep fighting by every means possible. The same day, JMWAVE confirmed press reports. Washington was moving to crack down on unauthorized raids. The squeeze started December 3rd, when U.S. Customs grabbed 13 men training with mercenary Jerry Patrick Hemming on Sombrero Key. Deputy AG Nicholas Katzenbach asked J. Edgar Hoover if they had official cover. Hoover said no. The feds seized weapons and filed Neutrality Act charges, then dropped them 6 weeks later. Hemming knew too many agency faces for a clean courtroom. He kept training hitters anyway. By late December, the FBI pushed CIA for a list of where it stood with exile groups. Robert Kennedy, meanwhile, went for a public win that washed the aftertaste of the Bay of Pigs. The administration revived a stalled deal to ransom the captured Brigade 2506. Families had hired lawyer James Donovan. He'd flown to Havana in September and October to talk terms, agricultural gear, pharmaceuticals. On November 30th, right after the missile crisis settled, RFK put Don Oberdorfer from Justice in charge. The department carved out exceptions under the Trading with the Enemy Act and let drug companies deduct full retail value for donated medicine, real money in an era when retail ran many times above cost. The talks were fast. On Christmas Eve 1962, the prisoners came home. Kennedy met brigade leaders in Palm Beach and took a victory lap at the Orange Bowl on December 29th. He held their flag and promised it would fly again in a free Havana. The gesture reshuffled Miami's exile politics. RFK picked Manuel Artime, one of the brigade commanders, as the man to back. Artime had no patience for the CRC or Jose Miro Cardona. RFK told him in January he'd get funds through a separate channel in Miami, and he did. Artime got a secure line to a CIA case officer and, by March, a promise, conveyed through Enrique Ruiz Williams, to help him find a base outside the U.S. He went to Nicaragua to talk to President Luis Somoza. In late March, Kennedy met Central American leaders in Costa Rica. Signals suggested he encouraged hosts for exile bases. Manuel Ray Rivera, a former July 26th insider turned opponent, was the other big beneficiary. He founded Jura in fall 1962. In January 1963, CIA called the relationship casual. but by February admitted he had substantial backing from left-leaning Caribbean governments and from the US. Ray lined up Union cash across Venezuela, Costa Rica, and Puerto Rico, and funneled about $6,000 a month through an unidentified mechanism in Caracas. He told a CIA source he wanted to infiltrate the militia and assassinate the Cuban hierarchy, the only quick way he saw to move Castro. The murder plots never stopped. Contrary to later official versions, the CIA mafia pipeline kept running after the missile crisis. Des Fitzgerald replaced William Harvey atop the Cuba desk's covert arm, now the Special Affairs staff, and by Deputy Sam Halpin's account, was just as committed to killing Castro. Harvey continued to handle Johnny Roselli. The Inspector General's later "nothing after 62" line didn't match the paper trail. Harvey's calendar had him in Miami over the holidays into early January 1963, meeting Roselli and Marcello, paying $2,700 for Verona's 3 militiamen. He spoke with Roselli several times by phone mid-January. Both men agreed nothing was moving, and the odds were thin. In February, Harvey flew to Los Angeles. They agreed to wind the operation down slowly, keeping contact with Verona to avoid burning sources. Harvey said he cleared one last Roselli meeting with Helms. Whatever the memos said, a team tried again anyway. In March 1963, Cuban security grabbed a rooftop hit squad near the University of Havana, reportedly in through Guantanamo, planning to shoot Castro on March 13th. Later leaks tied the team to Roselli. By 1967, columnist Jack Anderson was printing versions of the story that big media ignored for years. Roselli told the church committee he never told the Cubans the deal was off. The committee's rushed report stuck with the Inspector General's safe conclusion: no post-crisis plot, even as FBI surveillance caught Harvey meeting Roselli in Washington in June 1963, long after Fitzgerald had the Cuba account. Another witness put Roselli in Florida conspiracies in late '63. Fitzgerald didn't act like a man shutting anything down. Early that year, he ordered a workable plan and told Halpin it came from on high. One idea: hit Castro while skin diving, rigged seashells or a poisoned wetsuit, possibly via Donovan, fresh off the prisoner swap. Inside SAS, killing Castro was ongoing business, not a fresh ask for authority. Sabotage revived too. The lines around autonomous exile teams, Alpha 66 and Commandos L, stayed deliberately blurry. JM Wave lost formal clearance on Antonio Veciana in November 1962 and suspected Eloy Gutierrez Menoyo of being a Castro plant, yet kept marginal interest, because such groups could claim credit for CIA, work the agency needed to hide. On March 18, 1963, Alpha 66 punched a Soviet target and forced the administration's hand. State disowned the raid. Kennedy publicly condemned illegals on April 11th. Inside, XCOM met 3 times at the end of March and showed just how split the government remained. DCY John McCone wanted raids to continue. RFK surprisingly wanted a crackdown. LBJ agreed with him. Kennedy saw the politics. Raids were noisy and less risky than infiltrations. He wanted CIA guiding the raiders and, as Dean Rusk argued, steering them toward Cuban targets, not Soviet ones. The Bureau would hit unauthorized groups and arms dealers. CIA would corral what it could. None of that changed the bigger aim. Soviet troops still sat in Cuba. McCone thought Castro had to go. McNamara agreed. On April 3rd, the Kennedys asked CIA for the maximum pressure they could deliver. Sterling Cottrell's new Cuba committee recommended army training for exile infiltrators on U.S. bases, balloon leaflet drops, and sabotage of Cuban ships in foreign ports. McCone told Kennedy in Palm Beach on April 15th there were only 2 real paths: normalize and push the Soviets out, or push the Soviets out and topple Castro. Kennedy, characteristically, wanted both options hot. 10 days later, McCone wrote that maritime sabotage could help trigger a coup, the only realistic endgame. The president moved faster than the paperwork. On April 19th, CIA cabled The Hague that Cuban shipping sabotage had been approved. On April 24th, cables to European ports pushed a broader line. Apply all feasible forms of pressure to generate disorder and collapse. Motivation would be the hinge. Case officers would sell agents on the idea that if Cubans primed the conditions, the United States would come in. Into that mix walked William Pawley, the Miami tycoon and Cold War diehard. He'd pitched Marines on a sugar plantation to Kennedy in 1961 and stormed out when JFK blamed U.S. economic exploitation for fueling Castro's rise. After the missile crisis, he attacked the settlement and demanded regime change. In spring 1963, Pawley became the front man in a new scheme spun by John Martino and ghostwriter Nathan Whale, ex-communists tied to Senate Internal Security staffer Jay Sauerwein. The pitch: 3 Soviet technicians wanted to defect with photos proving underground missile sites. Sauerwein dangled Senate testimony if the CIA could extract them. Senator James Eastland called Pawley, who saw a chance to wound the White House and open the door to invasion. On April 18th, Pawley went to Shackley at JMWAVE. "Turn the defectors over to CIA," Shackley said. Sauerwein demanded delivery to the Senate within 36 hours. Shackley refused. Pawley claimed he'd get General Marshall Carter's sign-off and said Carter advised no paper. Shackley, who'd used Pawley before, and didn't realize headquarters had long had him under the cryptonym QDDALE, agreed to have Pawley contact Martino, an unsavory character by Shackley's own description. Pawley planned to meet the Cuban pickup team on his yacht Flying Tiger with guns aboard and provide his own air cover. Whale raged about letting CIA in. Pawley brushed him off. Martino looped in Life magazine's Richard Billings, $2,500 a head for the defectors. CIA tried to kill the media angle. No luck. Shackley, Carter, and Fitzgerald swallowed it and let one life man aboard. In truth, there were no Soviet technicians. This was a mob rerun with new casting. Late '62, Loran Hall, one of Santo Traficante's old Cuban cellmates, reconnected with Jerry Hemming in L.A. After a Dallas-New Orleans swing through right-wing donors and exile fixers, Hall and Hemming reached Miami. Hall said he ran a couple of shipping raids in early '63 and got shot in the leg. Back in Dallas, oil money conservatives fed cash for larger plans, land men in Cuba behind a provisional government, then go to the OAS and UN for recognition. In Miami, Hemming introduced Hall to Martino, who invited him into something bigger than a raid and brought him to a hotel meet. Traficante came by to vouch for Hall. Then, according to Hall, Sam Giancana and Johnny Roselli walked in. They put up $15,000 for equipment. Captain Bayo took it. The real aim was assassination. By late May, Pawley was spooked by Life's involvement. Shackley got him to limit it to Billings and rated the odds 1,000 to 1, but still let it run. Fitzgerald backed the call. On a June night after a complicated rendezvous, Pawley, Billings, and 2 CIA men watched a small boat shove off toward Cuba. Pawley later claimed he knew then the boat wouldn't be coming back. It didn't. CIA paramilitary Rip Robertson debriefed. Bayo and Martino had ignored exfiltration and recovery plans. They hadn't even briefed the Cubans properly. Martino looked bored. Days later, the CRC, led again by Tony Verona, announced it had sent men to invade. Artemis MRR found some names. They matched Bayo's team. Shackley concluded Pawley, Sauerwein, and Life had been played. He put a brave face on it for headquarters. QDDALE had renewed confidence in CIA's ability to run paramilitary infiltrations. The press had learned to stay out, and, on paper at least, 10 armed men had gotten into Cuba to irritate Castro, even if rolled up fast. Whether Bayo worked for Castro stays an open question. He had tried a high-profile defection bid in 1962 and now staged a fiasco that could only embarrass Washington if exposed. Paoli took whatever he knew to the grave. In 1975, Shackley, testifying as Halley, stuck to the original cover story. Martino had been trying to extract Soviet technicians. It was easier than saying mob money financed a phony defector raid that morphed into another hit attempt. By mid-1963, the administration had revived regime change pressure without truly controlling the exiles or the mob. And circling back into this picture was Lee Harvey Oswald. In June 1962, the ex-Marine drifted back to Dallas, a city where Hall and Hemming had found sponsors, and in May 1963 moved to New Orleans, a hub for exile operations and a hometown thick with Carlos Marcello's people. In June, he created a fake chapter of a pro-Castro group and soon collided with the DRE's local arm. He'd befriended a white Russian in Dallas, George de Mohrenschildt, who, like Hall, was now mixed up in a scheme against Haiti. In September or October, Oswald appeared at Sylvia Odio's door with Loran Hall and was sized up as a potential assassin of Castro or the president. Late September, he tried to get into Cuba via Mexico City, likely to take a shot at Fidel. By the middle of 1963, Oswald was tangled in the same currents, exile wars, agency cutouts, mob channels, that had defined the Cuba fight since '61. And on November 22nd, he stepped from the edge of that web into its center, forever. Carlo Gambino kept a close eye on Carlos Marcello and his network down south. Marcello was pouring money and muscle into the Cuban exile movement, guns, logistics, whatever they needed to keep fighting Castro after Washington had cut them loose. Gambino respected that. Marcello might have been onto something bigger than anyone realized. Marcello was also one of the first mob bosses to float an idea that had once been unthinkable: clipping someone in the government to solve a problem. But he wasn't reckless. He wouldn't push the idea himself and risk blowing up his empire. His operation was tight. He knew better than to draw heat. Gambino had lived through enough to know how bad that kind of move could go. Back in the 1930s, even whispers about taking out a politician were enough to get a man killed. Dutch Schultz wanted to assassinate prosecutor Thomas Dewey. Luciano and the others stopped him cold, and Dutch wound up dead before he could make a move. Lepke Buchalter tried to muscle the government and ended up in the electric chair. Luciano himself had taken over the rackets in part to calm Dewey down. But the 1960s were different. The rules had changed. Assassination was now a tool on the table, not just for gangsters, but for governments. Intelligence agencies, foreign and domestic, were approaching organized crime about killing journalists, politicians, police officers, even heads of state. Nobody was off limits anymore. Across the Atlantic, the Corsican mob was murdering politicians in the streets, shooting them on their doorsteps or at the docks. They'd done it in France. They'd done it in Italy. They'd even done it in Louisiana back in 1936. Since then, politicians had learned to play ball or risk winding up dead. Now in Washington, there were two men in the White House doing things no president, not even Roosevelt, had dared to do. The ripple effects were shaking the underworld. And then there was Joe Valachi. The Valachi situation had become inevitable. The biggest players were being hit from every direction. Eventually, Valachi was taken down on a narcotics case, a massive international heroin ring, and thrown behind bars with none other than Vito Genovese. The case was huge. It stretched from Naples to Toronto, from Italian ports to New York piers. In October 1960, agents busted 2 men hauling pure heroin hidden in the false bottom of a trunk off a New York pier. By the time indictments came down, around 20 men were charged. Only 12 made it to trial. Among them were Rocco Scopelliti and Vito Aguetti from Toronto, along with Joseph Valachi, Charles Schiffman, Charles Tandler, Matthew Palmieri, Anthony Porcelli, Filippo Cotone, Robert Guipone, Luigi Lobue, and Michael Maiello from New York. A 12th man, Arnold Barbetto, tried to hang himself at home 3 days into the trial and was sent to a mental hospital. The case was steeped in violence. 2 defendants were murdered before trial. One, Albert Aguetti, Vito's brother, skipped $20,000 bail and was found burned and bound in a field near Rochester, New York. 3 others, Frank Caruso, Vincent Maneri, and Salvatore Mauro, fled on $110,000 bail, but were captured in Spain shortly before Lucky Luciano died in Naples on January 26, 1962. Police suspected Luciano had been poisoned with potassium cyanide and believed he was tied to the ring. The trial dragged on for 2 months. On December 27, 1961, all 11 defendants were convicted of conspiring to smuggle $150 million worth of narcotics into the United States from Italy and Canada over a 10-year period. Sentencing was delayed in February 1962 to investigate wiretapping allegations. When Judge William B. Herlands finally handed down the sentences, he promised no mercy. Charles Schiffman got 25 years. Joseph Valachi, Robert Guipone, and Matthew Palmieri each received 20. Charles Tandler, Anthony Porcelli, Michael Maiello, Vito Aguetti, and Luigi Lobue got 15 apiece. Rocco Scopelliti got 10. Filippo Cotone, 5. Bail was set at $350,000 each for Caruso, Maneri, and Mauro, pending further trial. While Valachi was inside, Robert Kennedy was turning up the heat on organized crime. He understood that prisons weren't just holding cells, they were communication hubs. Bosses shared messages through lawyers, visitors, even prison yard conversations. Kennedy decided to weaponize that. He ordered his agents to start pulling mobsters out of their cells one by one for interrogation. At first, nobody talked. They sat stone-faced through the grilling. So the agents changed tactics. They started using psychology instead of pressure. An agent would walk into a cell with an empty folder. He'd pull a prisoner into an interrogation room and keep him there for hours, sometimes 5 or 6, asking almost nothing or sitting in silence. Then they'd return him to his cell with the same folder, but now it was stuffed full of blank paper. The trick worked. The men inside never saw the pages as empty. They only saw that the folder had come in empty and gone out full. And paranoia took over. Vito Genovese, sitting in a cell nearby, started asking questions. Why were you gone so long? What did they ask you? What did you tell them? What's in that folder? Why was it empty before and full now? Every question made the tension worse. Suspicion spread through the cell blocks. Trust started to crack. One of the men who couldn't take the pressure was Joe Valachi. Atlanta Penitentiary was its own little underworld. According to Joe Valachi, about 90 mob guys were locked up there, and they ran the place like a satellite of the commission. In the yard, alongside the baseball diamond and the basketball courts, there was even a full boxy setup, a Sicilian touch that told you who really held power behind the walls. At the top of that prison kingdom sat Vito Genovese. He was the unquestioned boss, judge, jury, and benefactor. Nobody spoke to him without permission. Nobody turned their back on him. He left his cell only twice a week, and meetings had to be scheduled through intermediaries like appointments with a head of state. From the day Valachi arrived, Genovese froze him out. It was a problem because every other wise guy in Atlanta took their cues from Vito. If Vito gave you the cold shoulder, you were radioactive. Eventually, Valachi managed to secure an audience. He learned quickly that Vito was angry. He considered Valachi to be with Tony Bender. Tony Bender, Anthony Strollo, had fallen out of favor. While Genovese was inside, he'd promoted Tommy Ryan Eboli and Jerry Katina to run family affairs. Bender's influence was fading, but Valachi hadn't realized just how deep the resentment went. So he let loose. "I'm in Atlanta because of Tony," he shouted. "Tony told me to come in, said I'd only get 5 years. I come in and get 15. Over the next several weeks, Genovese kept circling back to Bender, asking questions Valachi struggled to interpret. "You got to understand," Joe said later. "Vito always talks in curves. It's tough to figure out what he really means." But the picture became clearer when, 3 months after Valachi arrived, Bender's protégé Vincent Mauro was arrested in a major heroin case. Genovese exploded. He suspected Bender had been skimming from narcotics deals behind his back. Once convinced Joe wasn't part of it, Vito relaxed. Valachi slipped into the rhythms of prison life. He started on mess hall duty, up at 5 every morning. Then, citing dizzy spells from mild diabetes, he maneuvered himself into the more comfortable greenhouse detail. In August 1961, he was suddenly pulled out of Atlanta and shipped back to New York for another narcotics conspiracy trial. A case he swore was a frame-up and the root of all his later trouble. His co-defendants were Mauro, Frank Caruso, and the Aguechi brothers, Albert and Vito, the same crew that had helped him go to Canada. Mauro and Caruso had fled. Only the Aguecis were in the federal detention house on West Street. Joe disliked Vito Aguesi at once, but got along with Albert. Albert apologized. "Joe, I'm sorry you got involved in this," he said. But Joe could tell Albert wasn't built for prison. All he talked about was bail. He told Joe his wife was raising money to get him out, and that if their boss, Steve Magadino, didn't help spring his brother too, he'd blow the whistle and expose Magadino's role in the deal, which Joe admitted was real. "Albert, how old are you?" Joe asked. 38. "Then take my advice. You're sending too many messages. When I got arrested the first time, I didn't call nobody. I got a bondsman and paid for the bond. Everybody does the same thing. You keep sending messages and getting no answer. That's bad. You're going to get yourself in trouble." Albert didn't listen. His wife sold their house and posted $15,000 bail. Weeks later, the radio announced that Albert Aguesi's body had been found burned in a field. They'd found him by a single fingerprint. His arms had been wired behind his back. He'd been strangled with a clothesline, doused in gasoline, and set on fire. An autopsy showed roughly 30 pounds of flesh had been sliced from his body while he was still alive. After the murder, Vito Aguechi's bail was raised to $50,000, but it didn't matter. The last thing he wanted now was to get out. Wiretaps later caught 2 of Magadino's lieutenants laughing about Albert's threat and talking about taking him to Mary's farm to work him over. The FBI searched for the farm near Buffalo. They were looking in the wrong place. Albert's body was found outside Rochester on November 23, 1961. The trial moved forward with Mauro and Caruso still on the run. "That made me the main guy," Valachi said. The government's star witness was a laborer named Salvatore Rinaldo, who'd worked for Mauro. Joe admitted knowing him, but insisted he was innocent in this case. "This Rinaldo just moved the dates around to fit me in," he said. He stayed silent through the trial. In December, he and 11 others were convicted. In February 1962, Valachi got 20 years, concurrent with the sentence he was already serving. 3 weeks later, he was back in Atlanta, and already thinking about how to handle Genovese. "I knew Vito would think Tony Bender was in on this deal and left him out," he said. "And I'm in the middle again." He didn't have long to think. After just 3 days, he was yanked back to New York for what he believed was the opening salvo in a psychological war launched by the Bureau of Narcotics. Agents interrogated him relentlessly, threatening new heroin charges, but Joe refused to break. Then they dropped a bomb. Tony Bender was dead, and Valachi was next on Genovese's list. Strollo had vanished on April 8th, 1962. His wife said the last thing she told him was, "You better put on your topcoat." "It's chilly," Tony replied. "I'm only going out for a few minutes. Besides, I'm wearing thermal underwear." He never returned. He had no enemies, Mrs. Strollo said. Everybody loved him. When a radio broadcast confirmed Bender was missing and presumed dead, Valachi understood the danger he was in. Still, he refused to give the junk agents the satisfaction of being right. When he was told he'd be transferred back to Atlanta, he learned he'd have company. Vito Agueci. Joe had heard that instead of being sent to a federal penitentiary, Agueci had been held at the Westchester County Jail. "Where they keep all the rats," Joe said. Agueci was visibly nervous on the trip, constantly asking what people thought of him. But once back in Atlanta, he was placed in the standard 30-day quarantine, and Joe stopped thinking about him. Genovese, to Valachi's surprise, greeted him warmly, even inviting him to share his cell. "I should have known about his tricks," Joe said later, "but I figured if he wanted to keep an eye on me, I'd be watching him too." How could I say no? There were 6 men in the 8-man cell. Genovese, Valachi, Ralph Wagner, another non-member friendly to Ralph, a disabled person named Angelo who ran messages for Vito, and a Chinese inmate who didn't know what the hell was going on. Soon Genovese started probing again. "What did the other guys in the case tell you?" he asked. "Do you think they're going to tell me anything knowing I'm coming here with you?" Joe replied. "I don't want to know what you think," Vito snapped. "I want to know what you know." Then he asked, "Do they know about Tony?" "Of course they know. Everybody at West Street knows about Tony. How do they feel about it?" "They don't feel good. That's for sure." "Well," Genovese said lazily, "it was the best thing that could have happened to Tony. He wouldn't be able to take it like you and me." It sounded like Vito was about to say Tony had been an informant. Then he abruptly ended the conversation. "Let's forget about this and get some sleep." By mid-May, Vito Agueci was out of quarantine and suddenly continually active in the yard. Valachi saw him with Johnny Dio, in on a tax beef. Then with Joe Beck di Palermo, convicted in the same narcotics case as Genovese. Then with Genovese himself. Joe suspected Agueci, terrified of being labeled a rat, was telling Vito that Valachi was secretly involved in heroin and working with the Bureau of Narcotics, a scenario the Bureau denied but knew was possible. The effect was immediate. Genovese grew distant. The other mobsters began shunning Valachi. He found himself isolated at the New Yorker's mess hall table. "I knew something was in the air," he said. "It was serious. It looked like they were trying to make me crack up, but I ain't gonna let it happen." He confronted Vito. "How can you let them treat me like a dog?" "I'll take care of it," Genovese said, but he did nothing. He was behind it all. Then came the sandwich. Joe Beck, who hadn't spoken to Valachi in weeks, offered him a steak sandwich, supposedly smuggled from the kitchen. "Naturally, I figured there was something in it," Joe said. "I threw it away." He stopped eating anything but packaged commissary food. He avoided the shower room, a notorious spot for prison hits. Soon Johnny Dio remarked that Joe had missed 2 shower days. "Come tomorrow," Dio said. "I'll be there, and I'll give you your clothes." Tomorrow was Wednesday. Shower day wasn't until Saturday. "I said I'd be there," Joe recalled. "But of course, I don't go." A few nights later, Genovese gave him a little sermon about removing 1 bad apple from the barrel before it spoils the rest. Then kissed him. Ralph Wagner called it what it was: the kiss of death. Wagner himself would disappear 2 weeks after being paroled in October 1967, last seen leaving a Manhattan bar at 4 a.m. on his way to a meeting in the Bronx. His car was found abandoned at Broadway and 72nd Street. The message was clear. The pretense was over. The next evening, Valachi was walking near the bocce courts when Aguechi, sitting 100 feet away playing cards, unleashed a torrent of Italian curses. "I can't remember all the names," Joe said. "Doesn't matter." "Same thing, that I'm a filthy dog and a rat." Joe looked over and saw a crowd forming around Aguechi. If he went after him, they'd swarm him with knives. He kept walking. Back in his cell, even Genovese seemed surprised to see him alive. Neither man spoke. Valachi lay awake all night. In the morning, he requested solitary confinement. "By going into the hole," he said, "I'm a dead duck. It's like walking into a police station outside. But what's the difference? I'm a dead duck anyway if I get caught in a crowd." In solitary, he refused food. He tried to contact George Gaffney, the Bureau of Narcotics New York chief, but admitted he had no intention of talking, just stalling to get transferred out of Atlanta. His last hope, a letter to his wife meant to reach Thomas Lucchese, was returned by prison officials. At that point, Joe decided that if he was going to die, he'd take someone with him. But not Genovese. "I wanted Vito to live," he said, "so someday he'd stand accused for the way he treats his men." On June 22nd, 1962, after refusing to explain why he'd asked for solitary, Valachi was ordered back into the general population. He walked the yard like a man on autopilot. "You can't understand how I felt," he said. "I don't know if I'm coming or going." When he saw 3 inmates lurking behind the baseball grandstand, apparently waiting for him, he backed away and spotted a pipe on the ground. At that moment, another prisoner, who he thought was Palermo, one of his main tormentors, walked past. Just before Joe had gone into the hole, Palermo had sneered, "Hey Joe, how do you stand with the old man now?" All the rage, fear, and desperation boiling inside Valachi exploded. He grabbed the pipe and swung, but he killed the wrong man. The victim was John Saupe. He died on Sunday, June 24th, 2 days after the beating. A Fulton County grand jury indicted Valachi for first-degree murder, charging that he killed Saupe with premeditation by striking him with a 3/4-inch pipe attached to a water faucet. The Atlanta Journal carried the headline, "Prison Death True, Bill Voted." Joe Bonanno liked the shadows. He built an empire there. While men like Luciano, Genovese, and Gambino turned into headlines, Bonanno stayed off stage, pulling strings so quietly that even lawmen who chased mobsters for a living sometimes forgot he was there. Yet he was one of the most powerful figures organized crime ever produced. In the early 1930s, when President Franklin Roosevelt unleashed Judge Samuel Seabury, Tom Dewey, and a wave of prosecutors against the rackets, Bonanno wasn't hiding from the heat. He was dining with Roosevelt himself. That was Bonanno's style. Never loud, never reckless, but always close to power. He built deep ties inside the Pendergast political machine and moved comfortably through the Truman years under that protection. Decades later, he was still wired in, keeping relationships inside Nixon's White House. He worked the unions, the gambling halls, the drug routes, anything that made money and could be controlled. He'd been there from the start. In the early 1930s, when Charles Lucky Luciano cut the old mafia into 5 modern families, Bonanno got one of them. He idolized Salvatore Maranzano, the Sicilian Don who dreamed of turning the mafia into something noble and structured. Maranzano was educated, spoke several languages, and had tried to shelter Sicilians fleeing Mussolini's war on the mafia. Bonanno admired that. But he was no fool. When Maranzano's time was up, Bonanno read the wind and sided with Luciano in toppling him. Luciano rewarded that loyalty. Bonanno got his own family and a permanent seat at the table. From then on, Joe Bonanno was a force. He was close to Joe Profaci in Brooklyn, tight with the Detroit partnership, and counted Carlos Marcello among his friends. He shared Marcello's contempt for black communities, contempt they turned into cash by flooding those neighborhoods with heroin. Bonanno was an old-school Don, but he couldn't even stay clear of narcotics. He saw the profits and built his own stake in the pipeline from Europe. Not everyone liked him. In Chicago, Tony Accardo and his outfit despised Bonanno. The hatred boiled over at the Havana Conference in December 1946. When the meetings wrapped, Bonanno crooked a finger at Accardo, a small gesture that, in this world, carried big meaning. Accardo refused to move. He waved Bonanno over instead. Bonanno, insulted, rose anyway, but muttered as he did, "These Chicago gangsters, no class, no brains." Accardo heard every word. From that moment on, the outfit and the Bonanno family were enemies. There were other enemies, too. Stefano Magaddino, the powerful boss out of Buffalo, and Bonanno's cousin, was one of them. Bonanno, dealing with tensions in New York, wanted Magaddino at the table to help broker peace. When Magaddino showed, people caved to Bonanno at once, partly because they feared Magaddino. But Bonanno didn't see it that way. He disrespected his cousin, barely letting him speak, convinced the concessions were all about him. Magaddino walked away, seething, and from then on the cousins were at war. The feud helped set the stage for Apalachin. In November 1957, more than 60 top mobsters gathered at Joseph Barbara's Hilltop estate in upstate New York. They said they were visiting a sick friend. The state police called it what it was, a national mob convention. Troopers spotted Cadillacs and Lincolns with out-of-state plates crowding the motels and set up roadblocks. When they raided Barbara's estate, gangsters bolted into the woods, ruining their $1,000 suits in the rain-soaked mud. Among those caught and questioned was Joseph Bonanno, retired, according to the police list, but nobody believed that. Apalachin was a disaster. Newspapers called it one of the most infamous mob gatherings in American history. The press listed names like Vito Genovese, Carlo Gambino, Joe Profaci, and Bonanno himself. Investigators guessed the bosses had gathered to carve up the late Albert Anastasia's rackets, vending machines, garbage hauling, and more. Bonanno was furious his name was in print. Until then, he'd been associated with weddings, political clubs, and legitimate businesses. Now he was a headline in a gangland scandal. Bonanno even went to Italy to speak with Luciano about the mess and the shifting power in New York. Luciano saw something in Bonanno's eyes. Ambition. The same ambition he'd seen in Maranzano. Bonanno wanted to be capo di tutti capi, the boss of bosses. Luciano wouldn't support that. He did agree to help Bonanno tap into the opium supply lines coming out of Europe, but he drew the line at backing his power grab. Friend, not enemy, was how Luciano saw it. Nothing more. Luciano's death changed everything. Without him as a stabilizer, Bonanno saw opportunities. Gambino looked vulnerable, his strength propped up by Tommy Lucchese. Magaddino's prestige had taken a hit after Apalachin. Bonanno figured a few other bosses could be replaced with younger men hungry to make fortunes in heroin. By then, Bonanno had already started thinking west. In the mid-1950s, before plotting Gambino's fall, he began expanding into Arizona, a quiet move that would later prove crucial. Carlos Marcello, Santo Trafficante, and the Kansas City mob were already working territory stretching from Texas to the southwest. Bonanno aimed to control it all, and with his partners he did. By the late 50s, he held Arizona in an iron grip. The move west had a personal angle too. Joe had married Faye in 1931, and the next year they had a son, Salvatore, named for Maranzano. To Bonanno's disappointment, his son later Americanized it to Bill. The boy had severe allergies, and doctors told the family he needed a drier climate. Bonanno took them to Arizona, settling in Tucson after a brief stop in Phoenix. He still spent most of his time in Brooklyn, running the family from the Abraham Lincoln Political Club on Metropolitan Avenue and tending his upstate farm. His underboss, Gaspar Di Gregorio, was competent enough to keep the machine running while Joe focused on the bigger picture. By 1958, Bonanno and Accardo had both planted a foot in the West. Bonanno's move was strategic, a launching pad into Nevada and beyond. His empire stretched from New York to the desert, from the union halls to the heroin labs of Europe. He still preferred the shadows, but by then there was no hiding the reach of his power. Joe Bonanno had started as a quiet loyalist under Maranzano. He ended as one of the last great old-world dons, cunning, calculating, and always reaching for more. In the murky world of organized crime, he'd become exactly what he admired: educated, controlled, ruthless when he had to be. And despite the headlines, the feuds, and the disasters, he never stopped believing the throne was his for the taking. By the winter of 1958, Joe Bonanno's name, once whispered in smoke-filled backrooms and never written in ink, was suddenly everywhere. Newspapers called him a retired Brooklyn businessman. The FBI called him a mafia boss. Federal agents dragged his name into old murders, narcotics networks, and a growing scandal that had blown the lid off organized crime. The shadows he loved were shrinking. The biggest ghost rising from his past was Carlo Tresca. Tresca was an Italian journalist, a fiery anti-fascist who used his paper Il Martello to tear into Mussolini and the mafia with equal fury. He had exposed a gambling racket tied to the Genovese family, and he paid for it. On a cold January night in 1943, during wartime blackout conditions in Manhattan, Tresca was shot dead at 5th Avenue and 15th Street. For years, the case sat unsolved. Politicians blamed Mussolini. Activists blamed the mob. Everyone had a theory, but nobody had proof. Then, 15 years later, federal narcotics agent John Cusack reopened the wound before a state legislative committee. He named names. The order, Cusack said, likely came from Frank Garofalo, a Profaci associate with deep underworld ties. The triggerman was Carmine Galante, Bonanno's loyal enforcer. And the man who delivered the job, who made sure the killing happened, was Joe Bonanno. The motive was layered. Vito Genovese, hiding out in Italy during the war, was trying to curry favor with Mussolini and rebuild his rackets from abroad. Mussolini wanted Tresca dead for political reasons. Genovese wanted him gone because he was bad for business. Bonanno, looking to strengthen his position in New York and earn points with both men, agreed to handle it. Galante pulled the trigger. The hit backfired. Tresca's murder sparked outrage. Activists marched, newspapers howled. The pressure was intense, and it landed squarely on the underworld. At the time, Luciano was trying to get out of prison by helping the US Navy with intelligence on Sicily. A journalist's assassination was the last thing he needed. He never forgave Bonanno for green-lighting the hit. He never forgave Galante, and he never forgave Genovese. 15 years later, It was all back. Cusac's testimony before the legislature in January 1958 blew the dust off the Tresca file and dragged Bonanno's name into the spotlight again. It was more than embarrassment. It was dangerous. Tresca's murder was political dynamite, and now federal agents were tying Bonanno to it in sworn testimony. Cusack wasn't done. He testified that the Apalachin meeting, the November 1957 fiasco where state troopers broke up a summit of over 60 mob leaders, had narcotics at the top of its agenda. Dope, he said flatly, had a prominent place. 3 of the most important drug traffickers in America were there. Nick Civello from Kansas City, Big John Ormento from Long Island, and Dominic D'Agostino from Niagara Falls. Apalachin, Cusack explained, wasn't a one-off. It was part of an extensive line of secret mob summits stretching back decades. In December 1926, Bonanno himself, along with Joseph Profaci and Joseph Magliocco, had been picked up at a Cleveland hotel during a clandestine meeting. In 1952, Vito Genovese and Vincent Rao had met quietly in the Florida Keys. In 1953 and 54, the bosses had met again in Chicago. And in October 1956, they'd gathered in Binghamton near Apalachin, under the cover of a soft drink salesman's convention. That 1956 Binghamton meeting, Cusack said, was hosted by Joseph Barbara, the same man who would host the Apalachin Summit a year later. Among those attending was Carmine Galante, the same Galante suspected in Tresca's murder and now described as a major figure in the illicit narcotics traffic. Galante had been arrested by a state trooper that night. During the stop, Sergeant Edgar Croswell, the same cop who would later raid Apalachin, said a New Jersey police official offered him a $1,000 bribe to make the charges disappear. Galante ended up with a $150 fine and 30 days in jail. Police also learned that Galante had offered up someone else's driver's license, Joseph Di Palermo's, during the arrest. Di Palermo, they now suspected, had driven the getaway car in the Tresca murder. Both men had since vanished. By the time of Apalachin, Bonanno's circle was deeply entwined with the drug trade. Cusack named Ormento as one of the most active narcotics traffickers in the United States. He said Magliocco, another Apalachin attendee, had long been a high-ranking member of the mafia and an associate of key narcotics figures. And he placed Bonanno himself near the center of the storm, noting that Bonanno had met with a close associate of the exiled Luciano in Italy shortly before the meeting. It was believed that Luciano and Joe Adonis, both living in exile, had sent their instructions to Apalachin through emissaries like Frank Cucchiara of Boston and Phil Bruckler of Massachusetts. The fallout was enormous. Governor Averell Harriman called Apalachin a strange meeting, and Tioga County impaneled a special grand jury to dig into its purpose. Russell Bufalino, the powerful Pennsylvania boss, was hauled before investigators and invoked the Fifth Amendment 26 times. Prosecutors probed bribery allegations tied to Galante's 1956 arrest. And everywhere they turned, Bonanno's name hovered just out of reach. Not loud, not exposed, but always there. The government called it the Mafia. Old-timers called it the Mafia, the Sicilian Brotherhood that had crossed the ocean and reshaped itself in America. Whatever the name, its roots run deep, and Bonanno was among its most enduring figures. From Cleveland in 1926 to Apalachin in 1957, his fingerprints were on every major gathering. He had survived Mussolini, Luciano, Maranzano, and Genovese. He had outmaneuvered the police, the press, and even presidents. But now, for the first time, the world was beginning to see the man in the shadows, and the past he couldn't outrun. By spring 1958, the heat around Apalachin shifted from headlines and mugshots to ledgers, union halls, and phone bills. The story wasn't just who ran, it was what they ran. And wherever investigators followed the money, garment shops, trucking routes, vending companies, liquor and dope, the lines kept circling a familiar name. Joe Bonanno. New York's former investigations chief, Arthur L. Reuter, laid it out cold. Apalachin wasn't a social call. On the table, the non-union garment industry that flourished around Pittston and bled New York's legitimate shops dry. He ticked through what the bosses were really moving. Legitimate manufacturers, wholesalers, contractors, truckers, labor consultants, and union officials, working the angles, manipulate grievances, extend union infiltration, divvy territories and proceeds, handle payoffs and lobbying money. In that world, Bonanno didn't just take a cut. He had holdings with real addresses. He'd been former owner of B&D Coat Company in Brooklyn, women's coats, while his circle filled out the supply chain. John Bonventre tied to Pinter, Clothing and Levine, and Bonventre. Natale Evola, fronting the Belmont and Amity garment delivery outfits, and leaning on the shoulder pad trade. Joseph Riccobono, with Christine and Tony Bell dresses, and Carlo Gambino, wearing the title of Labor Relations Consultant, while the ILGWU said he owned a non-union dress shop upstate. On paper, it was commerce. On the street, it was muscle. Reuter's numbers cut the romance out of it. Among the Apalachin crowd, 18 arrests with 1 homicide conviction. 8 arrests and 7 convictions for narcotics. 17 arrests and 15 convictions for gambling. 35 arrests and 22 convictions for illicit alcohol. 10 tied to big gambling, 9 to narcotics, 16 to liquor. 5 were union or labor relations officials. Add it up and you had an economy, sweatshops guarded by threats, trucking protected by consultants, union offices double-dealing for a fee. The state cops broke the meeting, but the law had no way to hold them. The machine kept humming. Washington noticed. The Alcohol and Tobacco Tax Unit opened a coast-to-coast check on illicit alcohol racketeers and quietly logged 30 Apalachin guests, Bonanno included. Another agency sifted toll records. That was the tell. 100+ calls linking the bosses to one another, to garment firms, to union locals, to vending companies, to Havana casinos, and to outfits that handled chemicals you didn't put in dresses. You put them in heroin. Start in Endicott. Joseph Barbara's Canada Dry bottling phone hit Santo Volpe in Pittston, Russell Bufalino, and a dress firm tied to Anthony Guarnieri. Barbara himself called Big John Ormento at LG Carriers, garment centre muscle that changed its name to Randy Truck Company after the raid. The state liquor authority yanked the bottling company's wholesale beer license, and Barbara sold out, but the contact web was already mapped. From Brooklyn, Joe Bonanno rang the airport motel in Newark, Anthony Riela's place, pegged by Reuter as a staging point for the Apalachin trip. He and John Bonventre went scarce when subpoenas started flying. On vacation, in Cuba, or Italy, investigators said. But their call sheets kept talking. Bonventre reached Mike Polizzi in Detroit, a vending and pinball boss, and a Manhattan sportswear company tied to Tommy Lucchese. Frank Cusciara, the Boston cheese man who'd just been to see Luciano's people in Naples, dialed Gambino in Brooklyn and Raymond Patriarca in Providence. His Purity cheese phones also hit Barbara's plant and Joe Falcone in Utica. Bufalino worked the boards from the Lexington Hotel to Barbara Guarnieri, a Binghamton dress firm, and Teamsters Local 985 in Detroit, while old pro Santo Volpe was said to be grooming him as successor. The list went on. Roy Carlisi in Buffalo, Charles Cheery in Jersey calling a Manhattan mob hangout, the usual names and covers. What mattered wasn't each call, it was the pattern. Garment loads, union doors, trucking docks, and casino cages all ran on the same switchboard. Fold narcotics into it, and the picture turned sharper. Federal agent John Cusack had already told Albany that dope held a prominent place on Apalachin's agenda. Nick Civello, Big John Ormento, Dominic D'Agostino were his marquee traffickers, and that earlier conclaves, Cleveland 26, Florida Keys 52, Chicago in 53 and 54, Binghamton 56, set the precedent. In Binghamton, a trooper collared Carmine Galante and heard of a $1,000 bribe attempt to make it vanish. Galante, Bonanno's iron fist, had been named in the Carlo Tresca murder revival and in the dope trade. The chemistry question, the dye house calls in New Jersey, wasn't for fabric. The same chemicals cooked raw opium into heroin. The underworld had the formula. Reporters confirmed it with a drug firm. Nobody printed the recipe. Nobody needed to. Through it all, Bonanno kept to form. Quiet, protected, indispensable. He liked the politics, the donations, the introductions, the labor relations meetings where deals were cut to kill strikes or start them. In New York, his address book read like a garment directory. In the Southwest, he was building a desert base with old friends. Marcello, Trafficante, Kansas City, the Texas crowd. Just as the outfit planted flags out west. Publicly, he was the retired coat man. Privately, he was the broker who could switch on a strike in Peckville, or move a truckload from a non-union shop in Pittston and make it arrive clean in Brooklyn. Apalachin had dragged him into daylight, but the machine didn't stop. A dress job on Cherry Street in Pittston, a consultant office in Manhattan, a trucking invoice in White Plains, a bottle plant in Endicott. The wires between them hummed with the same names, the same favors, the same money. And at the center, never loud, never careless, sat Joe Bonanno, built like a businessman, wired like a boss, running an industry that didn't need a sign on the door to tell you who owned it. By July 1958, senators weren't just chasing mobsters, they were following flight paths. The Senate Rackets Committee heard from a federal narcotics agent, Martin Pera, who said 2 Brooklyn names turned up in Palermo, Sicily, right before Apalachin, Joe Bonanno and Carmine Galante, meeting with Santo Sorge, a top aide to Lucky Luciano. To Pera, it wasn't color, it was coordination. Palermo was the ping, Apalachin was the echo. The message was simple. The mafia was international, and Bonanno was moving in both hemispheres. While governors and state cops ransacked hilltops in upstate New York, Bonanno was in Sicily, conferring with the exiled brain trust that still reached into American rackets. Luciano didn't need a chair at Apalachin if his proxies warmed the seats. And Bonanno didn't need a headline. He needed a lane, labor, trucking, narcotics, where the money ran quiet. Pera told the committee what Bonanno had practiced for years. Get a front, flood it with cash, and bury the competition. After Treasury sent Al Capone to prison on taxes, the smart outfits bought businesses, garment shops, trucking firms, consultancies, and used illicit money like a wrecking ball. Pera cited Frank Scalise in the Bronx, who called himself a partner in a plaster company, but was, in reality, one of the country's busiest heroin importers, wired directly to Luciano. Letters the agent read into the record sketched the mafia's private justice system, fraternal ties, a looming trial for an Italian hoodlum named Nino Torres, rituals that kept soldiers in line while bosses stayed insulated. The committee's focus, Chairman John McClellan on the dais, Robert F. Kennedy running the questions, wasn't romance. It was reach. They weren't asking who shot whom. They asked who owned the union local that controlled the loading dock that decided which contractor got the order. And again, the lens found Bonanno. On paper, he was a former coat manufacturer who once owned B&D Coat Company in Brooklyn. In practice, his orbit threaded through the garment pipeline. John Bonventre in contracting, Natale, Evola in garment delivery, and the Shoulder Pad Association. Joseph Riccobono with Brooklyn Dress Houses, labor relations men who could turn a strike on and off. The same men who appeared on Apalachin lists reappeared in union halls and trucking offices. It wasn't coincidence, it was a business model. What Palermo confirmed was how that model held together. Bonanno and Galante didn't fly to meet Santo Sorge for small talk. They were syncing the domestic board with the foreign supply: men, money, product, and protection. Pera called it very significant. It meant you could sit in a Brooklyn sportswear office, dial Naples or Palermo, and line up a shipment that would cross an ocean, ride a truck posted under a union card, and land where your front said it belonged. If a strike threatened the schedule, a grievance got resolved. If a competitor got brave, his load disappeared, or his license did. The end of the line, cash, always found its way back to the men who kept the phones ringing. The committee built its narrative around Apalachin, then widened it. Charts mapped family networks from Pennsylvania through Ohio and Michigan to New York and New Jersey. Names you saw in dress shops or on trucking invoices appeared again under headings like narcotics and gambling. The mafia wasn't a rumor to them. It was a directory. In those directories, Bonanno was never the loudest entry. He didn't need to be. You saw him when the calls crossed state lines, or when a consultant signed a peace between a non-union shop in Pittston and a buyer in Brooklyn who claimed he knew nothing about muscle. And Galante was always one step behind him: the fist. The legislature had already heard how a state trooper in 1956 caught Galante near Binghamton and got a clumsy bribe offer and a borrowed driver's license that later tied into the Carlo Tresca murder. Now Pera placed Galante in Palermo with Bonanno, heroin routes on one side, labor on the other, both ends of the same wire. Tie that to what New York's former investigations chief Arthur Reuter had documented: Apalachin's stake in non-union garment houses, muscle-protected trucking, and lobbying budgets, and the picture sharpened. The cover businesses weren't camouflage, they were engines. They cleaned dirty money and created new dirty money at the same time. McClellan warned that if Congress needed proof to drive out the crooks, these hearings would supply it. Kennedy said they'd use Apalachin as a spine, then move to the limbs. Chicago nightclubs torched for control, hotel and restaurant unions bent out of shape by mob stewards, a dozen more unions with the same fingerprints. But the spine mattered. Apalachin told them who trusted whom. Palermo said who authorized it. And Bonanno sat at that junction, Luciano's emissaries abroad, his own captains at home, and an industry's worth of fronts that could push product, fix a grievance, and make a ledger sing. By midsummer, the committee's wall map looked like a switchboard. Pittston dress rooms, Endicott bottling phones, Manhattan labor relations suites, Newark motels, Boston cheese offices doubling as message centers, Naples villas. The lines crossed in familiar places. One line traced back to a retired coatman from Brooklyn who preferred banquets and baptisms to cameras. Another tracked a Sicilian meeting that happened just before the state police found Cadillacs and mud-caked suits on a hill in Tioga County. That was Joe Bonanno's talent: make Palermo and Apalachin feel like the same room. The senators could measure it in toll slips and testimony. The agents could see it in front companies that never went out of business. And the men in the life didn't need a map to know who could get a truck through a picket line at midnight and have it blessed by morning. Bonanno didn't shout. He didn't pose. He just kept the lines open. By summer 1958, Palermo and Apalachin were told in two accents. In Washington, a federal narcotics agent named Martin Pera laid out the signal. Joe Bonanno and Carmine Galante flew to Sicily, met Santo Sorge, Lucky Luciano's lieutenant, and came home just in time for the Hilltop Barbecue in upstate New York. Palermo was the policy meeting. Apalachin was the roll call. Pera gave the senators the playbook Bonanno had followed for years. Get a front, pour in illicit cash, crush rivals under the cover of business. After Capone, the smart ones learned taxes and titles beat Tommy guns. So, the families bought what they needed: dress houses, trucking firms, labor consultancies, and used union levers to steer freight and kill strikes on command. Pera pointed to Frank Scalise in the Bronx, partner in a plaster company, and at the same time one of the country's biggest heroin importers, with a line to Luciano. Letters from Scalise to Nino Torres, read into the record, showed the inner court. Fraternal vows, mafia trials, discipline without headlines. For Bonanno, the fronts weren't camouflage. They were engines. His old B&D coat company in Brooklyn sat inside a pipeline built by friends and kin. John Bonventre on contracting, Natale Evola moving deliveries and pressing the shoulder pad association, Joseph Riccobono with dress labels that looked legitimate on paper and answered to men who weren't. On the other end of the wire, Galante, Bonanno's hammer, tied the labor play to narcotics supply. Palermo proved the international board still moved on a nod from exile. Apalachin showed who would carry it out in the States. A year to the day after the raid, November 14, 1958, the FBI knocked in Tucson. They took Bonanno on a material witness warrant out of Brooklyn. The charge wasn't murder or dope. It was defiance. He'd ignored a grand jury subpoena tied to the Apalachin fallout. The Bureau said they'd been looking for him for months. Stakeouts came up dry. People figured he'd slipped to Cuba or Italy. Instead, he opened the door on East Elm Street like a man answering for a delivery. Tucson wasn't an accident. Years earlier, Bonanno moved his family west for his son's health and found a new base that fit his instincts. Quiet streets, good lawyers, a Detroit transplant named Pete Licavoli down the road, and a flight schedule that pointed everywhere he needed. When immigration tried to push him out in 1955, the case fizzled. He stayed. Tall, careful, well-tailored. He looked like a banker and lived like a rancher. But every so often his name surfaced where the money flowed: garment orders upstate, trucks on the Brooklyn docks, a Newark motel where men gathered before heading north. Back in New York, the Apalachin story aged into farce and punishment at the same time. A Buffalo civic leader swore his Cadillac's wet brakes had steered him to Joseph Barbara's doorstep. Another man said he'd come to fix the plumbing. A fishmonger claimed he'd dropped by to sell 3 porgies and a mackerel, and, seeing troopers, doubled back to confirm the order. The police had the grocery slips to prove the scale: 200 pounds of steak, a whole ham, 20 pounds of veal, and the photographs of silk suits caked with mud to prove the panic. The paper trail was cleaner. Lists showed 60-plus delegates, 8 reputed mafia capos among them, racking up 153 arrests and 74 convictions across homicide, gambling, liquor, and narcotics. Names that echoed through Bonanno's orbit kept reappearing. Big John Ormento, already indicted with Galante in a multi-million-dollar heroin case. Evola, Riccobono, Paul Castellano. Agents stitched it together with toll records and union rosters. Reuters investigators mapped the non-union Pittston garment shops feeding New York racks. Treasury widened a coast-to-coast liquor probe and quietly logged 30 Apalachin guests, Bonanno included. In committee rooms, John McClellan warned that if proof was needed to drive out the crooks, these hearings would supply it. Robert Kennedy said Apalachin would be the spine, and labor rackets from Chicago to Miami the limbs. The penalties came in pieces: civil jail terms for silence, liquor licenses revoked, pistol permits pulled, tax charges filed, deportation proceedings open. A dozen men handed in their guns. 15 disappeared outright. Barbara's 58-acre estate went up for sale, the host now a sick man who wouldn't answer his door. The hill was quiet, but the wires it exposed were still hot. Through it all, Bonanno kept his profile the way he liked it. Measured. Let others explain wet breaks and fish orders. He had Palermo for strategy, Brooklyn for muscle, and Tucson for air, family, and distance. When the senators talked about the international character of the mafia, they were describing his map. When agents traced front companies that could flip a grievance or wash a shipment, they were describing his method. And when the FBI finally rang his bell in Arizona, they weren't ending his story. They were marking the moment the man in the shadows had to step into the light and keep walking. By the first anniversary of Apalachin, the circle tightened on Joe Bonanno. The FBI came to his Tucson house the morning of November 14, 1958, and took him in on a material witness warrant out of Brooklyn. No body, no drugs, no hijack, just a subpoena. He'd ignored back in March. He posted $75,000 bond, huge money for Tucson, walked out and told reporters the same line he used for everything that wasn't their business. "I don't know what it's all about." Washington had already set the tone. Federal narcotics agent Martin Pera told the Senate Rackets Committee that just before Apalachin, Bonanno and Carmine Galante met in Palermo with Santos Sorge, Lucky Luciano's man in Italy. The Bureau read it as coordination, not coincidence. Palermo for the international handshake, Apalachin for the American rollout. Pera sketched the model Bonanno long preferred: buy fronts, pour illicit money through them, and use the veneer of business to crush the competition: garment houses, trucking outfits, labor relations firms. He put Frank Scalise in the frame as the prototype. Partner in a plaster company, and still importing heroin with a line to Luciano. Letters about mafia trials and discipline to prove the rules traveled with the money. The one-year write-ups of Apalachin re-ran the greatest hits: wet breaks, fish orders, plumbing emergencies, excuses drowned out by the facts. 60 men, 8 reputed mafia bosses, 153 arrests, and 74 convictions among them. Names that already orbited Bonanno: Galante, Ormento, Evola, Riccobono, Castellano, showed up again, now tied to narcotics and union angles. Civil contempt bids jailed the stubborn ones. Liquor licenses vanished, pistol permits were pulled. Some men ran, others sat for depositions and said nothing. Joseph Barbara's hilltop estate went quiet, and then went up for sale. The hill was empty. The wires it exposed weren't. Back in Arizona, the arrest read simple. The grand jury in Brooklyn wanted Bonanno to talk about transfers of business and about who ordered what after Anastasia got hit. His lawyer said he probably didn't even know Barbara. Same lawyer said the Italy trip everyone kept mentioning was to visit his mother's grave. The FBI didn't argue in public. They just moved him like a chess piece. 2 weeks later, December. 4. Justice cancelled the Brooklyn subpoena and pushed Bonanno to a Los Angeles grand jury on January 29. The reason was tactical. The feds wanted nothing to do with the New York State Crime Commission's habit of granting immunity. If Albany touched a witness, a federal case might get contaminated. So, they changed venues and kept him in their lane. L.A. wasn't just a room change. The Attorney General had launched a 4-city push, New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, Miami, to coordinate intelligence on the 100 top hoodlums. The Los Angeles panel would look at syndicate gambling, mafia influence, even 2 recent gangland murders: Tony Mirabile in San Diego and Gus Greenbaum in Phoenix. The witness list showed how far Bonanno's shadow reached from Tucson. His son Salvatore, Bill, Bonanno got a subpoena. So did Victor Tronolone, an accountant tied to Pete Licavoli, and Joseph S. Augello, a Tucson real estate man. The idea was to map the dry front to the wet money, coast to coast. The pressure bled into the margins. In Los Angeles, a domestic mess on Califia Street got booked as a bricklayer, shoving his way into a Joseph Bonanno home and snatching his ex-wife at gunpoint. Tabloid noise with a dangerous last name attached. In Tucson, the old immigration scrape, 1953 to 55, got reheated in headlines. The illegal entry in 1924 via Cuba, the legal re-entry from Canada in 1938, naturalized in 1945, the government's exhibit hinting at a grand council, reputable locals swearing he was a solid citizen, and a judge tossing the denaturalization case. Bonanno smiled for the camera with his lawyers and kept his mouth shut. Meanwhile, the narrative out of Washington stayed steady. Pera's Palermo note, Bonanno and Galante with Sorga, wasn't gossip. It explained how the parts fit. Overseas supply and sanction. Stateside distribution under cover of legitimate business. Union levers to move trucks and settle strikes. Front money laundered into profit. And when the heat came, send the principals west, shift forums, and stall. On paper, Joe Bonanno was a retired coat manufacturer who once picked up a Brooklyn pistol permit and ran a club on Metropolitan Avenue. In practice, by late 1958, he was the man the Senate called very significant to an international syndicate. The man the FBI found at 1847 East Elm Street in Tucson. The man federal prosecutors rerouted across the map to keep him out of Albany's immunity net. And the man whose family, friends, and accountants got tugged in behind him. He still talked like a neighbor, no comment and no story, but the government no longer needed his words. They had his travel, his phones, his fronts, and now his bond receipt. Palermo had been the signal. Apalachin was the echo. The subpoenas were the music that played in between. Winter 1959 turned Apalachin from a spectacle into a system. Subpoenas stacked up, rooms filled, and the government started pulling on every thread that ran through Joe Bonanno. On January 20th, Los Angeles opened with the soft touch, Salvatore. Bill Bonanno, early 20s, walked into a special federal grand jury. The line from justice was careful witnesses weren't targets. They were people who may have observed occurrences. Same day, Dr. Joseph DeSimone, brother of Frank DeSimone who'd shown his face at Apalachin, took a seat. The message was clear. If they couldn't drag the bosses, they'd draft the family. Next day, papers made it plainer. Bill Bonanno had testified. Dunn, the special assistant to the Attorney General, repeated the civics lesson. The real subjects rarely appear. The fifth keeps them away. But the circle was obvious. Bonanno's son, DeSimone's brother, blood and business, in the same hallway. On January 29th, Joe himself came through. Cameras caught him in the corridor, and he gave them one line. Keep yourself in good health and good spirits. Inside, he said whatever he said. Outside, the witness list told the story. Onofrio Sciortino, out of San Francisco. Angelo Massagli. William Lippin. Joe Benfatti. All roads were being checked, trucking, casino, narcotics, and every road that mattered had crossed Joe's. Tucson, the place he'd chosen for quiet, kept tugging him back into print. On February 13th, a big subdivision play surfaced, Chessin Construction, moving to build 1,000+ homes east of Kolb Road. Deeds showed Joe Bonanno had owned a 1/5 interest in 200 acres, sold through escrow. The developer said he hadn't known Joe was in the chain. That was the point. Bonanno invested like a neighbor and positioned like a boss. Los Angeles kept rolling, witnesses. March 11th, Victor Coletti, 6th Tucsonan, testified, alongside Simone Scozzari from L.A. and Frank Vence from Pueblo. Coletti's brother James had been at Apalachin, same as Scozzari. 2 days later, a 7th Tucson name, William J. Weaver, a bookkeeper, took the stand. He'd done personal taxes for Anthony Telesco, Tucson builder, another name called earlier. Also up, Nina Dionisio from Pueblo, Joe Civello from Dallas, Michele Abati from Oroville. Officials said many had no idea their associates were mobbed up. Maybe. But the web was intact. Books, land, phones, freight. Then came the federal hammer. On May 21, 1959, after a year of quiet spadework, 27 Apalachin delegates were indicted for conspiracy to obstruct justice. 5 years and $10,000 a head, if convicted. The list read like an index to Joe's world. Joseph Bonanno, Russell Bufalino, Paul Castellano, Joseph Civello, Frank Cucchiara, Natale Evola, Michelle Miranda, John C. Montana, Big John Ormento, Carmine Lombardozzi, Simone Scozzari, and more. Profaci, Magliocco, and Pasquale Turrigiano picked up perjury counts on top. Barbara himself was named a co-conspirator, not a defendant. 7 delegates were already sitting in civil jail for clamming up in state proceedings. More would follow. The government had stopped chasing motives and started punishing silence. To nail down the memory, the papers reprinted the raid as Sergeant Edgar Croswell told it. The roadblock on the dead end, the dozen men sprinting into the rain-soaked field, the mud-caked suits in the Vestal substation as records rolled in over teletype. The careful frisk. The cash counted out by the stack. Scozzari, with $602 cash and an $8,445 cashier's check in his pocket and a claim of unemployed for 20 years. The job titles scrubbed down to nothing. Transportation work, retired, clerk. The fairy tales about walking to the Pennsylvania station, 70 miles away. Croswell didn't need confessions. He had bodies, cars, money, and a room full of men who looked like they'd never been that quiet in their lives. Through all of it, Bonanno held the same posture, present but distant. He let Bill face questions, let lawyers argue bonds, $75,000 in Tucson, let developers say they never knew his name was on the deed. He took the plane to L.A. when the feds moved the target away from New York's immunity trap. He said nothing that could be quoted twice, but the outline didn't need his voice. Palermo to Apalachin, garment fronts to union levers, Tucson acreage to escrow receipts, family to witnesses. When the Justice Department redrew the map, New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, Miami, Bonanno was already on all 4 corners. The grand juries gave the hunt a schedule. The indictments gave it teeth, and the man who preferred shadows kept moving, quiet, composed, and very much in the light. Summer 1959. The masks came off. Papers printed the roll of 60 who'd stood in Joseph Barbara's mud 2 years earlier. Bosses, chauffeurs, dressmakers, consultants, and cash. In the middle of the roster sat Joe Bonanno of Brooklyn and Tucson, the entry written like a resume with a record. Funeral home, garment company, laundry, import-export, olive oil, cheese, and a file that once said grand larceny, concealed weapon, conspiracy, wage-hour rap. An old note even claimed he'd sold machine guns to Capone's crew. Legit businesses on one line, heat on the next. That was Joe's balance sheet. The list wasn't gossip, it was context. It showed how Apalachin had drawn from California, Florida, Texas, Cuba, Italy. How garment trucking, vending, union halls, liquor, and narcotics were bolts in the same chassis. Unions sat next to jukebox routes. Labor relations firms shared the page with dope indictments. Names that orbited Bonanno kept reappearing. Bonventre, family and contracts. Evola, garment delivery and a shoulder pad association. Riccobono, dress labels. Castellano, chauffeuring Gambino that day and climbing fast. Ormento, narcotics muscle. Galante, the fist, now a fugitive. If you wanted to see how one man stayed indispensable without raising his voice, the roll call did the work. While the government stacked witnesses on both coasts, Tucson put Bonanno back on the real estate page. Deeds came out of escrow, a 1/5 stake Joe had held in 200 acres east of Kolb Road, sold through a broker to a home builder who said he didn't know Joe was in the chain. That was the point. Bonanno bought quiet. Desert land, clean titles, taxmen who dealt in numbers, not names. Then Washington stopped charting and started charging. May 21st, 1959, a federal grand jury unsealed conspiracy to obstruct justice indictments against 27 Apalachin delegates. The case didn't ask what the meeting was for. It asked what the men did afterward. False, fictitious, and evasive testimony, clamming up in rooms where silence was a crime, not a code. Alongside the conspiracy counts sat perjury for Profaci, Magliocco, and Pasquale Turigiano. Barbara himself was named as a co-conspirator. The penalty, up to 5 years and $10,000 per man. The build-up played like a dress rehearsal for Judgment Day. Reporters reprinted Sergeant Edgar Croswell's roadblock, the Cadillacs stacked at a dead end, the dozen men sprinting for a black line of trees, the Vestal substation where suits dried and cash got counted. Simone Scozzari offered $602 cash and an $8,445 cashier's check out of his pocket and called himself unemployed for 20 years. Most gave job titles that wouldn't fill a business card. Transportation work, retired, clerk. They emptied their pockets, not their mouths. October 26, 1959, the federal trial finally prepped to open in New York. Judge Irving R. Kaufman on the bench, Milton Wessel for the government, an 800-person jury pool outside. Then the headline that fit Bonanno's lifelong timing. Heart attack in Brooklyn, taken to St. Catherine's, doctor's note in hand. Kaufman severed Joe from the case and pushed his hearing indefinitely. No theatrics, no argument. The government didn't fight the paper. The other 22 filed in, conservative suits and straight faces, and the slow grind began. As predicted, weeks, maybe months. Bonanno's bond receipts told his side of the calendar. $75,000 in Tucson, the day the FBI took him, November 14, 1958. $50,000 set in New York, the day the National Dragnet closed, May 21, 1959. Then dropped to $15,000. In between, subpoenas hopped him from Brooklyn to Los Angeles, away from New York's immunity tangle, and into a national push on the 100 top hoodlums. His son Bill got called. So did his accountants and real estate men. The witnesses read like a ledger, who carried Joe's checks, who signed his escrow, who took his calls. By the time the jury clerks started pronouncing names, the story was simple and hard. Palermo had been the signal. Apalachin was the echo. The indictments were the leverage. And Joe Bonanno, coatmaker on paper, broker in practice, sat exactly where he always aimed to be, just off stage, case severed, bond posted, lawyers talking, heart under observation, still in the center of the map without ever taking the mic. Trial. Without the Don Fall 59, New York put Apalachin on trial. Without Joe Bonanno. He'd flown east, checked into Brooklyn, and, right on cue, collapsed. A court doctor said he had a heart attack. Judge Irving Kaufman severed him from the case and rolled on with 22 defendants. Bonanno slipped back into the shadows he liked best, present in every witness's mouth, absent from the defense table. Inside court, the state's story wasn't poetry. It was mud, cash, and lies. Sergeant Edgar Croswell, the trooper who'd choked off the dead-end lane in '57, told the jury how John C. Montana, Buffalo's polished man of the year, pulled him aside and hinted he could do something if the sergeant let him go. Another government man, Treasury Agent Kenneth T. Brown, walked the panel through the hilltop. A single-file line of suits breaking for the trees, Montana and Antonio Magaddino snagged on a barbed wire fence, pants and coats spotted with mud. And a few rows over in the corn, John Bonventre and Joe Bonanno. The defense said they'd come to see a sick friend, maybe for a barbecue. A Barbara housekeeper remembered beds slept in the night before, and Montana apologizing for being late because his car broke down. The cops remembered cashier's checks and wads of hundreds in the pockets of men who called themselves clerks and retired. The indictment didn't ask what the meeting decided. It asked what the men did after the raid. False, fictitious and evasive answers to grand juries and investigators. 27 were charged with conspiracy to obstruct justice. Profaci, Magliocco and Turigiano carried perjury on top. In December, the jury came back guilty for the bulk of them, Bufalino, Ostico, Sciandra and 17 more, while Kaufman swatted down a blizzard of defense motions about roadblocks, warrants and prejudicial headlines. Bonanno wasn't in that verdict. His file sat on a doctor's note. Arizona moved on him instead. On November 18, 1959, a Phoenix federal grand jury opened his books. Subpoenas hit Tucson, his son Salvatore, Bill, an Eloy cotton man, A.J. Battaglia, real estate brokers David Batavia, Joseph Augello, E.L. Juster, and Donald Millstone. Ledgers, cancelled checks, bankiers itemized. Valley National downtown and university branches. Bank of Flagstaff. In the hallway, Bill played it cool. The mafia is a fantasy, a monster to sell papers. He called organized crime a cover for local incompetence. Polite, groomed, non-committal. Inside, Battaglia sat morning to afternoon with 1953 ledger sheets. Others did their time and walked. The panel adjourned without an immediate bill, flagged the case for more work, then reconvened after New Year's to grind again. Phoenix cops and county men didn't need sermons. They had a body. January 1960, Louis Sirota, a Tucson real estate dealer who pawed around with mob names, turned up strangled in the trunk of his car. The sheriff called it what it looked like, gangland. He said Sirota had ties to a Teamsters figure and, pointedly, friendship with Joseph Bonanno. The county attorney said big-time hoods had moved in and needed to be moved out. Tucson wasn't supposed to read like that. Now it did. While Arizona hauled in accountants, Victor Tronoloni, Anthony Scrivano, and ticked through income tax angles, the New York trial kept unspooling vignettes from the Hill. A fence snag here, a cornfield grab there, mud-caked shoes lined up in the Vestal substation. Croswell's roomful of silent men, money counted, names mumbled, occupations minimized, reappeared as exhibits and testimony, and every few days another reminder: Bonanno found in the field, Bonanno severed by a heart attack, Bonanno's case indefinite. Away from the legal grind, the Bonanno house in Tucson looked like any professional family's living room. Christmas 1959, Joseph and Faye announced Catherine's engagement to Gregory Genovese, a dental student out of Tucson High and USC. Friends and clergy raised glasses. Guests talked colleges and careers. It's how Joe always built his cover. Neighbors, escrow, baptisms. That's what made him hard to pin. He could host a betrothal on East Elm Street, while grand juries in New York and Phoenix argued over his ledgers and his pulse. By early 1960, the scorecard read like this. The Apalachin conspiracy trial rolled forward without him. Arizona aimed at his taxes. L.A. kept a standing panel for the 100 top hoodlums. And Tucson now had a homicide with underworld echoes. Bonanno's profile didn't change. He answered reporters with pleasantries, good health and good spirits, and let lawyers, doctors, and witnesses fill the record. He was seen in a cornfield and absent at council table. He was on a deed in escrow, and off a docket by doctor's note. He was exactly where he preferred to be, in the story's center, just out of reach. By late 1959, Joe Bonanno was exactly where he liked to be, everywhere and nowhere. In New York, the Apalachin case finally went to trial. In Arizona, federal grand juries dug into his books. In the West, cops argued over whether organized crime even existed, while names tied to him kept surfacing in ledgers and subpoenas. And in Tucson, at 1847 East Elm, the Bonanno house was busy with engagements, wedding plans, and family pictures. The New York courtroom played out like a slow-motion replay of the raid. State Trooper Edgar Croswell told the jury how Buffalo's John C. Montana, still in his good suit, tried to smooth-talk his way out. New important people could do something if he were let go. A Treasury agent walked the panel through the hilltop, a single-file line of men slipping off the estate. Montana and Antonio Magaddino, tangled on a barbed wire fence, pants and coats speckled with mud and burrs, and in the corn, John Bonventre and Joe Bonanno. A housekeeper said 4 guest beds were slept in the night before. Montana apologized to the host for being late, blamed a car problem. The official story, barbecue, sick friend, coincidence, didn't match the cash and the travel. Judge Irving Kaufman made the case simple. It wasn't about what was decided. It was about the wall that went up afterward, false, fictitious, and evasive answers to investigators and grand juries. On December 18th, the verdicts landed. In January, he sentenced the bulk of the men hard, 4s and 5s, many with the $10,000 max. Sophisticated, hardened, intelligent criminals, he called them, cloaked in legitimate fronts. One by one they took their numbers. Joe wasn't there to hear it. The night before jury selection, Bonanno folded with a heart attack in Brooklyn. A court doctor certified it. Kaufman severed him from the mass trial indefinitely. Same play as before, present in the evidence, absent from the table. He'd already posted $75,000 bond in Tucson the year before, then $50,000 bond in New York, trimmed to $15,000. Now he was convalescing and couldn't be bothered. The case moved on without him. Arizona filled the gap. In November, a Phoenix grand jury opened Bonanno's tax file and started calling Tucson. A. J. Chaku, smiling Gus. Battaglia sat with ledgers and cancelled checks. Real estate men, David Batavia, Joseph Augello, E. L. Juster, Donald Milston, brought escrow paper and dates. Subpoenas spelled out what the government wanted. Valley National Bank, downtown and university branches, 53 through 59. Bank of Flagstaff, 56 through 58. One subpoena told accountant Victor Tronolone to produce the 1953 to 58 returns of Salvatore Bill Bonanno, the son. In the hallway, Bill gave his own line. The mafia was a fantasy, a monster for headlines, created to cover up the inefficiency of local authority. He kept it cordial. Inside, the grand jurors kept it quiet, then adjourned with no bill. More to come. January brought more. Witnesses missed dates. The judge told the U.S. attorney to find out if they'd been properly served, and if so, seek orders against them. More Tucson names appeared: Joe Genovese, an Eloy cotton man, insurance and accounting people, Giovanni John Di Bella, told to bring 6 years of dealings with Joseph, Fay, and Salvatore. The panel recessed with the Bonanno matter continued. When it reconvened, it went right back to work. Insurance man Anthony Scrivano and Tronolone again. The message was steady. Follow the money, not the myth. On the street, the temperature rose. Tucson got its first real gangland killing. Louis Sirota, a real estate dealer who pawed around with underworld men, found strangled in the trunk of his car. The sheriff called it cold, calculated, and started a list of big-timers to question, Bonanno among the friends. The county attorney said what everyone had been dancing around. Big league hoods had moved in. In California, cops argued about Orange County. The sheriff said he saw no organized crime. The DA and a grand jury said otherwise and named the kind of people they were watching: Mickey Cohen, Frank DeSimone, Joseph Bonanno, the Seekers, circling Santa Ana, Anaheim, Fullerton, Buena Park. L. A. P. D's intelligence captain said the area was getting hit because it was growing fast. The Chicago Crime Commission's man compared intelligence work to the Army and Navy. Without it, you'd never see what was right in front of you. While that played out, the family stayed neat. Christmas Eve. 1959, Joe and Faye announced Catherine's engagement to Gregory William Genovese, a dental student out of Tucson High and USC. Summer 1960, the wedding went off at Saints Peter and Paul, Vale, organ, the bishop officiating, Bill as best man, the cousins seated guests. The photos said what Joe always wanted said: neighbors, church, respectability. Tucson saw fine clothes and orchids. New York still saw mud on pant legs in a cornfield. Politically, Joe kept old habits. He'd worked the room since the 30s and enjoyed the table talk. The story that followed him, introduced to FDR as a powerful and dangerous man who could bury enemies in the river, Roosevelt quipping he had Republicans who could use that treatment, fit the way Joe liked to be seen: useful, unflappable, connected. He stayed friendly in the Truman and Eisenhower years, liked Nixon, put distance between himself and the Kennedys, and kept company with men who backed Hoffa and the GOP play. In the South, he and Carlos Marcello weren't buying what Kennedy was selling. Others, Gambino, Lucchese, Trafficante, Chicago, tacked toward the rising family in Hyannisport. Joe thought they were making a mistake. Either way, the bill for Apalachin and the spotlight came due under the Kennedys, and Joe knew he'd have to pay part of it whether he'd voted for them or not. By early 1960, the map had 4 corners, and Joe's thumbprints at each. New York's sentences without him, Los Angeles's standing rackets panels, Phoenix's tax probe, Tucson's first body in a trunk. In between, a daughter's wedding, a son's testimony, escrow deeds moving out of old escrows, and a steady chorus of retired, consultant, just a visit to a sick friend. It was how he'd always done it. Build fronts that worked, keep family tidy, show up everywhere, leave a doctor's note where it counted. When the judge in New York called the convicted men a tale of horrors and said they needed to be segregated from society, he was speaking to the row in front of him. The man the agents found in the Apalachin corn wasn't in that row. He was back in Arizona, convalescing, while the grand juries kept counting years, bank branches and cancelled checks. Joe Bonanno stayed what he'd trained himself to be, the center of the map, and just out of reach. At the 67th Annual International Association of Chiefs of Police Conference in Washington, Tucson Police Chief Bernard L. Garmire stunned his audience with a blunt warning. America's top organized crime figures had quietly moved into Tucson, Arizona, cloaking themselves in legitimacy and embedding themselves in the city's booming economy. Speaking at a special workshop on organized crime, Garmire pointed directly to the fallout from the notorious Apalachin, New York, mob conclave of 1957, a gathering of 60-plus major underworld figures that police interrupted in mid-meeting. The government called it United States of America versus Joseph Bonanno et al., Garmire said. I have the dubious distinction of having that same Bonanno in my community. Garmire told his fellow chiefs that Joseph Bonanno, known as Joe Bananas and widely considered a top mafia boss, was far from alone. Besides Bonanno, he said, several members of the mafia, the ancient Sicilian Black Hand Society, are living in Tucson. The chief described a trio of figures now running from his city. Mr. Big, whom Garmire suggested could be the top mafia leader in the country. A second man, with powerful influence in the Great Lakes region. A third, known to wield power on the West Coast. All, he said, had mastered the art of hiding in plain sight. These known criminals are capable of donning a facade of respectability and infiltrating into the community, Gambino warned. They become big givers to religious and charitable organizations. Bonanno, specifically, was said to control vast real estate holdings and to be involved in several businesses in and around Tucson. Gambino estimated his investments at several $1 million. This economic footprint, he argued, was precisely why men like Bonanno had chosen the city. Tucson was growing fast, and ready cash from underworld fortunes could easily be parlayed into lucrative property and legitimate enterprises. The chief emphasized that his department had already assigned special personnel dedicated solely to checking these figures. He also urged interstate cooperation among law enforcement agencies to share intelligence and mount effective prosecutions against organized crime. The warning carried weight. It came just months after federal grand juries in Arizona had subpoenaed Bonanno's son Salvatore Bill Bonanno and several Tucson businessmen to answer questions about real estate transactions and possible income tax evasion. And it echoed mounting concern among state and federal officials that Tucson's rapid post-war growth had turned it into a strategic haven for national syndicate bosses, a place where they could live quietly, launder money, and manage rackets far from East Coast scrutiny. Gambino's remarks placed Tucson firmly on the organized crime map, transforming what many locals still viewed as a sleepy desert city into, as one reporter later put it, a resort town for America's underworld royalty. By the fall of 1960, the lawmen of America had turned their eyes west, not to Las Vegas or Los Angeles, but to the quiet, sun-soaked streets of Tucson, Arizona. What they saw there wasn't just a growing city. It was a refuge, a new frontier for men whose names had once been whispered in fear on the streets of Brooklyn, Buffalo, and Chicago. And at the center of it all was one man, Joseph Bonanno. At the annual gathering of the International Association of Chiefs of Police in Washington, Tucson's chief, Bernard Gambino, stood before his colleagues and dropped a bombshell. The Apalachin case, he said, was officially titled United States of America versus Joseph Bonanno et al., and I have the dubious distinction of having that same Bonanno in my community. 3 years earlier, Bonanno had slipped out of the shadows of Brooklyn and into the Arizona desert, just as the Mafia's secret conclave in Apalachin, New York, blew the lid off America's organized crime world. That 1957 meeting, 60-odd bosses and lieutenants gathering at the home of mob host Joseph Barbara Sr., ended with police swarming the grounds and mobsters scattering into the woods like startled deer. Many were caught. Some would go to trial. Bonanno, always the strategist, denied everything, but his name was stamped on the indictment that followed. Now Gambino told the assembled chiefs, Bonanno had quietly built a new life in Tucson. He's minding his own business, the chief said wryly. But everyone in that room knew what that meant. Bonanno wasn't hiding. He was rebuilding. He had sniffed opportunity in Arizona as far back as the Second World War, moving west in 1944, ostensibly for the health of his son Salvatore, known as Bill. What he found was a desert boomtown, ripe for the taking. He's made a killing, Gambino admitted. Bonanno invested heavily, business properties, undeveloped land, and it's multiplied twofold in just 10 years. Bonanno didn't just invest, he embedded. He wrapped himself in legitimacy, building a portfolio worth several $1 million. He controlled vast swaths of real estate, ran multiple businesses, and poured money into churches and charities. It wasn't philanthropy, it was strategy. That's how they get a foothold, Gambino explained. They put on a facade of respectability, and with their wealth, they gain cooperation from the community. And Bonanno wasn't alone. Gambino described 3 men now living quietly in his city. One he called Mr. Big, possibly the top mafia figure in the nation. Another with deep influence across the Great Lakes. A third wielding power on the West Coast. All of them, like Bonanno, had learned how to hide in plain sight. They weren't the violent street enforcers of old. They were landowners, businessmen, and benefactors. And they were expanding their reach. Tucson was perfect for them. The weather was good, the city was growing, and the newcomers had cash to burn. In a city flush with new construction and speculation, their money moved like water, buying land, businesses, and influence. They came, in some cases, for their health, as Gambino said with a trace of irony. But they stayed because Tucson was becoming what New York and Chicago could no longer be, a safe haven. The chief admitted he had men assigned solely to watch these figures, Bonanno included. But surveillance was difficult. Many mobsters slipped in and out of the city without warning. Others stayed for months, even years, before disappearing back east. Gambino's comments caused a stir, not just for what they revealed about Tucson, but for what they suggested about the future. He opposed the idea of a federal crime commission, fearing it would lead to a national police state. Instead, he called for strengthening the FBI and existing agencies, and for cooperation among states to build the intelligence networks needed to fight men like Bonanno. But even as he spoke, the reality on the ground was clear. Bonanno had beaten the system. He had slipped through the Apalachin dragnet. He had sidestepped trial after a sudden heart attack. And now, far from the noise of Brooklyn and the bloodletting of mafia wars, he was building an empire in the desert. One deed, one investment, one handshake at a time. He had turned Tucson into something new, a sanctuary where the old mafia could grow rich and respectable. And while politicians and police chiefs argued in Washington about how to fight organized crime, Joe Bonanno was already 10 steps ahead, smiling behind the wheel of a brand new Cadillac, driving through the city he now called home. They said Apalachin proved the mafia was real. What it proved in court 3 years later was something else. The feds had branded the case United States of America versus Joseph Bonanno et al., Bonanno's name up front, like a headline. He'd been one of the men flushed that November afternoon in 1957 from Joseph Barbara's hilltop spread. Caught in the open country with John Montana and Antonio Magaddino, mud on their shoes, burrs in their cuffs, walking a fence line while troopers boxed the road and the fields. Others were stopped at the barricade, Bufalino with Genovese, Ida, Catena, Oliveto in a Chrysler Imperial, Profaci and Magliocco, Castellano and Gambino, Ormento, Turigiano, Riella, Scozzari, Evola, Cucchiara, Miranda. Inside the house, Barbara had laid in meat by the hundredweight and booked rooms at motels. Planes had been reconfirmed. Son and friends shuttled men in from the airport. On paper, it looked like a summit. The state cops never said they had committed a crime. They said they had a meeting. In New York, prosecutors turned the raid into a federal conspiracy. These men, they argued, agreed on the spot, between 12:40 and 1:20 p.m., to lie about why they were there, and later did lie to grand juries. The jury bought it. 20 men got time, 3 to 5 years, and most got $1,000 fines. Bonanno didn't stand with them. On the eve of trial, he had a heart attack, severance granted, case held back. He went to ground with his family in Tucson and waited. On appeal, Chief Judge Lombard cut straight to it. The government, he said, hadn't proved the one thing its case needed, an agreement to lie. Yes, the stories were thin. We came to see a sick friend. I was invited to a barbecue. My car broke down. I came to sell fish. I wanted advice about a bar. Yes, some of those explanations were false. But lies told in chaos don't add up to conspiracy. Men don't need a pact to keep their mouths shut when the badges show up. And nothing showed that on November 14th, any of them expected they'd ever be under oath. That was the other hole. Perjury requires an oath. Obstruction tied to false testimony assumes a formal proceeding. The government couldn't show that, in the rain and the cornfields at Apalachin, anyone expected grand juries to be waiting months down the line. You can't backfill with headlines and outrage. Lombard unravelled the scene detail by detail. 58 men found that day, 36 questioned beyond names, 27 offering reasons. Later interviews pushed the totals higher. The stories shifted, but the theme held: social visit, personal business, a meal, a ride, a hunt. Troopers saw lines of men slipping toward the woods. Agents scooped up stragglers. More were hauled to the Vestal barracks when the rain came. It was disorder, not choreography. Similar alibis. That wasn't proof of a script, especially when Barbara really was sick and died of a bad heart the next year. The judge also pointed to the danger in bulk prosecutions. In a mass case like this, with dozens of statements, scores of witnesses, conflicting transcripts from cops, commissions, liquor boards, immigration, and grand juries, it's too easy to swap collective myth for individual guilt. You don't convict one man because 40 others look dirty. The opinion singled out Ignatius Cannon and Bartolo Guccia, local men, old friends of Barbara's, one saying he came for bar advice, the other to sell fish. No evidence contradicted them. Yet one was convicted, and the other named a conspirator. That, the court said, is what happens when prosecutors fire a shotgun and call the pattern a plot. There were tools, the court reminded them. If someone lies under oath, charge perjury, and meet the standard: 2 witnesses or strong corroboration. If someone refuses to talk after being immunized, jail him for contempt. New York had already done that to Castellano, Lombardozzi, Miranda, the Valentis, and others. Months in civil custody until they answered, or the courts said enough. But conspiracy to obstruct justice, without evidence of a shared plan or an illegal purpose, would not stand. The appellate panel reversed and ordered the conspiracy count dismissed. Judge Clark went further. After years of wiretaps, watch lists, 133 interviews, 27 grand jury sessions, 29 FBI examinations, the government admitted it still couldn't prove what the meeting was for. Suspicion is not a statute. A crowd of bad men in the same yard isn't a felony. For aught we can know, he wrote, the gathering could be innocent. And if it's not a crime to keep your own counsel, it's not a crime to give a cop the minimum on a muddy roadside in upstate New York. For Joe Bonanno, the decision did exactly what he'd always worked for. It turned noise into static. The case with his name on it, the one that made him the face of Apalachin, collapsed where it mattered. He didn't beat the streets, he beat the record. He went back to the desert and the family business, land, legitimate fronts, clean paper. He had come west years earlier, for Bill's health, he said. In Arizona, the property multiplied, twofold in a decade, Chief Garmeyer would later say, with churches and charities getting envelopes, and a respectable shine rubbed onto every deed. While New York fought over what Apalachin meant, the Bonannos made Tucson mean something else, a place to live, to invest, to be left alone. The lesson was simple and brutal. If you want to nail a man like Joe, bring a crime, not a headline. Bring witnesses who can say exactly what he said, under oath, and why it was a lie. Bring the pipeline, the payoff, the contract, the body. Don't bring a fence line and a theory and expect it to hold. Because in the end, Apalachin proved only this. He didn't have to outrun the law. He only had to let it chase the wrong thing. By the time the appeals court torched the Apalachin conspiracy case in late 1960, Joe Bonanno had already done what he did best: step backward into the dark and let the record fall apart without him. On February 20th, 1961, the government made it official. It moved to dismiss what was left conspiracy counts against Bonanno, James LaDuca, Antonio Magaddino, John DeMarco, Salvatore Falcone, and Joseph Ida. The companion perjury charges hanging over Joseph Magliocco, Joseph Profaci, and Pasquale Turigiano were put on the block too. A judge took it under advisement. Everyone knew which way the wind was blowing. Publicly, Joe kept it clean. Arizona deeds, quiet partnerships, a growing portfolio that didn't talk back. Privately, the name still drew heat, and the heat rolled downhill. In April, Phoenix detectives told Salvatore Bill Bonanno, 29 years old, Tucson address, to get out of town. No indictment, no docket, just an order to leave. The ACLU called it what it was and protested, "If police have a case, file it. Otherwise, he gets the same rights as anyone else." That summer turned into paper cuts. On November 14th, the IRS filed a federal tax lien, just over $5,000, against Bill for the 1960 period. He'd already taken a pop earlier in the year on a bogus check matter, and for a minute had a job running a Phoenix supper club until the local cops told him to pack it up. The message wasn't subtle. Tucson might tolerate the Bonanno footprint. Phoenix wouldn't. The columnists piled on. Victor Riesel, writing out of Chicago, reminded readers that Joe's name didn't drift into police files by accident. He tied Bonanno to Northern Combine money, pinball routes, the usual cash businesses, and a past with arrests for grand larceny and wage hour violations. When the ACLU called Apalachin an alleged gangster meeting, Riesel waved the rap sheets and said spare him the euphemisms. In the same breath, he pointed at the new pressure coming from John McClellan's Senate team and Robert Kennedy's Justice Department. Strip joints under the microscope, Chicago rackets trying to edge into proprietary hospitals in the suburbs, and more hearings on deck. None of that changed how the Bonannos worked the desert. Joe had beaten the biggest case by letting the law overreach and fall, and he was still the name on the deeds. Bill learned the other lesson. When the family business is respectability, you stay busy, you stay polite, and you survive the summonses, liens, and leave town orders until the paper runs out. By 1962, Joe Bonanno had been in the life long enough to know when the wind was changing. And this was a cold one. 1 year into the Kennedy administration, and the federal government was doing something it had never done before, treating organized crime like a war. Robert F. Kennedy, the president's kid brother, and now Attorney General, wasn't talking about rounding up small-time bookmakers or bagmen. He was telling his people, spend 2 or 3 years if you have to, but get the big ones. I'd rather put one major racketeer behind bars than a dozen nobodies. The campaign had a name, Operation Big Squeeze, and it was exactly that. For the first time, 30 federal agencies that had once worked like jealous rivals were now sharing files, pooling intelligence, and closing ranks. The Bureau, the IRS, narcotics, immigration, they were all in. The FBI was unleashed. Grand juries were met. Simultaneous raids hit gambling parlors and wire rooms coast to coast. And on Sunday, January 21st, 1962, the Parade magazine section of the Sunday Oregonian ran a long piece by Washington correspondent Jack Anderson. It wasn't just an article. It was a shot across the bow. It laid out what Kennedy's Justice Department knew, where it was going, and who was in its crosshairs. And there it was, near the bottom of the page, Joseph Bonanno, 56, known as Joe Bananas, an Al Capone gunman. He is fond of basking in the Tucson, Arizona sun. That single line would have made Bonanno choke on his morning espresso. He despised Capone, the loud suits, the press conferences, the vulgar way he made himself the story. Joe had spent decades building the opposite image. Calm, educated, a don who quoted Dante, not a hoodlum with a Tommy gun. To be called one of the top 10 gangsters in America was bad enough. But to be branded a triggerman for Capone, that was an insult he would never forget. To Bonanno's mind, all of this heat, the raids, the headlines, the sudden obsession with the mafia, traced back to the recklessness of others. Vito Genovese, Carlo Gambino, Carmine Galante, greedy captains who had turned quiet business into a public spectacle. They were the ones who had tried to assassinate Frank Costello in 1957 and who'd had Albert Anastasia gunned down in a barbershop chair. They were the ones who fought over Batista's casinos in Havana and drew federal attention to every move. Now, because of them, the government was watching everyone. And Bonanno, who had managed for decades to stay out of the headlines and under the radar, was suddenly being named in the national press right alongside men he didn't trust and didn't respect. Anderson's article read like a most wanted poster. Vito Genovese, still running things from a prison cell. Giuseppe Profaci, hiding behind a taxi company. Gaetano Three-Finger Brown Lucchese, the quiet earner. Carmine Galante, the executioner. Santo Sorge, the link to Sicily. Joseph Biondo, the rabbit on Long Island. Vincenzo Cotroni, the narcotics king from Montreal. Salvatore and Gabriel Manarino, the muscle from Pennsylvania. Santos Traficante Jr., still trying to rebuild after Castro shut down Havana's casinos. And there, wedged among them, was Bonanno, the man who had spent a lifetime cultivating respectability, now tarred as a Capone gunman. The piece went deeper, painting a picture of a syndicate, a loose confederation of regional mobs that functioned like a shadow government, complete with its own policy council, territorial disputes, and even its own language. Federal agents claimed they had infiltrators inside. They talked of Sicilian blood ties, of coded dialects, of bows and handshakes, and the kiss of death. And they promised that with cooperation across agencies and new powers from Congress, they were coming for the men at the top. For Bonanno, it was infuriating. He had worked hard to build a legitimate front in Arizona, real estate, trucking, and distribution. He had been in Tucson since 1944, raising his family, investing millions, avoiding the street wars that plagued New York. Yet now the national press was lumping him in with flashier gangsters and painting him as a killer from the Capone era. The truth was, 1962 felt like a turning point. Apalachin had been 4 years earlier, and law enforcement was still obsessed with it. The Kefauver hearings were a decade in the rearview mirror, but their shadow lingered. And now Robert Kennedy was determined to break the spine of the mafia once and for all. From Miami to Chicago, from Pittsburgh to Las Vegas, the squeeze was on. Gambling empires were folding under tax raids. Bookmakers were fleeing south to escape indictments, only to find federal task forces waiting. Men like Leo Hirschfield, once running national betting lines, were closing shop and paying off staff in cash-stuffed briefcases, muttering that they were too old to do time. For the first time in his career, Bonanno was facing a federal machine that was organized, motivated, and aimed directly at him and men like him. He understood how to gain it, how to wield it, how to outlast those who wanted it. But power had never stared him down from Washington the way it did now. He could still tell himself that Kennedy's crusade was a reaction to Genovese's ambition and Gambino's rise. That their greed had brought the glare. But the truth was harder. The era of shadows was ending. The syndicate was now a headline, a Senate agenda, a target. And for Joseph Bonanno, Don Giuseppe, the Banana King of Tucson, 1962 was the year the hunt came for him by name. By early 1962, Tucson was no longer the sleepy desert refuge Joe Bonanno had chosen 2 decades earlier. What had once been a quiet sanctuary, a place where a man with money and connections could live like a respectable businessman, was now crawling with federal agents, hostile cops, and even bankers who wanted nothing to do with him. And as winter set in, the whispers started. Another Apalachin might be in the works. On February 3rd, 1962, the Arizona Republic splashed a story across its front page that set off alarms from Phoenix to Washington. Police intelligence units were tracking the quiet arrival of men from New York, Chicago, Detroit, men with records, reputations, and enemies. There was talk that the biggest names in organized crime were converging on Arizona. Among them, Joseph Bonanno, described in the piece as the crown prince of the international organization once headed by Lucky Luciano. With him were John Battaglia, said to control the West Coast rackets from Los Angeles, and John C. Montana, a Buffalo power who had been indicted with Bonanno after Apalachin. Another rumored arrival was Murray the Camel Humphreys, once Al Capone's top gunman, now one of the most powerful figures in Chicago. Even the lesser lights in the group were far from small time. Joseph Zerilli, a Licavoli associate from Detroit. Abe Minker, the Reading, Pennsylvania, rackets boss out on bail. Henry Leonard Sabes, a Minneapolis bookmaker. And a man found only as M. Genovese. The paper floated a theory that chilled law enforcement. This was more than a winter getaway. The death of Lucky Luciano in Italy, just days earlier, had created a power vacuum at the top. The syndicate might be headed for a reorganization fight, and Arizona, with its sunshine, its new money, and its loose oversight, was the perfect neutral ground. Some of the boys may be coming here to see what support they can gather in an effort to grab off the top spot, one Phoenix intelligence officer told reporters. Whether the meeting was real or rumor, it fed a larger narrative that had taken hold. Arizona, once far removed from the blood and headlines of the East Coast mob wars, was now on the map. But if Bonanno thought he could simply wait out the heat in Tucson, the city had other ideas. A month later, Reader's Digest dropped a bombshell. How Tucson drove the hoodlums out of town. The piece told a story that could have come from a noir screenplay. In the wake of the 1960 gangland-style killing of real estateman Louis Sirota, Tucson's power brokers decided they'd had enough. Police Chief Bernard Garmire and Norman Perry, head of the Better Business Bureau, quietly called a meeting of every major banker in town. Behind closed doors, they made a pact. No loans, no accounts, no business with known hoodlums. It was a financial quarantine, the first of its kind. And it worked. The bankers agreed informally, the article reported. The town's leading newspaper also did its bit. No, we don't want you, Licavoli, the Daily Citizen proclaimed in an editorial. The reference was to Pete Licavoli, a one-time Purple Gang figure now serving time for contempt of Congress. He still owned property in Tucson, but his welcome had vanished. Garmire built a police intelligence unit to monitor Licavoli, Bonanno, Bonanno's son, Salvatore Bill Bonanno, and anyone else who drifted into town with a record and a bankroll. Perry and the BBB began combing through corporate filings and real estate transactions. Builders, developers, hotel owners, anyone approached with suspicious deals, now called Garmire or Perry before signing anything. And slowly, the walls closed in. Keeping the hoodlums under surveillance, ostracizing them and watching their business transactions, the Reader's Digest wrote, paved the way for the exit of undesirables from Tucson. By the spring of 1962, the article claimed Joseph Bonanno had left the state. His son Salvatore had surfaced in Phoenix, but even there the welcome mat was thin. Police had already run him out of town once, and a bogus check case and a federal tax lien would soon follow. The message was clear. Arizona was no longer open for business, at least not Bonanno's kind of business. For Joe Bonanno, it was an insult wrapped in irony. He had come to Tucson in 1944, supposedly for his son's health, and had built a fortune in real estate and legitimate enterprises. He prided himself on keeping violence far from his doorstep and his name out of the tabloids. Yet now he was painted as the mastermind of the mafia, the crown prince of Luciano's underworld empire. He was lumped together with Capone's old gunmen and Genovese's heroin traffickers. He had bankers slamming doors, cops tailing his family, and national magazines cheering his exile. And it was happening in the same year the Kennedy brothers had declared war on organized crime, with Operation Big Squeeze squeezing harder every month. To Bonanno it was madness, all of it the fault of men like Gambino, Genovese and Galante, whose greed and ambition had dragged the mafia into the daylight. They had brought the bloodshed, the headlines, and the congressional hearings, and now he was paying the price. By the end of 1962, the desert hideout he once thought untouchable was turning hostile. The bankers were watching, the police were digging, the newspapers were naming names. And Joe Bonanno, the man who once built a criminal empire on silence and respectability, was being pushed out of the very city he had chosen as his sanctuary. By the summer of '62, the press had turned Joe Bonanno into a cartoon with a target on it. In Washington, Jack Anderson was writing like Damon Runyon with a badge, flipping through Hoover's mugbooks and cracking wise about Silk Shirt Jimmy and Trigger Mike. Then he lands on Bonanno and does what the papers always did. He turned Joseph into Joe Bananas, stuck him on a top 10 list, and, just to twist the knife, hinted he was an old Capone gunman. To a man who built his life on order, silence, and distance from the Capone circus, it was an insult with teeth. It wasn't just tabloids anymore. It was a federal narrative, and it moved units. The game wasn't new. In the files, they couldn't even spell him straight. Bonanno, Bonanno, Banani. Like the letters themselves wanted out. The underworld didn't have that problem. To them he was Joe. To outsiders he was Bananas, a headline writer's jackpot. 2 syllables that sold 1 million papers and wrecked 20 years of careful cover. Anderson called him one of the top 10 criminals in America. That was the point. Take a man who spent decades blending respectability with quiet control and drag him under the same spotlight that had burned Costello, Genovese, Anastasia. Wrong tribe, wrong image, right time for the government. While the columnists had their fun, Bonanno's real headache was closer to home. His son, Salvatore, Bill to his friends, college-educated in the court files, had a bad check case in Phoenix. It wasn't murder, heroin or gambling. It was an insufficient funds charge that put him in front of a judge with a pen and a memory. In January, the court hit him with 3 years probation and a leash. No known criminals, no state lines without permission. The signal was unmistakable. This wasn't New York. The desert had rules now. On June 7th, 1962, Bill folded the last card. He dropped his appeal to the state Supreme Court, paid $2,248 in restitution, and had his lawyer, Paul Primock, ask permission for the one thing probation had taken, the right to leave and come back. Judge Ross F. Jones punted him back to the original sentence judge, W. E. Patterson. Retired or not, Patterson still wrote the rules on certain cases. You could read the scene without the transcript. A Bonanno asking a court for travel papers in the same town where police chiefs were bragging they'd starved the syndicate out of the banks. Bill was living on East Monte Rosa in Phoenix, the son of Joe trying to live inside a box that had no doors, no known associates, no sudden trips, no mistakes. On paper, it was simple probation. In reality, it was surveillance with stationery. Every move went through a judge. Every handshake could violate a condition. Every dinner could look like a meeting. This was the new game. Not a shootout, not a headline raid. Paperwork, process, pressure. The kind that never ends. For Joe, the father, it was a personal humiliation dressed up as due process. He'd brought the family west years earlier for health, for distance, for legitimacy. He'd poured money into land, businesses, respect. Now his boy was the one under the courthouse lights, paying cash to clear a small-time charge while reporters reminded everyone whose son he was. It wasn't the money. It was the posture, asking permission to cross a line on a map like any other parolee. And the noise wouldn't stop. Anderson's piece wasn't just cute nicknames and wisecracks, it was coordination. It said the agencies were finally working together, pooling what they knew, lining up grand juries, setting traps around gambling. The wire, the tax forms, Operation Big Squeeze played for keeps. Bonanno had lived his life betting that order beats chaos, that tight discipline beats flash. But 1962 was a different kind of chaos, one that wore a suit, carried a brief, and called you sir while it boxed you in. He hated the Bananas nickname, but even worse was the cheap history. Print his name next to Capone's like they shared a payroll. Erase everything he'd done to keep his world clean of that stink. Bonanno had never needed a parade of dead men to make a point. He believed in continuity, family, structure, quiet arbitration. The government believed in headlines and attrition. They'd squeeze the captains, shame the families, roll the bankers, and wait for the old guard to suffocate. So the father watched the son make restitution under a judge's eye, while the columnists snickered about monikers, and the FBI cross-indexed the aliases they couldn't spell. This was how an empire is tested, not by bullets in barbershops, but by 100 small humiliations that add up to exile. Permission to leave, permission to return, permission to breathe. Joe Bonanno never confused attention with power. In 1962, everyone else did. The newspapers had his nickname. The courts had his boy. The desert he'd turned into a fortress had learned to say no. And every time he opened a paper and saw Joe Bananas, he understood exactly what they were doing. Not just naming him, owning the story. By the end of 1962, the noise stopped. No screaming headlines about Apalachin men. No leaks from the Justice Department dripping into the papers. No Jack Anderson exposés. No Drew Pearson scoops. Just silence, the kind that sets men like Joe Bonanno on edge. For nearly 2 years, columnists had been writing mob stories like serialized crime novels, fed by leaks from inside Main Justice. Some of the loudest stories about Bonanno and the Commission had come straight from bureaucrats who hated Hoover's silence and Kennedy's swagger. They'd slip details to Anderson, Pearson, Victor Riesel, and those men would blast them across the country in ink and 3-inch headlines. Then, nothing. Bonanno wasn't fooled. Neither were the other bosses. Vito Genovese, rotting in Atlanta but still pulling strings, had sent word. There was a snitch, a big one. Somewhere inside the life, someone was talking to Washington. That word spread faster than any FBI memo could. And just like that, the faucet dried up. No more details about indictments, no more hints about surveillance, no more puffed-up top 10 lists to rile Joe's temper. The government clamped down, too. Kennedy's Justice Department, embarrassed that its own house was leaking like a sieve, started keeping information on a tighter leash. The bosses didn't need newspaper clippings to know what was going on. They had their own pipelines. Carlos Marcello, for one, had men 2 doors down from the Oval Office. He didn't read the papers for intelligence. The papers read him. So, 1962 ended quietly. Too quietly. The first stirrings came in February 1963, far from New York or Tucson, in the cheese capital of Wisconsin. Investigators in Fond du Lac started poking around the Grande Cheese Company, sniffing at whispers that organized crime money was behind a slice of the Italian cheese trade. The company's president, John V. DiBella, was hauled into closed-door sessions over coffee and donuts. He showed them books and stock ledgers. He answered questions, except about his friends. And one friend, the investigators knew, was Joseph Bonanno. The crown prince of the old mafia order had been a guest in DiBella's life for years. His wife Fay even held stock in the company. DiBella told the cops if they wanted to know about his friends, they could ask them themselves. It was a polite brush-off, but the message was clear. I'm legitimate. Prove otherwise. It was a reminder that Bonanno's reach stretched far beyond the desert. Wisconsin, Canada, Florida, Texas, Arizona. He was planting flags in places that had never seen the shadow of a New York Don. If New York turned hostile, and it was starting to, he had fallback positions, safe harbors, a fortress in the desert where the law couldn't just stumble across him. Then came August 6th, 1963, the day the silence ended. The Justice Department broke its long fast with a bombshell. A list of 12 men, they said, formed the high command of organized crime in America. At the top was Vito Genovese, still calling shots from a federal cell, and right next to him was Joseph Bonanno. The list read like a roll call of America's underworld: Carlos Marcello, Santo Trafficante Jr., Carlo Gambino, Tommy Lucchese, Joseph Magliocco, Sam Giancana, Joseph Cirilli, Sebastian La Rocca, Angelo Bruno, Stefano Magadino, Joseph Bonanno, Raymond Patriarca, and John Scalish. For the first time, the government said out loud what they'd suspected since Apalachin, that there was a Grand Council, a national syndicate, a mafia, a Cosa Nostra, running organized crime like a boardroom. And Bonanno wasn't just in it. He was part of its brain trust. The man who blew it open was Joseph Valachi, a mid-level Genovese soldier who had flipped after learning he was marked for death. He'd spent more than a year talking to federal agents, describing the structure, the rituals, the power dynamics. He confirmed things investigators had whispered about for years, and revealed others they hadn't even guessed, like how cheap murder really was, like how easy it was to get a contract filled if the boss wanted someone gone. For Bonanno, the list was gasoline on a fire that had been smouldering since Apalachin. He loathed being lumped in with men he considered reckless, greedy, and stupid. Carlo Gambino, the calculating climber who had backed the plot against Anastasia. Tommy Lucchese, always scheming, always maneuvering. Vito Genovese, whose ambition had brought heat down on all of them. These were the men Joe blamed for the spotlight, for Apalachin, for Robert Kennedy's crusade, for every federal agent now stakes out his life. Now the Justice Department had linked his name to theirs, not as a side note, but as one of the 12 most powerful gangsters in America. The ones who, as Valachi put it, ran the thing. It was an insult and a warning. Bonanno had spent decades cultivating a public image that was clean, respectable, untouchable. Now the federal government had stripped that mask off and tied him to the very chaos he despised. And beneath the anger, there was calculation. Because if they were going to paint him as a boss among bosses, he might as well act like one. Arizona was no longer just a refuge, it was a command post. He had cash, contacts, and crews stretching from Tucson to Toronto. If New York turned into a battlefield, and it was headed that way, he could fall back to the desert and fight from there. The silence of 1962 had been a warning shot. The list of 1963 was the opening salvo. And Joseph Bonanno, the man they called Bananas, the man they mocked as a Capone gunman, was already thinking about his next move. By the late 1950s, the mafia's balance of power was shifting, and with it came blood scores and betrayals dressed up as justice. Joe Bonanno had never trusted Carlo Gambino, and Gambino returned the favor. They were cut from different cloth. Bonanno was old-school Sicilian, loyal to his people and their code, while Gambino was cold and patient, always playing the long game. But one move pushed Bonanno past contempt and into hatred. the simultaneous takedown of 3 heavyweights in the narcotics racket: Carmine Galante, Vincent Gigante, and Vito Genovese. All 3 were dangerous in diverse ways. Genovese was volatile, ambitious, obsessed with the idea of becoming capo di tutti capi, boss of bosses, and willing to burn everything down to get there. Gigante was a rising enforcer with ambitions of his own. But Galante was different. He was Bonanno's man, a weapon, an asset, and a threat rolled into one. Taking him off the board weakened Bonanno more than any sit-down or betrayal ever could. Gambino, Frank Costello, Meyer Lansky, and others knew it. So they decided to neutralize him not with bullets, but with a frame. A narcotics beef, and that would sideline him for years. The hatred toward Galante had been building for decades. It started long before the heroin wars, back in 1943, when Galante was already carving out a reputation as a stone-cold killer with no fear and no filter. He'd clipped too many people, drawn too much attention, and made too many enemies, especially among bosses who valued discretion above all else. Galante didn't care. He was knee-deep in narcotics, thumbing his nose at men like Costello and even Lucky Luciano, and answering to no one. That made him dangerous. It also made him perfect for Bonanno, who used him as a kind of battering ram, a way to test how far they could push against the old order. But Galante pushed too far, and the same qualities that made him valuable also made him expendable. The first time his name hit headlines was January 14th, 1943, when police dragged him in over the murder of Carlo Tresca, a 68-year-old newspaper editor gunned down in broad daylight on Fifth Avenue. Tresca wasn't just any journalist. His paper, Il Martello, the Hammer, had been pounding away at both communists and fascists for years, making him enemies on every side. Cops worked off the theory that a professional killer hired by Tresca's political enemies had done the job. They had a suspect, Carmine Galante. Small, cold-eyed, and already notorious, Galante was an ex-con with 7 arrests and 3 convictions to his name, one of them a homicide. He'd reported to his parole officer barely 2 hours before Tresca was shot. Witnesses swore they saw him leaving the parole office, climbing into a car with plates that matched a vehicle speeding away from the murder scene minutes later. Galante wasn't talking. Police wouldn't reveal what he'd told them about that night, but they were busy checking alibis for other underworld figures. They were convinced more than one ex-con would end up in cuffs before this was over. Galante, meanwhile, was supposed to remain on parole until 1945. But now he was in custody as a material witness in a high-profile killing. On February 6, 1943, prosecutors fought to keep him there. Assistant Attorney Howard Danny High stood up in court and swatted away Galante's writ for release. Galante wasn't being held incommunicado, Danny he said. He was locked up on a warrant for violating parole. 5 days later, Supreme Court Justice Peter Schmuck denied the writ outright. Galante went back to jail. Then the case took a darker turn. Ezio Taddei, Tresca's longtime collaborator, broke his silence. Speaking at the Rand School in Manhattan, Taddei accused the authorities themselves of shielding the man behind the murder. A gangster with deep financial ties and fascist sympathies, someone who had clashed with Tresca as far back as 1934. 4 months before the murder, Tresca and this gangster had a public confrontation at a Manhattan banquet. Afterward, Tresca called the FBI. He told them he feared his life. 2 days before the murder, a car tried to run him down outside the new school on West 12th Street. Witnesses said it was the same car Galante climbed into on the day Tresca was killed. Taddei didn't care if Galante was the trigger man. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. What mattered was who was behind him. He described Galante as a wretch with no political motive of his own, a hired gun working for a dummy trucking company that paid him for a job he didn't do. Who funded that company? Who paid Galante's salary? Taddei demanded answers. The whole thing became a political circus. Fascists, communists, mobsters and federal agents all swirled around the Tresca killing, and Galante sat at the center of it, silent and unbothered. Vicente Lombardo Toledano, head of the South American Federation of Trade Unions, blasted the smear campaign against anti-fascist leaders like Carlos Contreras, a veteran of the Spanish Civil War now living in exile in Mexico. Toledano warned that exploiting Tresca's murder for political infighting was a betrayal of the Allied cause. But his words changed nothing. The investigation stalled, the deeper forces behind the hit were never named, and Galante, who walked into custody a street punk, walked out with a new kind of infamy. It was the first time the public got a glimpse of Carmine Galante, not just as a triggerman, but as a man who moved in the shadows where politics, money, and murder converged. He had no patience for subtlety, no use for diplomacy, and no fear of the heat that followed him everywhere. In the years that followed, Galante would become Bonanno's most ruthless lieutenant and one of the most feared figures in organized crime. But that same ruthlessness, the disregard for rules, the obsession with the drug trade, the contempt for men like Costello and Gambino, made him a marked man. By the late 1950s, his enemies had stopped waiting for him to make a mistake. They framed him, sidelined him, and removed him from the streets. But even behind bars, Galante's legend only grew. He wasn't done, not by a long shot. By the fall of 1943, the Tresca murder was still casting a long shadow over New York. Investigators kept pulling in names from Galante's orbit, trying to tighten the noose. One of them was Frank Nuccio, a 24-year-old who prosecutors feared might get leaned on if left on the street. They hit him with $25,000 bail and locked him up as a material witness. It was a message. The heat wasn't off. Tresca's death, 2 bullets on Lower Fifth Avenue, still needed a fall guy, and Galante's name never drifted far from the conversation. For Galante, that was both a problem and a kind of twisted badge of honor. He wasn't just another hood with a record. He was now linked publicly to one of the most politically explosive hits in New York. And he wasn't even 35. Over the next decade, Galante's legend grew in the shadows, whispered in bars, scrawled in FBI memos, spat out in police roll calls. He stayed close to Bonanno and grew deeper into the narcotics trade, building connections from Brooklyn to Montreal to Sicily. And even as the mafia's post-war order shifted, Luciano deported, Costello combining power, Gambino waiting in the wings, Galante stayed a wild card. He was a man people wanted either with them or dead. Then came Apalachin. On November 14th, 1957, 60 of the most powerful mobsters in America rolled into the sleepy upstate town of Apalachin, New York, for what they called a meeting. They said they were there to see their friend Joseph Barbara, who was supposedly sick. The state police didn't buy it. Sergeant Edgar Croswell had been watching Barbara's home for more than a year, ever since he got word of a secret sit-down there back in October 1956. When he saw Barbara's son booking motel rooms and Cadillacs piling up outside the house, he knew something was happening. He set up roadblocks. The result was chaos. Mafiosi in silk suits and handmade shoes scrambled into the woods, abandoning Buicks and Lincolns in the mud. Among those caught and questioned, though not charged, were Vito Genovese, Joseph Profaci, and a host of other bosses. The police grabbed 65 men. A few, 2, maybe 3, slipped through. One of the names that kept surfacing was Carmine Galante. He wasn't among the arrested, but state investigators believed he'd been there, or close. They tied him to Joseph Barbara and to a meeting in Binghamton the year before. They also learned Galante was connected to a company called Absco Vending, a jukebox outfit in West New York, New Jersey. that somehow had a direct phone line to the local police department. That line disappeared as soon as investigators started asking questions. Galante himself disappeared too. The Buffalo Evening News reported on December 17, 1957, that Galante, then 46, was believed to have fled to Italy. He was still considered a prime suspect in the Tresca murder, still wanted by a legislative committee investigating the mob, and still tied to narcotics and organized crime on 2 continents. He had ignored a subpoena from the Watchdog Committee, and now he was a ghost. His last known address was 274 Marcy Avenue in Brooklyn, but the house was empty. Investigators thought he might be hiding under the protective wing of Charles Lucky Luciano, the once untouchable boss, now living in exile in Naples. Galante had helped Luciano move heroin years earlier. If anyone could shield him from American subpoenas and indictments, it was Lucky. Italian police started checking ports and hotels. They didn't find him, but they believed he was there. Back in the States, the fallout from Apalachin was immediate. Law enforcement was embarrassing, prosecutors furious. The Attorney General promised an intensified campaign against organized crime. Immigration agents began looking for ways to deport mob figures like Russell Bufalino, who was picked up in Pennsylvania and accused of lying about his citizenship. Apalachin wasn't just a meeting anymore. It was an exposed nerve. It proved that the mafia wasn't a myth. It was a national syndicate, coordinated, disciplined, and bigger than most Americans had imagined. And threading through it all, silent but unmistakable, was the shadow of Carmine Galante. He had started as a small-time Brooklyn hood, with a taste for violence and a contempt for authority. By the 1950s, he was a transatlantic power broker, a drug trafficker with deep Sicilian ties, an old ally of Luciano, and the man law enforcement believed pulled the trigger on one of the most notorious political murders in New York history. Now, he was on the run. Some said he was hiding out in Palermo. Others swore he was living quietly in Naples, slipping in and out of the ports under false names. No one knew for sure, but one thing was certain: Galante was not finished. Not yet. After Apalachin blew the lid off the mob's secret world, Galante turned into a name prosecutors couldn't ignore and a face cops couldn't catch. Federal grand jurors in New York began hauling in delegates from the Barbara estate: Joseph Profaci, 60, the olive oil boss from Brooklyn, and Anthony Guy Guarnieri, 47, a dress factory man from Endwell. Others had already taken the fifth. 2 witnesses never showed. One was a union figure from Lewiston. The other was Carmine Galante, 46, last known address Brooklyn, who, officially, hadn't even been at the meeting. The paper trail said otherwise. State Police Sergeant Edgar Croswell, the trooper who shattered Apalachin, took New Jersey's Law Enforcement Council through an earlier piece of the story. October 19th, 1956, Binghamton's Arlington Hotel. Galante came in for a sit-down arranged by Joseph Barbara. Troopers stopped him later in the town of Windsor. A simple, speeding pinch turned into something bigger. Galante had no driver's license, was using another man's license, and carried more than $1,800 cash with no ID. He said the car was borrowed from a Lodi, New Jersey man named Calandro. Then came the fix. According to Croswell, Detective Captain Chris Gleitzman of the West New York, New Jersey, police arrived days later with Sergeant Peter J. Policastro and tried to buy Galante out of jail time, a consideration of $1,000. Trooper Vincent R. Vasisco backed him up. When Croswell asked how much, Gleitzman held up one finger. Did he mean 1,000? Yes, the captain said, and pulled out a roll to show he wasn't kidding. Croswell turned it down. Gleitzman hinted they were foolish not to take it. Galante still had to face the local justice. Town Justice Richard Klausner gave him 30 days in the Broome County Jail for driving without a license. Galante served 25 days with enjoyable time. He paid $100 on a fourth speeding rap and $50 for using someone else's license. The extra 15-day sentence on the license charge got suspended. His license had already been revoked from earlier trouble. On paper, he was a Brooklyn dress manufacturer. In police files, he was an ex-con with a 12-year Sing Sing stretch for shooting a cop, a man long suspected in the 1943 Carlo Tresca assassination and, per legislative testimony, connected to Absco and Abco vending in West New York, the outfit that once had a direct line to the local police department. By December 1957, as subpoenas stacked up, reports had Galante gone to Italy, possibly under Lucky Luciano's wing. Italian police looked. Nothing confirmed. But nobody believed he'd vanished without friends. Back in Newark, the New Jersey Council pressed the bribe angle. Gleitzman and Policastro showed up with their lawyer, Joseph Keene, then walked out and refused to testify, arguing the council had no teeth. Commissioner Ernest Moderelli, whom Gleitzman said sent him to save Galante from jail, dodged subpoenas and disappeared from the witness list. Council Attorney Charles R. Tyne called it a breakdown of law enforcement in West New York. A Lodi trucker, Anthony Calandrillo, filled in the missing car detail. He admitted he'd lent his vehicle to a Carmine he knew from Abco vending. One of the boys, he said, without asking where it was going. A week later, Binghamton police told him the borrower was Carmine Galante. No money changed hands. "Isn't that kind of foolish?" a councilman asked. "Yeah," Calandrillo answered. Jurisdictions tripped over each other. New York State Police said they reported the bribe offer. A Hudson County prosecutor said his office never got it. Broome County's DA hadn't taken it to a grand jury. State investigators in New York pushed to send it to one at once. Meanwhile, lawmakers argued over whether to extend the New Jersey Council at all. Politics met policing. Everyone claimed authority. Nobody claimed ownership. Through it all, Galante stayed the center of gravity. In court ledgers, he was a traffic case with a short county bid. In the corridors, state houses, barracks, and grand jury rooms, he was the man from Apalachin who didn't show, the Tresca suspect who never broke, the Bonanno enforcer with jukebox roots, cash in his pocket, and a passport to Sicily. When the heat rose, his people tried money first. When that failed, he vanished. Galante's family and crew understood the message. If he could be snatched on a traffic beef and nearly bought out by a police captain, the real war wasn't just on corners or in back rooms. It was in the grey zone where favors, badges, and subpoenas overlapped. That's where Galante planned to win, or failing that, to outlast everyone. By the first weeks of 1958, Carmine Galante had become more than a name on a police blotter. He was now a problem that stretched from Albany to Rome, from courthouse hearing rooms to legislative back channels. Every time law enforcement peeled back a layer, another piece of Galante's story spilled out. Dirtier, deeper, and closer to the bone. The $1,000 bribe scandal wouldn't die. New York and New Jersey both opened investigations into Detective Captain Chris Gleitzman's alleged offer to two state troopers to take care of Galante's 1956 traffic case. But Gleitzman, ducking questions behind a lawyer's advice, tried to laugh it off. "We were cops. We were joking, kidding," he told investigators. He claimed Sergeant Edgar Croswell, the same man who broke up the Apalachin meeting, had asked him jokingly what it would cost to make the ticket go away. I laughed. "What the hell, this is a joke," Gleitzman said. "I'm figuring this guy is kidding." Croswell wasn't laughing. He repeated under oath that Gleitzman, acting under orders from Police Commissioner Ernest Moderelli, had offered $1,000 to keep Carmine Galante, ex-con and narcotics player, out of jail. Moderelli, meanwhile, was nowhere to be found, dodging subpoenas and ducking reporters. What was supposed to be a small-town traffic case was turning into a high-level embarrassment, proof that the mob's reach went deeper into police departments than anyone wanted to admit. The fallout wasn't limited to law enforcement. Even the New York State Assembly had Galante's name on its lips. Daniel S. Dickinson, a Republican from Broome County, told reporters that Assembly Majority Leader Joseph Carlino had asked him to look into Galante's arrest back in '56. Dickinson did, and when he reported back that Galante had a long criminal record, Carlino shut it down fast. "I want no part of it at all." "Forget it," he told Dickinson. Another legislator asked Dickinson to check on the case too, though he wouldn't name who. And Assemblyman George L. Ingalls, also a lawyer, admitted someone from New York City had approached him to defend Galante. He turned it down after learning who Galante was. Even for hardened politicians, Carmine Galante was radioactive. Then came the bombshell testimony. On January 10, 1958, John T. Cusack, a federal narcotics agent, sat before the New York Legislature's Watchdog Committee and said out loud what law enforcement had whispered for 15 years. Carmine Galante pulled the trigger on Carlo Tresca. Cusack named Frank Garofalo as the man who ordered the hit, and Joseph Di Palermo, a fugitive wanted on narcotics charges, as the getaway driver. Tresca, the fiery anti-fascist editor of Il Martello, had been gunned down on Fifth Avenue in 1943. The case was still officially unsolved. Now, before lawmakers and reporters, the federal government was putting Galante at the center of it. Both Garofalo and Galante were also wanted for questioning about Apalachin. Both had vanished. Across the Atlantic, Italian authorities confirmed they had been looking for Galante too. They checked ports, hotels, immigration logs, anywhere a man with his face might show. They found nothing. If Galante had slipped into Italy under the protection of lucky Luciano, as many believed, he was buried deep. Interior Ministry sources said there was no evidence he had entered the country. Maybe he was hiding in Sicily. Maybe he was in Naples. Or maybe, like a man who knew every trick in the book, he had simply disappeared somewhere else. In the space of a few weeks, Galante had gone from a fugitive with a traffic warrant to the accused triggerman in a political assassination, a man at the center of a bribery scandal, and a ghost haunting both American and Italian investigators. Legislators, police, and prosecutors all wanted a piece of him. None of them could get close. But behind the subpoenas, the hearings, and the headlines, one fact remained constant. Carmine Galante was still out there. He was Bonanno's most violent enforcer, the man who had spent years carving heroin routes from Brooklyn to Palermo. And if the law thought they were chasing a fugitive, Galante was playing a longer game. He wasn't running. He was regrouping. He'd been a suspect since the day Carlo Tresca hit the pavement. Now, 15 years later, the government had finally said his name out loud. And Carmine Galante, ghost, gunman, and future kingpin, was just getting started. By January 1958, Carmine Galante wasn't just a fugitive. He was a live wire running through courtrooms, police departments, and now the New York State Legislature. What had started as a routine traffic bust 2 years earlier had exploded into a scandal that touched lawmakers, police brass, and party bosses. Galante, as always, stayed in the shadows, silent and out of reach, but everywhere at once. The Binghamton Sun dropped another name into the mix, William F. Passanante, a Democratic assemblyman from Manhattan and former federal prosecutor, was revealed as the second legislator who'd contacted Assemblyman Daniel S. Dickinson about Galante's 1956 arrest. Dickinson had already admitted that Joseph Carlino, the Republican Majority Leader, had asked him to check on the case. Now Passanante was identified as the other caller. Both men said they'd been asked by friends. Neither would say who. Carlino claimed he'd had no idea who Galante was. As soon as Dickinson told him about Galante's record, a 12-year Sing Sing stretch for shooting a parole officer, Carlino told him to drop it. Passanante offered no further comment. Dickinson, a Republican from Whitney Point, had called the Broome County District Attorney's office, learned just how serious the man in question was, and stepped away. But the call showed how far Galante's name could travel. It had reached into the offices of the state's most powerful legislators, men who normally wouldn't touch a case like his. And Galante himself? He wasn't even there. The attorney who did stand for him was Donald W. Kramer, the former mayor of Binghamton, and at the time an upstate campaign manager for New York City Mayor Robert Wagner's Senate run. Kramer admitted he'd been asked by an out-of-town lawyer to take the case. Once he saw Galante's record, he recommended a guilty plea. Galante did just that, and got 30 days in Broome County Jail and $150 in fines for driving without a license, speeding, and using someone else's license. The case itself had been a fluke. Troopers hadn't realized who they'd stopped that October night near Windsor. Only later did they learn they'd hauled in a key Bonanno enforcer returning from a mob sit-down at the Arlington Hotel, hosted by Joseph Barbara, the same man who would host the Apalachin meeting the following year. Behind the scenes, Assemblyman William Horan, the Republican chair of the Watchdog Committee, tried to keep the investigation focused. He praised Dickinson as an outstanding public official and refused to say whether any lawmakers, Carlino, Passanante, or Dickinson, would be called to testify. But the questions wouldn't go away. What were state legislators doing asking about a low-level traffic case for a man like Galante? Who had asked them to step in? The story kept growing. On January 13th, Democratic Minority Leader Eugene Bannigan tried to tam it down. He told a TV interviewer that the calls from Galante's friends probably weren't sinister. They just wanted to make sure he had a good lawyer in front of a small-town justice of the peace. Bannigan shrugged off the idea of impropriety, saying he personally got 1,000 similar calls a year. But the reality was harder to dismiss. The good lawyer Galante's people wanted was a former mayor and party insider. Another attorney, George L. Ingalls, said he'd been approached too, and refused once he saw Galante's rap sheet. Before Kramer took over, Remo A. Alio, an Endicott lawyer, briefly represented him as well. None of it changed the bigger picture. Galante was a wanted man, accused by federal narcotics agents of pulling the trigger on Carlo Tresca in 1943, tied to international heroin routes, and believed to have escaped the Apalachin raid. State police still said he was among the handful who had slipped away through the trees. The FBI said he'd likely fled to Italy, but Italy's Interior Ministry insisted they had found no trace of him. That was Carmine Galante's genius. The more they looked, the less they found. A traffic stop turned into a bribery scandal. A local lawyer's gig exposed a political embarrassment. A 15-year-old murder suddenly had a name attached to the trigger. And still, Galante himself stayed a ghost, out of sight, beyond subpoenas, and yet somehow always in the room. He had learned to weaponize absence. Every time the law said, "We can't find him," his legend grew. And as investigators built their cases and politicians scrambled to explain their phone calls, Galante, Bonanno's ruthless street general and the man police believed killed Carlo Tresca, was already plotting his next move. By mid-January 1958, Carmine Galante wasn't just a mob figure on the run. He was a specter haunting the highest levels of New York politics and law enforcement. His name whispered in police barracks and shouted in legislative hearings, now echoed through the very halls, meant to bring men like him down. The state's watchdog committee, created to investigate organized crime and the fallout from the Apalachin summit, had been dragged deep into Galante's orbit. It began innocently enough. 3 legislators, Daniel S. Dickinson, Joseph Carlino, and William F. Passanante, had checked up on Galante's 1956 traffic arrest. By now, each of them had publicly insisted they dropped the matter as soon as they learned who they were dealing with. But the press wasn't letting go, and the headlines kept linking lawmakers to hoods. Committee Chairman William F. Horan tried to shut it down. Speaking on the Assembly floor on January 14th, he defended the trio. They had been publicly pilloried without any hearing, he said, and he saw no impropriety in their actions. They had been asked to inquire and had done so. Once they learned Galante's record, a 12-year Sing Sing bid for shooting a parole officer, they dropped it. Horan made it clear, unless overwhelming convincing facts appeared, he would vote against calling them to testify at any public hearing. The committee's focus, Horan argued, should remain on the Apalachin meeting itself, that November day when 60-odd mob bosses gathered in upstate New York only to be flushed into the woods by state troopers. Galante, police believed, had been there too, one of the 3 or 4 men who escaped the raid. His 1956 arrest outside Binghamton, Horan reminded his colleagues, had come after what troopers said was another mob summit, this one at the Arlington Hotel, again hosted by Joseph Barbara. Yet the ripples from that fluke traffic stop just wouldn't fade. The case exposed a web of political phone calls, a bribery attempt by West New York police officers, and a fugitive whose name kept surfacing even when he wasn't in the room. Donald W. Kramer, the former mayor of Binghamton, had been brought in as Galante's lawyer at the request of an unnamed, out-of-town attorney. Before Kramer took the case, Galante, through an associate, had even asked Assemblyman George L. Ingalls to defend him. Ingalls refused once he read Galante's file. Even Senate Majority Leader Walter Mahoney found himself mentioned. Mahoney confirmed that his law firm had helped secure a liquor license years earlier for John C. Montana, one of the mobsters rounded up at Apalachin. Horan brushed that aside too, saying there was no reason to question Mahoney. Meanwhile, over in New Jersey, the scandal around the attempted bribe refused to die. On January 15th, Attorney General Grover C. Richmond Jr. announced a new probe into the West New York Police Department. Deputy Attorney General Charles S. Jolson was put in charge, tasked with a top-to-bottom investigation. Former Hudson County Counsel Lawrence A. Whipple was brought in as Deputy AG to oversee the prosecutor's office. 6 state troopers were reassigned to help. The target was clear. The alleged $1,000 payoff offered to Sergeant Edgar Croswell and Trooper Vincent Vasisco in October 1956 meant to keep Galante out of jail. Croswell had testified that 2 West New York officers told him they were acting on orders from Police Commissioner Ernest Modarelli, who promptly vanished when the Law Enforcement Council tried to subpoena him. Whipple himself had once shared office space with Modarelli, so Jolson was brought in to guarantee independence. Even as state prosecutors built their cases, Albany kept circling back to the same problem. Where was Carmine Galante? The Watchdog Committee admitted it was groping in the dark. Galante's name surfaced in every line of inquiry: narcotics trafficking, political assassination, bribery, Apalachin. Yet he stayed invisible. He hadn't been caught at Barbara's estate. He hadn't testified before any committee. Italian officials insisted he hadn't entered their country, despite rumors he'd fled there under Lucky Luciano's protection. Still, no one could prove he was anywhere else. The irony wasn't lost on anyone. Galante, the Brooklyn dress manufacturer with a record soaked in blood, had never been more visible, yet never harder to touch. He was accused of pulling the trigger on Carlo Tresca back in 1943. He was tied to the heroin pipelines stretching from New York to Sicily. He was Bonanno's most feared enforcer, believed to have slipped through a police dragnet that captured 60 mob bosses. And now he was the ghost whose shadow fell over cops, courts, and even the state legislature. The message was clear. Galante didn't have to show his face to control the narrative. Every time lawmakers tried to put the focus back on Apalachin, his name dragged them off course. Every time prosecutors looked for the men who ran the mafia's machinery, they found Galante's fingerprints on the gears. And yet, no one could find the man himself. He had become what the mafia valued most: untouchable, not because he was invincible, but because he was gone. And as 1958 unfolded, one thing became obvious in Albany, Newark, and Rome alike. Until they found Carmine Galante, they would never get the full story of Apalachin, Tresca, or the empire Bonanno was building brick by bloody brick. The storm kept circling Carmine Galante, and every pass over Albany or Trenton kicked up new names, new offices, new excuses. January 16, 1958, West New York. Police Commissioner Ernest J. Moderelli, missing when subpoenas flew, walked into a packed city commission meeting like nothing happened. Calm, pressed suit, prepared statement. He said he'd already testified under oath on October 21, 1957, before the Law Enforcement Council, and denied ever sending Captain Chris Gleitzman to New York State to intercede for anyone. He called the LEC political, and in bad faith said he'd requested their files, got stonewalled, then launched his own internal probe. Gleitzman, he said, had denied wrongdoing in writing, and would get a fair departmental hearing. On the record from New York, Sergeant Edgar Croswell swore Gleitzman and Sergeant Peter Policastro came to the state police substation near Binghamton on October 27, 1956, flashed rank, and tried to slide $1,000 across the table to keep Galante out of jail on his traffic convictions. Croswell said Gleitzman claimed he'd been sent by Moderelli, then told the troopers, "Don't use his name. Use mine." The bribe wasn't taken. Galante did the 30 days. When the heat rose, Gleitzman first denied everything, then called it just a joke. West New York suspended Gleitzman and Policastro. Moderelli lost his Hudson County firearms allow post, and New Jersey's Attorney General Grover Richman opened a sweeping probe, assigning Deputy AG Charles Jolson to go top to bottom on the department, and bringing in Lawrence Whipple as a Deputy AG over the prosecutor's office. 6 state troopers were detailed as investigators. Back in Albany, the ring widened. Deputy State Director of Veterans Affairs. Leonard L. Schiefelin admitted he'd used his office to ask subordinates to check on Galante's 1956 arrest. Calls routed through Thomas J. Manning and the Broome County Veterans Office, with another division official in Binghamton looped in. Division Director Edward McLaughlin said Schiefelin had turned over details to the acting investigations chief, Arthur L. Reuter. Schiefelin wouldn't say why he got involved. He told reporters to ask Reuter. At the legislature's watchdog committee, Chairman William F. Horan tried to cap the political fallout. On January 14, he told the Assembly he saw no impropriety in the actions of Daniel S. Dickinson, Joseph F. Carlino, and William F. Passanante, the 3 lawmakers who had checked on Galante's Windsor case at someone else's request. He said they'd been pilloried by headlines, and he wouldn't drag them into a public hearing, absent, overwhelming, new facts. He praised Dickinson personally, saying the committee would stay on Apalachin's purpose, not the side drama. Then the committee closed shop without naming who had pushed those legislators to make the calls. In the press, Horan took a hard line at reporters for linking members with hoods. even after previously talking up full and complete disclosure. The result was a clean political exit for the lawmakers and a dirty taste in the public's mouth. The questions stayed unanswered. Who asked? How far did the favors run? How did a Bonanno enforcer with a 12-year Sing Sing bid and 15 arrests draw help from city rooms and state offices on a fluke traffic stop? New Jersey kept digging. January 22. Sergeant Peter Policastro, still suspended, told a reporter he didn't know if the Binghamton barracks conversation had been recorded. Croswell wouldn't confirm or deny. Jolson wouldn't either. The now-defunct LEC, in its report, had cleared Policastro of wrongdoing, but Broome County DA Louis Greenblatt was trying to reach the West New York principals anyway. Grand juries and committees kept tripping over Abco/Absco vending, the jukebox outfit tied to Galante, and found not too cooperative witnesses, like Samuel Atkins of Bayonne, when Mercer County started asking questions. The line from the vending machines to the Bonanno family's cash box was the kind of local business cover the mob liked best. Noisy on every corner, quiet on every ledger. Through it all, Carmine Galante never said a word. The Bonanno family, his family, felt the pressure in courtrooms and precinct houses while Galante stayed off the grid. He'd slipped Apalachin, done county time on the Windsor case, and, if you believe the street talk, put an ocean between himself and subpoenas under Lucky Luciano's umbrella. Italian authorities said no trace. American lawmen said, keep looking. What the record shows in January '58 is simple. When the bribe didn't land, Galante still did the days, and walked out with his network intact. When politicians were asked to make calls, they made them, and then backed away the second his file hit the desk. When state agencies touched his name, phones rang, and favor chains lit up, then went dark. And when pressure hit the West New York force, the commissioner reappeared, denied, blamed politics, and promised his own probe. Galante understood the terrain. The fight wasn't just guns and dope, it was badges, letterhead, and leverage. He let the institutions argue about jurisdiction while the Bonanno family's money lines kept flowing. The man at the center, Carmine Lilo Galante, stayed a ghost. And the ghost was winning. By late January 1958, the Carmine Galante affair had become something bigger than a gangster's traffic arrest. It was a map of influence, and every road, from Albany to Trenton to Binghamton, led back to one man's name. On paper, Galante was a thug. He had shot a parole officer, done 12 years in Sing Sing, built a fortune moving heroin, and was fingered by federal narcotics agents as the triggerman in the 1943 murder of Carlo Tresca, the anti-fascist editor who'd made too many enemies. He was also Bonanno's top enforcer, and the man law enforcement believed slipped out of Apalachin before they could put cuffs on him. Since then, he'd vanished, rumored to be hiding under Lucky Luciano's protection in Italy. But the real story wasn't where Galante was. It was who moved when his name came up. It all started with October 1956, when troopers outside Windsor, New York, pulled Galante over. He'd just left a suspected underworld sit-down in Binghamton, hosted by Joseph Barbara. They charged him with speeding, driving on a suspended license, and using someone else's license. A nickel and dime case. But the fallout? Nuclear. Almost at once, the phone lines from Albany to Broome County lit up. Daniel S. Dickinson, a Republican assemblyman from Whitney Point, called the Broome County District Attorney about the arrest. Assembly Majority Leader Joseph F. Carlino and Democratic Assemblyman William F. Passanante had each asked Dickinson to check on the case. Passanante said a lawyer friend pushed him to make the call. Carlino said a friend had asked him to. Neither would name their source. Assemblyman George L. Ingalls said he'd been asked to be Galante in court, again by someone he refused to name. He declined after learning Galante's record. The inquiries didn't stop with the legislature. A councillor for the State Division of Veterans Affairs in Binghamton contacted the DA about the case, saying he was doing so for his superior, Thomas J. Manning, the Albany area director. Manning admitted he was acting for Leonard L. Schieffelin, the Deputy State Veterans Affairs Director. Schieffelin confirmed he'd started the contact, but clammed up on why. Even Donald W. Kramer, then mayor of Binghamton, stepped in as Galante's attorney. At the request of an unnamed, out-of-town lawyer, Kramer said he advised Galante to plead guilty. Galante did and received 30 days in jail and a $150 fine. But the bigger question, as the Press and Sun Bulletin put it on January 24th, wasn't how many people got involved. It was why. Who was the unseen hand, Mr. X, with enough reach to set state legislators, veterans officials, and police brass scrambling over a gangster's traffic ticket? And what about Galante, who made him worth it? The bribe attempt in Binghamton hinted at the stakes. Sergeant Edgar Croswell, the trooper who later busted the Apalachin summit, testified that after Galante's arrest, Captain Chris Gleitzman and Sergeant Peter Policastro of the West New York, New Jersey, police visited him. They offered consideration, $1,000, if Croswell would go easy on Galante. Gleitzman, Croswell swore, said he'd been sent by Police Commissioner Ernest Moderelli, then told Croswell, "Don't use his name, use mine." The money was refused. Galante went to jail. But the damage was done. The New Jersey Law Enforcement Council subpoenaed Moderelli, and he vanished. He wasn't at home. He wasn't at town hall. A reporter spotted him once in a bar and again in a roadside tavern, but he dodged every formal inquiry. He reappeared January 15th at a West New York City Commission meeting, cool as ice, reading a prepared statement. He denied sending anyone to bribe anyone, accused the LEC of being motivated strictly by politics, and promised an internal review. Gleitzman, he said, had denied wrongdoing in writing. The political machinery moved to have the blast. Assemblyman William F. Horan, chairman of the state's watchdog committee, told the Assembly there was no impropriety in the actions of the legislators who'd made calls about Galante. They had been pilloried by the press, he said, and he wouldn't call them to testify unless overwhelming new evidence surfaced. The committee, he insisted, would stay focused on Apalachin. But Horan had told a reporter earlier he wanted full and complete disclosure, including who asked the lawmakers to intervene. That part of the investigation never happened. As one Albany columnist noted, the public was left to wonder, whom do I call if I'm in a jam? The double standard was clear. One code for Carmine Galante, another for everyone else. Meanwhile, the case shifted toward a grand jury. On January 27th, Deputy Attorney General Charles Jolson announced that Croswell and Trooper Vincent Vasisco would testify before a Hudson County grand jury about the alleged $1,000 bribe. He said more witnesses would be subpoenaed and hinted the probe into the West New York Police Department would stretch into multiple sessions. Jolson himself had just returned from Binghamton, where he'd met with Broome County officials. Gleitzman, under oath, admitted he might have said Moderelli sent him, but claimed that wasn't true. Moderelli denied it flat out. Through all of this, Galante remained invisible. The man whose case had set off a cascade of phone calls, political interventions, and alleged payoffs wasn't answering subpoenas or facing cameras. Authorities said he'd fled to Italy. Italian officials said they had no record of him. The FBI and state police said they were still looking. And still, the two questions everyone asked in late January 1958 hung in the air, unanswered. Who was Mr. X? Who had enough juice to make lawmakers, agency heads, and police officers scramble over a mobster's traffic ticket? Why Galante? What made him worth all this? A man with 15 arrests, a murder suspicion, and a narcotics empire. The truth was there, just beyond reach. Galante had always been more than muscle. To Joe Bonanno, he was the blunt instrument and the brains, the man who could turn a Brooklyn crew into an international syndicate. To his enemies, he was poison. To law enforcement, he was a ghost. And ghosts don't answer subpoenas. They let the living twist themselves into knots. By February 1958, the name Carmine Galante had become more than a whisper in the halls of power. It was a test, one that judges, cops, lawmakers, and prosecutors were all failing in real time. The Windsor traffic case from October 1956, a nothing burger on paper, was still detonating across state lines. Now even Justice Richard B. Klausner, the small-town magistrate who sentenced Galante to 30 days and a $150 fine, was telling his story. He revealed on February 13th that he too had been approached. The offer came from Remo Allio, Galante's Endicott lawyer. Allio suggested Klausner could receive a $500 donation to his favorite charity. If Galante walked free. Klausner said he turned it down, and at once told Broome County District Attorney Louis M. Greenblatt. Greenblatt's office shrugged it off. Under state law, they said, a bribe had to help the judge personally. A charity donation didn't count. The brazenness of it all was staggering. Here was Galante, fresh from a Binghamton underworld summit with Joseph Barbara riding shotgun in his car, and the system was bending itself into knots over a suspended license and a speeding ticket. Cops were offering money. Legislators were calling prosecutors. Veterans officials were picking up phones, and now a judge was being offered charity money. Meanwhile, Galante had disappeared. The storm landed squarely on West New York, New Jersey, where a grand jury handed down indictments in the $1,000 bribe attempt against Sergeant Edgar Croswell and Trooper Vincent Vasisco. On February 14th, 3 high-ranking police officials, Commissioner Ernest J. Moderelli, Captain Chris Gleitzman, and Sergeant Peter J. Policastro, all pleaded not guilty in Hudson County Court. Police Chief Fred P. Roos missed the arraignment with a cold, his hearing pushed to the following week. Gleitzman, suspended from duty, was freed on $5,000 bail, despite the state's request for $7,500. Moderelli and Policastro were released into their attorney's custody. The charges stemmed from the October 27, 1956, visit to the state police barracks near Binghamton, where Croswell testified that Gleitzman and Policastro had offered him consideration, $1,000 to go easy on Galante. Croswell swore they'd said they were acting on Moderelli's orders. Moderelli flatly denied sending them. Gleitzman, under oath, hedged. He might have said Moderelli sent him, but that was not true. It was the same song and dance that had played out for weeks. Deny, deflect, and call it a misunderstanding. Despite the indictments, Galante stayed the invisible center of the case. He was still missing, rumored to have slipped overseas after Apalachin blew open in November. Investigators believed he'd been one of the 3 or 4 men who escaped the state police dragnet that day. Italian authorities said there was no trace of him. No one could prove otherwise. The unanswered questions hung over everything like a fog. Why did 3 state assemblymen, 2 Veterans Affairs officials, a mayor and a state judge, all suddenly find themselves in Galante's orbit over a traffic case? Who was the mystery figure, Mr. X? Who could pull those strings without ever stepping into the light? Even as the Hudson County indictments moved forward, no one had been named. Assemblymen admitted they'd been asked to inquire about the case, but refused to say by whom. Veterans officials admitted they'd made calls, but wouldn't explain why. Every trail hit the same dead end: unnamed friends, anonymous lawyers, unidentified associates. Meanwhile, the state's legislative watchdog committee, which had once promised full and complete disclosure about Galante's case, was waffling. Chairman William F. Horan announced on February 15th that the committee would meet in Albany the following Tuesday to decide whether to release its findings at all. The system had been tested by one of the most feared gangsters in America, and it was blinking. In New York, the ripples extended even further. A federal grand jury in Buffalo subpoenaed John C. Montana, the liquor and taxi magnate who'd been rounded up at Apalachin. He spoke for 53 minutes and was described as cooperative. Others weren't. Roy Carlisi, a Buffalo nightclub owner, and James LaDuca, a former union official. Both pleaded the fifth. In Tioga County, reputed Utica rackets boss Joseph Falcone made a brief appearance before a grand jury probing Apalachin, then clammed up just as he had before the legislative committee. Back in New York City, Judge Samuel Leibowitz blasted the state of law enforcement at a Rotary luncheon, using Meyer Lansky's vagrancy arrest as an example of grandstanding over substance. "It gave him a chance to make a television appearance," Leibowitz scoffed. "If you lock such people up, make it stick." He called for a permanent, year-round grand jury to keep heat on the underworld, a tacit acknowledgement that existing structures were crumbling under pressure like the Galante affair. At the center of it all, Carmine Galante was nowhere and everywhere. He wasn't in court, he wasn't in a lineup, he wasn't answering subpoenas, but his name was on every page. In Albany, Newark, Buffalo, Owego, and Rome. A $500 charity offer to a small-town judge. A $1,000 bribe to state troopers. Calls from lawmakers and veterans officials. A mayor in a courtroom. Indictments against police brass. A watchdog committee suddenly unsure if the public should even know what it had learned. And still, no Galante. He was the shadow in every room, the missing piece in every testimony. And as February 1958 closed, the question wasn't just where Carmine Galante was hiding. It was whether anyone had the will or the power to drag him into the light. Because if one Brooklyn gangster could move judges, politicians, and police chiefs over a traffic ticket, what could he do when the stakes were higher? The underworld already knew the answer. The rest of America was just starting to learn it. It started as nothing. A routine traffic stop on a dark stretch of Route 17 near Windsor, New York. October 15th, 1956, 2 in the morning. A Buick roars through Broome County and a trooper hits the lights. Behind the wheel is Carmine Galante, a New York mob enforcer with a past soaked in blood and heroin. Riding shotgun, Joseph Barbara, the soft-spoken beer distributor whose Apalachin estate will, a year later, host the most infamous summit in American mafia history. The charges were small on paper: speeding, driving with a revoked license, and using another man's operator's permit. But this wasn't any driver. This was Lilo Galante, Bonanno muscle, a man once sent to prison for shooting a parole officer and long suspected of pulling the trigger in the 1943 assassination of anti-fascist newspaper editor Carlo Tresca on Fifth Avenue. Galante was also a rising name in the transatlantic heroin trade, a link between New York and Sicilian traffickers. Justice of the peace. Richard B. Klausner was jolted awake to preside over the arraignment. Galante arrived with lawyer Remo A. Allio, still smelling of the underworld meeting he'd just left in Binghamton. Klausner set bail at $600, $200 on each charge. Galante didn't blink. He reached into his pocket and peeled off 6 $100 bills from a thick roll. Klausner would later say he'd never seen anyone lay down that kind of cash in his courtroom, let alone in the middle of the night. Allio wanted to talk privately before they left. If his client pled guilty, he asked, what kind of penalty was the judge thinking about? Klausner was blunt. Jail was on the table. The offences, especially for a fourth-time offender, were too serious to ignore. On November 9th, 1956, Galante came back and pled guilty to all 3 charges. Klausner sentenced him to 30 days in the Broome County Jail and fined him $150. Galante served 25 days, shaving 5 off for good behavior. It should have ended there. A wise guy gets pulled over, does his 30 days and goes home. But nothing about Carmine Galante was ever routine. And what happened next turned a small-town traffic case into a full-blown political scandal, stretching from Albany to Newark to Rome. Klausner soon learned that Galante wasn't just any defendant. Within days of the arrest, people started calling. Legislators, state officials, political operatives, even veterans administrators. All wanted to know about that case. All wanted details about that defendant. Even Hugh A. Wheeler, the Republican town supervisor of nearby Kirkwood, asked questions. He said later it was just curiosity. Maybe he'd be asked to be Galante. Klausner told Wheeler what he told everyone else. If Galante was convicted or pled guilty, he was going to jail. Wheeler asked if there was any point in sending a New York City man to a small-town lockup. Klausner said yes. That ended it. But the inquiries didn't stop. Joseph M. Sheehan, a counselor for the State Division of Veterans Affairs, admitted he'd called Wheeler too. Sheehan said he'd been ordered to inquire, not on his own initiative, but by his boss in Albany, Thomas J. Manning, the agency's area director. Manning, in turn, was acting on instructions from his superior, Leonard L. Schiefelin, the deputy director of the entire state Veterans Agency. The Veterans Office, it turned out, had no record of Galante ever serving in the military. Sheehan later told state investigators that he'd also contacted District Attorney Louis M. Greenblatt's office for more details and learned that the charges were far more serious than a simple speeding ticket, and that Galante's criminal record was extensive. Sheehan relayed that back up the chain, to Manning, to Schiefelin, and ultimately to the man who'd started the inquiry. That man was Vincent Macri. An Albany legislative consultant. Macri told investigators he was acting on behalf of an Albany liquor dealer named Nathan Weinstein, the man he said wanted the information about Galante. Weinstein, by the time investigators came knocking, had been declared legally incompetent and lay semi-conscious in a hospital bed. He could not testify. He could not explain why a liquor dealer cared about a mobster's traffic stop. Klausner wasn't just fielding calls. Months later, he revealed that Galante's lawyer, Remo Alio, had approached him privately with an offer. If Galante was spared jail, Alio said, he'd make a $500 donation to Klausner's favorite charity. Klausner refused. He told D.A. Greenblatt, who decided that under New York law, it wasn't technically a bribe, because the judge wouldn't personally benefit. Galante still went to jail. But the reach he proved, through cops, lawyers, Albany insiders, and even veterans officials, shocked state investigators. A routine traffic arrest had triggered calls from 3 assemblymen, 2, say, agencies, and now even a liquor wholesaler linked to the Secretary of State's office. One of Weinstein's employees was Stephen T. Skepkowski, an administrative assistant to Carmine G. DeSapio, the powerful Secretary of State and Tammany Hall boss. Investigators couldn't prove Skepkowski was involved. He hadn't even been questioned, but his presence added another layer to an already murky web. By February 1958, Acting State Investigations Commissioner Arthur L. Reuter was trying to untangle the mess. He confirmed that Weinstein had triggered the veterans' inquiries, but the real motive and the real power behind Weinstein remained unknown. Reporters called him Mr. X, the unseen figure who could make politicians pick up phones and bureaucrats move files over a hoodlum's speeding ticket. Meanwhile, Galante was long gone. He'd vanished in the weeks after the Apalachin raid in November 1957, which had scattered 60 of America's most powerful mobsters into the woods and into headlines. Police believed Galante had been there, one of the 3 or 4 who slipped away. Most thought he was now hiding in Italy, possibly under the wing of exiled boss Lucky Luciano. Italian police said they had no evidence he was in the country. They didn't have evidence he wasn't. Back in Albany, the Watchdog Committee, set up to investigate Apalachin and the Mafia's influence in New York, was debating whether even to release its findings about Galante. Chairman William F. Horan publicly defended the legislators who'd made calls about the case, insisting they'd acted properly. He refused to subpoena them. He railed against newspapers for linking the legislature with hoods. But behind closed doors, investigators were worried. Galante, violent, elusive, and connected, had shown how far his reach extended with nothing more than a revoked license and a lead foot. The Windsor arrest was supposed to be just another 2 a.m. courtroom arraignment. Instead, it exposed the rot beneath New York's justice system. Judges offered charity deals, cops accused of bribe attempts, bureaucrats moving at the request of unnamed friends, and political operatives sniffing around for reasons no one could explain. And at the center of it all was Carmine Galante, Bonanno enforcer, heroin trafficker, suspected killer. Now a ghost the law couldn't lay hands on. He'd peeled $600 from a roll without blinking, done 25 days in a county jail, and walked away leaving a storm behind him. No one could say exactly who was pulling strings for Galante. But by 1958, one thing was certain. A single mobster from Brooklyn had shown that his power reached far beyond the streets. It reached into police departments, into Albany offices, into the bench itself. And Carmine Galante wasn't even in the country. By early 1958, the name Carmine Galante had become more than a whisper in police precincts and state houses. It was a problem nobody wanted and nobody could ignore. The Windsor traffic stop that had once seemed like a late-night footnote had turned into a chain reaction, stretching from backroom barbershops in Brooklyn to legislative offices in Albany, from mob-controlled vending machine companies in New Jersey to the corridors of state power. Galante, Lilo to the men who feared or followed him, had gone underground. Authorities believed he'd slipped across the Atlantic, possibly under the protection of Lucky Luciano in Italy. Italian police scoured ports and border crossings. They came up empty. It was as if he'd vanished into thin air. But Galante was no ghost. He was busy building something far more dangerous than anyone had imagined. A multi-million-dollar narcotics pipeline, moving heroin and cocaine into the United States and distributing it nationwide. And it wasn't some neighborhood crew. Federal agents would later say the ring pumped millions of dollars worth of product a year, running for 3 solid years out of a New York headquarters. Several of the men involved had been seen at Apalachin, shoulder to shoulder with mafia royalty. Back in New Jersey, the fallout from Galante's 1956 arrest was still rippling outward. The alleged attempt to pay off State Police Sergeant Edgar Croswell, the same trooper who had led the Apalachin raid, had become a criminal case. Croswell testified that Captain Chris Gleitzman and Sergeant Peter J. Policastro of the West. New York Police Department drove to the Binghamton Barracks on October 27, 1956, just days after Galante's arrest. They offered him and Trooper Vincent Vasisco a consideration, $1,000, if they could make sure Galante didn't see the inside of a jail cell. Gleitzman, Croswell said, claimed he had been sent by Police Commissioner Ernest J. Modarelli, but warned, "Don't use his name. Use mine." The bribe was refused. Galante did his 25 days in Broome County Jail. The case led to indictments on February 3, 1958, against Gleitzman, Policastro, Modarelli, and Police Chief Fred Roos, along with an unidentified Joseph Doe, described as an employee of ABCO Vending Company, a West New York outfit with ties to Galante. All four pleaded not guilty to charges of misconduct and conspiracy. Departmental hearings were delayed and then indefinitely postponed. The rot inside the West New York Police Department was now impossible to deny. 1 year later, in May 1959, Gleitzman was convicted of misconduct, not for bribery, but for misusing a city police car to make the trip to Binghamton on Galante's behalf. The bribery charge itself was quietly dropped. By then, Galante was a fugitive. In July 1958, he'd been indicted alongside Vito Genovese and 35 others on federal charges of conspiring to violate narcotics laws. The indictment described a massive international smuggling network, and Galante was named as one of its architects. When federal agents swept up 16 suspects in a coast-to-coast raid in June 1958, Galante slipped the net. He stayed gone for almost a year. The hunt ended on a rainy night in Holmdel, New Jersey, on June 2, 1959. Federal narcotics agents had been tracking a sedan along the Garden State Parkway for 8 hours. Inside was Galante, now 49 years old, stocky and bald, wearing horn-rimmed glasses and a dirty white cap. With him were Anthony Macaluso, 44, and Angelo Presenzano, 50. The trio had apparently been holed up in a beach house on Pelican's Island near Toms River, about 30 miles south. At the Keyport interchange, state police moved in. Captain David Dowgin and Sergeant Philip Witkoff boxed in the car and took Galante without a fight. Agents found $1,770 in cash on the men, but no narcotics. They were hauled to Newark for arraignment. The arrest was anticlimactic, almost quiet. A soft-spoken Galante twisting his cap in his hands as he whispered, "Not guilty," before Judge Sylvester J. Ryan. Prosecutors asked for $150,000 bail. The judge set it at $100,000, later reduced to $50,000, after Galante's lawyer argued his case. But for the government, the capture was a breakthrough. Galante was the missing piece of the narcotics conspiracy. And this was no small-time operation. Over 3 years, the ring had smuggled and sold millions of dollars worth of heroin and cocaine across the United States. It was a sprawling network, the kind only a figure with Galante's reach and Luciano's blessing could help coordinate. The indictment wasn't the only charge hanging over Galante. Federal narcotics agent John T. Cusack had testified the previous year that Galante was the triggerman in the 1943 murder of Carlo Tresca, the anti-fascist editor of Il Martello. According to Cusack, Frank Garofalo had orchestrated the hit, Joseph Di Palermo had driven the getaway car, and Galante had pulled the trigger. The murder remained officially unsolved, but the accusation followed Galante wherever he went. And there was Apalachin. Investigators believed Galante was one of the few mobsters who had escaped Croswell's November 1957 raid on Barbara's estate. Some of the same men involved in the narcotics ring had been there too. Proof that Galante's influence wasn't limited to one crew or one racket. It spanned the American mafia's entire hierarchy. By the summer of 1959, Carmine Galante was back in federal custody, but the full scope of his reach had become impossible to measure. A 2-bit traffic stop in Windsor had revealed how far his shadow extended. Into police departments, legislative offices, state agencies, and courtrooms. Cops risked their careers for him. Politicians picked up phones, bureaucrats moved files, lawyers floated charity donations. Even men declared mentally incompetent seemed to know his name and care about his fate. And all the while Galante kept building. Heroin routes from Europe, alliances from Brooklyn to Palermo, networks that outlived court hearings and grand juries. He'd once been Luciano's peddler, a street-level gun with a taste for violence. Now he was something more, a kingmaker in the narcotics underworld, a man who could vanish for a year and still have the system bending around his absence. The night he was arrested on the Garden State Parkway, it was raining hard. The car came to a stop. The fugitive blinked under the streetlights, and if the agents who pulled him from the driver's seat thought they'd finally bring an end to Carmine Galante's story, they were wrong. This was just another chapter. The man who had once peeled off $600 in cash at a midnight arraignment was about to stand trial for building an empire, one that would reshape organized crime on both sides of the Atlantic. By the mid-1950s, every cop who mattered in New York knew the name Carmine Galante. Short, bald, thick through the chest, and radiating menace, Galante had built his reputation the old-fashioned way, with violence and heroin. He'd done 12 years in Sing Sing for shooting a parole officer, and the FBI had his name on bulletins tied to everything from bootlegging and counterfeiting to murder. Federal agents believed he was the man who pulled the trigger on Carlo Tresca, the anti-fascist newspaper editor gunned down in Manhattan in 1943. By 1956, Galante was more than muscle. He was a rising power in the Bonanno family and a critical part of the mafia's growing narcotics network, working the pipeline from Sicily to Montreal to New York, a network once built by Lucky Luciano himself. Galante's ambition and disregard for the old rules had made him dangerous, not just to the government, but to other bosses too. Even allies like Joe Bonanno saw him as both an asset and a liability. To Carlo Gambino and Frank Costello, he was worse, a threat. The hatred dated back to the 1940s, when Galante's reckless killings and refusal to bow to the Commission drew heat on everyone. By the late 50s, as Gambino maneuvered for control of the Commission, Galante was a marked man. The best way to weaken Bonanno was to take Galante off the board. And, if they couldn't kill him, they'd bury him in indictments. On an October night in 1956, State Trooper Leiby was running a routine patrol on Route 17 near Windsor-Broome County, a stretch of road that rarely produced more than speeding farmers and drunks. That night, he pulled over a car pushing well past the limit. Behind the wheel was Carmine Galante. Riding shotgun was Joe Di Palermo, Galante's longtime enforcer, a convicted bootlegger and narcotics trafficker. They were using Di Palermo's driver's license. Leiby didn't know it, but he'd just stopped one of the most feared men in the American underworld. The car was coming from Binghamton, where Galante and Di Palermo had been holed up at the Arlington Hotel with Joseph Barbara, Frank Garofalo, and other mob figures. Barbara, a one-time bootlegger turned beverage distributor, was the host. The dinner tab was signed in the name of the Canada Dry Bottling Company, one of Barbara's businesses. When Galante was brought to the Vestal substation, he met his match in Sergeant Edgar Croswell, a patient, meticulous state trooper who had been watching Barbara and his friends for years. Croswell saw through Galante's swagger at once. "Look," Galante rasped, "this is a lot of garbage. I don't have my license. I pay my fine, we're done. I can make a lot of trouble, you know? It was a mistake." Croswell wasn't impressed. He held Galante while troopers checked every motel and hotel in the area. Soon the teletype lit up. 15 arrests, including suspicion of homicide and the 12-year bit in Sing Sing. Croswell decided Galante wasn't walking anywhere. Then the pressure started. Within 24 hours, West New York, New Jersey, Police Captain Chris Gleitzman and Sergeant Peter Policastro showed up at Croswell's station. They said they were there on behalf of Galante and offered him $1,000 to take care of it. Croswell turned them down flat. "He intimated we were foolish not to take the money," Croswell later testified. The bribe wasn't the only play. Remo Allio, Galante's lawyer, privately asked Justice Richard Klausner, the small-town judge handled the case, what it would take to keep his client out of jail. Later, Allio offered $500 to Klausner's favorite charity if Galante walked. Klausner refused. The violations were serious enough to warrant jail, he said. Klausner set bail at $600,000 per charge. Galante peeled 6 $100 bills off a fat roll of cash, even though it was 2 a.m. on a weeknight. On November 9, 1956, he returned to court, pleaded guilty to speeding, driving with a revoked license, and using another man's license. Klausner fined him $150 and sentenced him to 30 days in jail. Galante served 25 days, getting 5 off for good behavior. To Croswell, it still didn't add up. Why was a routine traffic stop bringing that kind of heat? Cops crossing state lines, envelopes of cash, calls from Albany, even politicians sniffing around. What Croswell didn't know was that Galante's arrest had triggered a chain reaction that reached deep into New York's political machine. Legislators, state officials, and Veterans Agency employees all started making calls. Assembly Majority Leader Joseph Carlino, Assemblyman Daniel Dickinson, Assemblyman William Passanante, and officials from the State Division of Veterans Affairs all admitted to checking into Galante's arrest. Each claimed they'd been asked by unnamed friends or lawyers. None would say who. Even Nathan Weinstein, an Albany liquor dealer with political connections, was named as someone who tried to get information. Weinstein was later declared legally incompetent and couldn't testify. His store's manager, Stephen Sepkowski, worked in the office of Carmine DeSapio, Tammany Hall's powerful Secretary of State. Sepkowski denied involvement but wasn't questioned further. The calls eventually filtered down to local officials like Hugh Wheeler, a Broome County supervisor. Wheeler admitted he asked about the case out of legal curiosity and backed off when he learned Galante had counsel. Behind the scenes, the Mafia saw the Windsor debacle for what it was: a problem. Galante's arrest had attracted too much attention. The Arlington Hotel meeting, a prelude to the infamous Apalachin summit a year later, was supposed to be quiet. Now Croswell had names like Barbara, Di Palermo, Galante, Garofalo, and Bonventre in the same place on the same night. Connect those dots, and you had a picture the Mafia didn't want drawn. The bosses decided Galante would take his 30 days, and then leave the country. Di Palermo, already under federal investigation, was marked for removal too. Both men slipped out of the U.S., likely to Italy, though the Italian police never found them. As author Frederick Sondon noted, it was an expulsion order from a Mafia council that made them run. Such orders are enforced far more rapidly and drastically than those of a United States commissioner. In 1957, Croswell finally got his big break. The raid on the Apalachin meeting, where more than 60 mob figures, including Vito Genovese and Joe Profaci, were rounded up. Galante wasn't among them. He had vanished, and investigators believed he'd fled overseas under Lucky Luciano's protection. But Galante couldn't stay hidden forever. On June 2, 1959, federal agents who had been tailing him for 8 hours trapped his car on a rain-slick stretch of the Garden State Parkway near Holmdel, New Jersey. He had been hiding in a beach house on Pelican's Island near Toms River. 2 associates, Anthony Macaluso and Angelo Presenzano, were arrested with him. Now 49, Galante was indicted alongside Vito Genovese and 35 others for conspiring to run a multi-million-dollar heroin and cocaine network that pumped narcotics into the United States for 3 years. The ring had distributed several $1 million worth of product annually and was linked directly to figures from Apalachin. Brought before federal judge Sylvester Ryan, Galante stood small and sullen in horn-rimmed glasses, twisting a dirty white cap in his hands. The government wanted $150,000 bail. His lawyer argued it down to $50,000. When asked for his plea, Galante spoke barely above a whisper, "Not guilty." By then, Galante was more than just another mobster. He was a symbol of how the mafia ran, with tentacles that reached backroom trattorias in Brooklyn to veterans' offices in Albany. He was the man powerful enough to make cops cross state lines with envelopes of cash, to get legislators calling district attorneys, and to force a mafia council to exile one of its own. Croswell had waited 13 years for Joseph Barbara, or one of his men, to slip up. When Galante roared down Route 17 in 1956, he gave the trooper exactly what he'd been waiting for. And in that moment, in a patrol stop that should have ended with a $50 fine, the underworld began to unravel. Before the headlines, before the raids, Joseph Barbara looked like the American dream. A Sicilian immigrant who arrived with nothing, he spent decades building a veneer of respectability around a beverage business in upstate New York. By the mid-1950s, he was the local squire of Apalachin, throwing barbecues for neighbors, sponsoring church events, and driving Cadillacs. People called him Joe. They saw a hard-working man who'd done well. Almost nobody knew about the blood and rackets that trailed him from the coal towns of Pennsylvania. Fewer still knew about the murder investigations he'd once been questioned in, or that some of the country's most dangerous men called him friend. It was a careful disguise, but it couldn't hide forever. And on a warm afternoon in November 1957, the mask was ripped off. On November 14th, 1957, Barbara hosted what was supposed to be a quiet gathering of friends and business associates. Instead, it became the most infamous barbecue in American history. 58 mobsters, a who's who of the national syndicate, rolled up to Barbara's hilltop estate. Vito Genovese, Joe Profaci, Gerardo Catena, Big John Ormento, Michelle Miranda. Nearly every major family was represented. Some came to divide narcotics territories, others to settle disputes, still others to talk about money. But all of them came believing Apalachin was safe ground. They were wrong. Sergeant Edgar Croswell, the same meticulous state trooper who had booked Carmine Galante a year earlier, had been watching Barbara for years. Investigating a bad check, he overheard Barbara's son making hotel reservations for names Croswell recognized, men who had no business being in the sleepy hills of upstate New York. On the day of the barbecue, he staked out Barbara's road. As Cadillacs, Buicks, and Lincolns snaked up the hill, Croswell called in a few men and set up a roadblock. The gangsters panicked. They scattered into the woods, ditched cars, sprinted through fields in $200 suits. 60 were rounded up and questioned. None were charged. They claimed they were there to visit a sick friend, Barbara, or that they got lost on their way to a luncheon. It didn't matter. The damage was done. For the first time, the mafia's existence was undeniable, exposed not by wiretaps or informants, but by a barbecue gone wrong. The fallout was immediate. Within weeks, liquor licenses were revoked, citizenship stripped, and indictments filed. 27 attendees were charged with conspiracy to obstruct justice. The rest were named as co-conspirators. Federal agents and journalists dug into Barbara's past and found more than anyone expected. In 1933, on the same day Barbara married Josephine Vivona in Endicott, a payroll robbery hit the Gotham Shoe Company. The getaway car was registered to Barbara. Witnesses placed him near the scene. Earlier, in 1931, he'd been arrested on suspicion of murder in Pittston, Pennsylvania, after a man named Calamero Collegaro was gunned down. The shooter's accomplice, witnesses said, was Barbara. He was released for lack of identification. That same year, police stopped him at a Brooklyn roadblock searching for Mad Dog Cole and found an illegal firearm. By the time he settled in Apalachin in 1934, Barbara had reinvented himself as a businessman. But his old associates never forgot. His home became a trusted meeting place, including one held at the Arlington Hotel in Binghamton in October 1956. The guest list was shorter than the Apalachin summits, but the names were heavy. Carmine Galante, Frank Garofalo, and others who would later rise higher still. It was after that 1956 meeting that Galante's speeding arrest set everything in motion. The bribe offers, the political phone calls, and the intense scrutiny that would never leave Barbara again. After Apalachin, Barbara's dream life collapsed under the weight of subpoenas and headlines. Investigators swarmed. He refused to testify, claiming ill health. He was indicted for tax evasion in March 1959 and rolled into court in a wheelchair on April 27th, pleading not guilty before a bank of reporters. Doctors disagreed on whether he was too sick to testify before the State Commission of Investigation. Some said he could withstand questioning. Others warned it might kill him. On May 29, 1959, Barbara suffered another heart attack. He was admitted to Wilson Memorial Hospital, room 210. 3 weeks later, on June 17th, he died. As orderlies wheeled his body down a hospital corridor and into a waiting hearse, one turned to a reporter and said quietly, "Well, there's the end of a career." Barbara sold his Apalachin estate before his death, retreating with his family to a modest house on Loder Avenue in Endicott, the same street where his American life had begun. He left behind his wife Josephine and their children, including Joseph Jr., who had unwittingly tipped off Croswell with that fateful phone call about hotel reservations. Barbara's death didn't close the book on the Apalachin affair. It only deepened the mystery. The summit's true purpose, believed by investigators to have been a sit-down to carve up rackets nationwide, was never confirmed. Not one of the mobsters, even when granted immunity, ever broke the code of silence. But Apalachin changed everything. The FBI could no longer deny the existence of a nationwide crime syndicate. The press printed the word mafia in headlines. Congress demanded investigations. And at the center of that new reality, one name kept coming back: Carmine Galante. He had skipped the Apalachin barbecue, but had been present at the Arlington Hotel meeting the year before. He was tied to Barbara, to Bonanno, to narcotics pipelines and murders stretching back decades. Even his minor traffic stop had exposed a network of political favors and backroom deals that hinted at the mafia's true reach. While Barbara died with his secrets, Galante's story was far from over. In June 1959, just weeks after Barbara's funeral, federal agents caught up to the fugitive mobster on the Garden State Parkway after a year on the run. He was charged with conspiring, alongside Vito Genovese and others, to pump millions of dollars in heroin and cocaine into the United States. Standing before a federal judge in Manhattan, the one-time enforcer twisted a soiled cap in his hands and whispered, "Not guilty." He was still the same Carmine Galante, dangerous, defiant, and unrepentant. And though he'd been brought in for now, everyone who knew him understood the truth. Galante wasn't done yet. Sergeant Edgar Croswell had waited 13 years for Joe Barbara to slip. He wasn't guessing. From the Vestal barracks, he'd worked the soft spots around Binghamton: backroom dice, fake rye and scotch, bootleg stills, and every trail seemed to circle the same names. Barbara, his Mission Beverages trucks, the big house on the hill at Apalachin, and the parade of men who treated him with awe. Croswell built the file brick by brick and kept his mouth shut. The crack came in October 1956 on Route 17 near Windsor. State Trooper Labor stopped a fast car, 3 men inside. The driver fumbled a license in the name of Joseph di Palermo. The hair and eyes on the card didn't match the man behind the wheel. The wheelman was Carmine Lilo Galante. Beside him sat Di Palermo, Galante's longtime torpedo, a convicted bootlegger, counterfeiter, and dope trader. In the back, John Bonventre's name would surface later, along with Frank Garofalo. The night before, they'd all been together at the Arlington Hotel in Binghamton. Barbara picked up the tab under Canada Dry Bottling Company. That was the kind of detail Croswell lived for. At the substation, Galante tried to steamroll the room. "I pay the fine. We're done. I can make a lot of trouble." Croswell didn't blink. He held him while the teletype spat history. 15 arrests, a 12-and-a-half-year sentence for shooting a detective during a hold-up that also wounded 2 kids, prior suspicion in a cop killing. This wasn't a $50 ticket. Within 24 hours, the phones lit up from Albany and Brooklyn. Lawyers with reach called legislators. Favors were tested. 3 state assemblymen were quietly asked to do something. Each backed off once they saw Galante's sheet. When that didn't move the needle, the next play walked through Croswell's door. Captain Chris Gleitzman and Sergeant Peter Policastro, West New York, New Jersey, men in badges from across the river. The conversation started friendly. Then Gleitzman switched tone. He named Commissioner Ernest Moderelli, hinted at considerations, and, when Croswell didn't bite, held up one finger. 1,000. He produced a rubber-banded roll to show he wasn't kidding. Croswell leaned across the desk, put the money away and get out. They got out. Galante did it the straight way. Judge Richard Klausner set $600 bail, $200 a charge. At 2 a.m, Galante peeled 600s from a fat roll like he was buying a sandwich. He later pled guilty to speeding, driving on a revoked, and using another man's license. 30 days in Broome County, $150 fine. He served 25 with enjoyable time. Mayor Donald W. Kramer, moonlighting as counsel, recommended the plea. Done. Except it wasn't done. Croswell kept replaying the night. Why all the muscle over a traffic pinch? Because the Arlington sit-down had to stay buried. Put Barbara, Di Palermo, Galante, Garofalo, Bonventre on the same page, and anyone with a badge could sketch the picture. The Brotherhood panicked. When Albany wouldn't pull strings, Moderelli's boys tried Cash. When Cash failed, the Mafia Council made a decision. Galante serves his 30 and leaves the country. Di Palermo too. Both men slipped out, likely Italy, though the Italian police couldn't find them. It wasn't a court order that moved them. It was a banishment. Those get enforced. The backlash kept rolling. New Jersey's inquiry into the bribe hardened into paper. Gleitzman, Policastro, Moderelli, and a John Doe, tied to ABCO/Abco vending, were indicted for conspiracy to obstruct justice. Later, May 20th, 1959, a jury convicted Gleitzman, not on the bribe, but on conspiracy to commit illegal acts. Sentencing set in Hudson County. Policastro was fired after taking the fifth. Departmental discipline, courtrooms, headlines. All from one stop on Route 17. By then, Galante was back on the board, fugitive off a July 1958 federal narcotics conspiracy indictment with Vito Genovese and 36 others. The ring, agents said, had pushed millions in heroin and cocaine over 3 years, some faces overlapping with those who ran through Apalachin. Galante dodged the first sweep, went to ground. They found him on June 2nd, 1959, rain lashing the Garden State Parkway near Holmdel. Federal narcotics tailed him 8 hours from a Pelican's Island hideout by Toms River. State police boxed the car at Keyport. With Galante, there were Anthony Macaluso and Angelo Presenzano. No dope in the car. $1,770 cash on the men. In court, Galante, 49, bald, horn rims, white cap in his hands, murmured, "Not guilty." The government wanted $150,000. The judge came down to $100,000, later $50,000 on argument. Paperwork, shackles, rain on the windows. The man from Windsor was finally in the federal book. For the record, that Windsor ticket did exactly what Croswell needed. It exposed how far Carmine Galante could reach, into police departments, legislative offices, state agencies, even a small-town court where a lawyer tested a charity workaround. It showed the reflex of the family, Galante's crew, Bonventre, di Palermo, to close ranks, spend money, and burn favors to hide one dinner in one hotel. And it taught the bosses a rule they'd forget at their own risk. One impatient mile-an-hour over can blow a whole organization into the open. Galante, for his part, did his 30, took his exile, and came back bigger. Narcotics charges, federal heat, and still the same posture. Quiet, unbothered, lie low. The system had his body for the moment. His family in the broad sense, blood, soldiers, earners, Sicilian partners, was still very much at work. By 1963, the heat wasn't just on Joe Bonanno. It was creeping closer to home, to the doorstep of Gaetano Tommy Lucchese, the quiet, calculating boss of the Lucchese crime family. Lucchese wasn't some trigger-happy hood from the gutter. He was refined, understated, the kind of man who could talk union politics in the morning and heroin routes by night. To the Senate Rackets Committee, he was three-finger brown, a nod to the finger he'd lost in a 1917 industrial accident and the ball player he resembled in name only. But behind that polite facade was one of the most powerful and elusive figures in American organized crime. Washington was ready for him. The Senate Rackets Investigating Committee, chaired by Arkansas Democrat John McClellan, had turned its attention to murder, the mob's way. Tourists packed the caucus room, rubbing elbows with wise guys in dark sunglasses and hand-stitched shoes. On the witness stand, narcotics agent Martin Pera didn't mince words. Since 1953, he told the senators, the mafia in Sicily had carried out 14 executions, some using bullets smeared with garlic. It ensures blood poisoning and ultimate death, he said flatly, when Robert Kennedy, the committee counsel, asked why. The senators listened as Pera laid out the mob's evolution from simple rackets into business and labor. A dossier of 58 men from the infamous Apalachin meeting showed a criminal empire laundering its money through everything from funeral homes and grocery stores to boxing promotions and women's dress factories. Others still used legitimate imports like olive oil and cheese to hide heroin shipments. One example was Pasquale Pagano, a union agent who doubled as a heroin wholesaler and could get kilos off the docks without paying the usual $400 fee. He was now serving time. The committee wanted to know how deep the mafia had burrowed into American life. They subpoenaed Joe Baldassari, who ran pinball machines out of Scranton, Frank Cucchiara, a cheese company treasurer with a past in dynamiting and moonshining, and Johnny Dio, a labor racketeer with ambitions in the Teamsters. But every time they pulled a chair up to the witness table, they got the same answer. I invoke the fifth. No one embodied that stone wall better than Vito Genovese. For 3 hours he sat under the lights, yellow-tinted glasses shielding his eyes, refusing to say a word. Over 200 times he invoked the Fifth Amendment. Tommy Lucchese followed the same playbook. When his turn came, the man who ruled one of New York's 5 families hid behind the Constitution, claiming he was nothing more than a dress contractor. It was a performance, but a deliberate one. Lucchese knew the value of silence. The senators pressed him about his history, the murder charge from 1928 that never stuck, his long ties to the underworld dating back to Prohibition. But Lucchese never flinched. Robert Kennedy grew frustrated. McClellan fumed, calling for the deportation of foreign-born gangsters who bask in the Fifth Amendment while hiding behind the American flag. The committee shifted its focus west, preparing to expose the mob's grip on Chicago's restaurants and unions. Tony Accardo's name was next on the list. But Lucchese's shadow still loomed over the hearings. Law enforcement testimony and confidential charts showed him sitting among the mafia's top hierarchy. Genovese, Carlo Gambino, Joseph Bonanno, and Giuseppe Magliocco, the men who controlled organized crime from coast to coast. Then came Joseph Valachi. A madman turned government witness, Valachi ripped open the past. He spoke of the bloody Maranzano-Masseria War of the 1930s and of killers like Bobby Doyle, who gunned down Steve Ferrigno, and Alfred Mineo from a Bronx apartment window. He recalled Doyle murdering Joseph Pinzolo in his office and later running jukeboxes and booking operations in Connecticut. Valachi admitted he was supposed to be the getaway driver, but got spotted by a doorman. Doyle and a baby-faced triggerman known only as Buster carried out the hit the next day. Buster, Valachi said, packed a machine gun in a violin case and bragged about killing Peter Morello, the old clutching hand himself. Valachi's testimony tied Lucchese directly to the Cosa Nostra's New York operations. Senator Jacob Javits called it the most important revelation of the hearings. That Gaetano Lucchese, the soft-spoken dress contractor, was a don, one of the 5 men running America's most powerful criminal syndicate. Valachi didn't stop there. He described Vito Genovese's Las Vegas gambling interests with Meyer Lansky, the mob's financial genius. Anywhere Meyer Lansky is, there's Genovese, Valachi said. They do everything together. It was the same network the Kefauver Committee had called the Eastern Axis back in 1951. Lansky, Frank Costello, Joe Adonis. Only now, Lucchese had joined their ranks as one of its senior partners. Rumors surfaced too, the kind that moved in whispers through social clubs and prison yards. Abe Reles, the government witness who fell from a hotel window while under police protection, hadn't jumped. The boys talked about it, Valachi said. I believed it. Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy made it clear the government planned to use Valachi again. This time, to bring down the men he once called brothers. Kennedy called Cosa Nostra a powerful, invisible government with a multi-million-dollar income, and Valachi, a confessed killer and dope peddler, was their inside man. Through it all, Tommy Lucchese stayed exactly where he wanted to be, at the center of the storm, yet just out of reach. He had built his family on silence, subtlety, and strategy. While others chased headlines or shot their way into infamy, Lucchese quietly tightened his grip on labor unions, the garment industry, and a growing empire that stretched from the New York docks to Las Vegas casinos. The senators could rant. The newspapers could guess. Informants could talk. But Tommy Three-Finger Brown Lucchese, the dressmaker Don, never gave them a thing. They said the heat was on Joe Bonanno. Truth was, it was drifting toward a smaller man with a bigger reach. Gaetano, Tommy, Lucchese, the dressmaker who ran a crime family like a boardroom. Quiet voice. Quick eyes. 3 fingers on one hand and both hands on the New York rackets. Washington hauled the underworld into the light and called it a hearing. Senator John McClellan held the gavel. Robert F. Kennedy worked the questions like a cross-examiner who already knew the answers. Charts went up on easels, color blocks, arrows, names, and there it was in print, the 5 families running the nation's biggest city. Genovese, Gambino, Magliocco, Bonanno, and Lucchese. Under each boss, the lieutenants. For Lucchese, Stefano LaSalle. For Genovese, Tommy Eberly, Tommy Ryan, plus Gerardo, Jerry, Katina, and Mike Miranda. The committee said this wasn't folklore. It was a lineup. Then Joseph Valachi took a chair. A made guy turned state's witness, 30 years in the life. Some days, he hid behind the 5th. This time, he talked. He tied Vito Genovese to Las Vegas money, shoulder to shoulder with Meyer Lansky. Anywhere Meyer is, there's Genovese, Valachi said. They do everything together. The senators nodded. Kiefover's old files had already put Lansky with Frank Costello and Joe Adonis as the Eastern Axis. Now Valachi put the Axis in motion and gave it a map, New York to Nevada. He also dragged out the old blood, the Maranzano-Masseria War. Steve Ferrigno and Alfred Mineo shot down from a Bronx window in 1930. Joseph Pinsolo killed in his office. The triggerman he named was Girolamo Santuccio, Bobby Doyle, the same hood who first brought Valachi into Cosa Nostra. Valachi said the orders came down, no questions asked. "As natural as breathing," a senator repeated back to him, stunned. "That's right," Valachi said. There was another hitter in the story, a baby-faced buster from Chicago with a violin case and a machine gun, rumored to have dropped Peter the Clutching Hand Morello. The committee's chart had the murders dating back to 1930, like accounting entries. Valachi didn't paint himself a hero. He told how Vince Rao sent him to double-cross an Irish gang, how he called Rao and said, "Next time you see me, shoot me, 'cause I'll be shooting at you. You give me a contract only a dog would get." He told how Bum Rogers sold him out for $100 from Ciro Terranova, Sing Sing Time, born out of a cheap payoff. He figured Nick the thief was in on it too. The room leaned in. The code wasn't honor. It was leverage. Behind the spectacle was a bigger play. The Kennedys wanted the Bureau embarrassed, the country educated, and the mob named. They'd pried open a sealed world and showed the wiring. Narcotics, gambling, labor, money moving through legitimate fronts. The charge from the podium was blunt. An invisible government, multi-million-dollar income, a syndicate that could reach from the docks to Westchester to the desert. And the whispers crept in from the edges. Abe Reles fell out a window while under police guard. The boys talked about it, Valachi said. He believed it. Where did Tommy Lucchese sit in all this? Not at the microphone, never his style. He was in the center without being on stage. The committee's family album put his picture next to Carlo Gambino, Joe Bonanno, Vito Genovese, and Joe Maliocco. Reporters framed him as a behind-the-scenes conciliator, the man you called when you needed a meeting to end without bodies. He fronted as a dress contractor. He ran like a managing partner. You wanted in on the garment unions, the trucking, the distribution. Lucchese's team had a hand on the tape measure. Apalachin was the tell. In '57, they said 64 bosses got caught running from Joe Barbara's upstate spread when the state police rolled up the driveway. Later, the count shifted, maybe 100, maybe 120, 40 or 50, never logged. Various sources, same conclusion, more top men than anyone wanted to admit, and a Justice Department that now knew the faces it had missed. The meeting looked like a barbecue. It was a commission call. Each big shot brought accountants and muscle because no one knew the agenda. After that, the message was clear. No more open-air conventions. Not in New York, not in the Keys, not anywhere. The Feds said they'd mapped 1,100 executives in the rackets. If they couldn't crack the top 9 or 12, Giancana in Chicago, Magaddino, upstate, Zerilli in Detroit, Genovese, Bonanno, Lucchese, Gambino, Bruno in Philly, Patriarca in New England, La Rocca in Pittsburgh. They'd work the tiers below, city by city. First New York and Chicago, then Philadelphia, Miami, Los Angeles. Watch the raids, watch the court calendars. And still, Lucchese kept the temperature low. Let other men chase headlines. He hosted when it counted. On January 12th, with Joe Bonanno missing 2 hours before he was supposed to face a federal grand jury, the word in New York was that heavy hitters met on Long Island at Lucchese's place. The subject authorities believed a deal Bonanno released if he surrendered pieces of New York and Tucson, and guarantees were made for the family's future. Days later, Sam Momo Giancana, Chicago's boss, was dragged before a New York grand jury for the 4th time and grilled about that meeting. Salvatore Bill Bonanno came in again. Catena came in. Tommy Eboli came in. The room kept circling back to Lucchese's table because that's where disputes got settled. The split screen never changed. On one side, senators hashing overflow charts. On the other, a small, precise man steering a family through labor and the garment trade, placing acting men where he needed them and cutting his cloth clean. Valachi gave the committee the history and the names. The newspapers gave the public the faces. Kennedy promised indictments. But Lucchese's real genius was not getting indicted. He let Genovese soak up the glare. Let Gambino look like the inevitable. Let Bonanno take the kidnapping headlines. He moved in the seams. Outside the hearing room, the temperature rose. The mob took the exposure. Personal hypocrisy was the word that traveled the clubs. They'd helped put the Kennedys in office, they said. Worked angles in Cuba. Played games with Washington when communism was the bigger enemy. Now they were on the front pages as mafiosi and gangsters, while the same politicians wagged fingers. In their world, which wasn't just politics, it was dishonor, and dishonor had a price. By October '63, before the country's worst month, the underworld's second government had been dragged into daylight and measured. The chart said Lucchese was a boss. The witnesses said he was the boss who didn't need to talk. When the senators moved on to Chicago, planning to put Tony Accardo under the lamp, the New York picture was already set. 5 families, 7 underbosses, a latticework that handled murder like logistics and business like politics. Attorney General Kennedy said Valachi would be used again, that his testimony, killer, dope dealer, insider, would bury old friends. Maybe it did in places, but not in the house of the dressmaker. Lucchese stayed where he always stayed, at the head of his table, hands folded, eyes low, letting others make noise while he trimmed the edges. The commission could expand or contract. Apalachin headcounts could rise, grand juries could meet. The garment trucks still moved. The union still answered certain phones. The man with 3 fingers still held the thread. They were hunting for a new man to wear Bonanno's crown, and every road kept bending back to Tommy Lucchese. January 12, 1965. Cedarhurst, Long Island, Villa Capra. Sam Momo, Giancana flies in quiet, spends the day scouting talent. With him, Tommy Ryan Eboli, Genovese's acting boss, while Vito sits in Leavenworth, Gerardo Jerry Catena, and envoys from the Bonanno and Lucchese families. The subject is succession and territory. Narcotics, loan sharking, gambling. Who controls what Joe Bananas isn't around to say no? A month later, February 11th, Midtown D'Angelo's on West 55th near 8th. Lunch crowd up front, police watching from the street. In the rear, Eboli again. Rocco Perotta, his New York shadow. Frank Funzi Thierry. Matteo Valvo, once sniffed as Bonanno's underboss. Gaspar De Gregorio, a comer living out on Long Island. 3 others the cops can't nail down. And most telling for where the power's drifting. Carmine, Mr. Gibbs Tramunti, 4th ranking for Gaetano, 3-finger brown Lucchese. Nobody arrives in a pack. They drip in, pairs at most, the way you do when you know the city's ears are up. They talk Bonanno's rackets and who's entitled to inherit them. The rumor mill says Bonanno's dead. Top brass don't buy it. Alive, they think. Hiding. Maybe Mexico. Either way, the pie's on the table. You don't need Lucchese in the room to know whose weight is on the scale. Tramunti's chair says enough. Lucchese has always worked this way. Calm hands on big levers, emissaries at the table, and no footprints on the floor. He built a family on labor and the garment trade, then stitched in narcotics and numbers where it made sense. When New York needs a referee, he's the one the other bosses don't openly insult. Conciliator is the polite word. Enforcer by committee is closer to the truth. Washington keeps a scorecard. The Justice Department's files talk about a national cartel with a commission. 9, maybe 12, deciding policy, dividing turf, regulating disputes. Under them, roughly 2,000 executives. Beneath that, an army. The head count that makes the president shudder. 750,000 on the payroll of the country's second government, moving an estimated $40 billion a year. The structure isn't theory. Names keep repeating: Carlo Gambino, Sam Giancana, Vito Genovese, Joe Bonanno, and Lucchese, the small man with the long reach. Look at the labor side, where Lucchese eats. Half the commission, hundreds of the executives, are planted in unions. Gambino's combine shows a dozen top people working labor rackets out of 69. Genovese's outfit logs at least 18 labor specialists among 115. Lucchese's crew? 12 of 45 leaders, including the boss himself, are wired into labor. That's not drift, that's design. You want trucks on schedule, contracts enforced, deliveries made, or stopped? These are the men you end up paying. If contractors miss deadlines, penalties pile up. Lucchese's people know how to make time move or stand still. Meanwhile, the government claims it's finally passed intelligence and lining up grand juries. 15 at once. The heaviest digging is in the Southern District of New York under Robert Morgenthau. His people say they know more now than Valachi ever sang. They've got a federal Rolodex. 2,300 top racketeers cross-indexed to 250,000 cards of fronts, partners, kickbacks, and habits. Lucchese's empire is on the list of active inquiries. When the feds pull threads in Manhattan, they keep finding union paper that smells like Tommy's cologne. Johnny Dio's return only underlines the point. Fresh from prison, the acid-tongued extortionist plants himself back in midtown novelty businesses and meat, hustling labor angles like he never left his old friendship with Vito Genovese intact. In the chatter, Dio is sponsored by Lucchese, exactly the sort of trusted cutout Tommy uses to push and test the edges. Federal attention lands on the satellites, a Teamsters fixer like Sidney Hode's, 10 grand a year, multiple titles, organizing rug cleaners in the suburbs, small shops with deadlines ripe for pressure. Is it isolated, or a quiet rollout in 100 commuter towns where oversight is thin? That's the question the attorneys general are batting around in Washington, while Morgenthau's grand juries comb the ledgers. Back on the street, it's business as usual. The commission senses a federal assault on gambling and narcotics, and starts shifting weight into new, cleaner plays: urban renewal money, pension and welfare funds, the construction boom racing through the suburbs. Where there are cranes, there are change orders. Where there are deadlines, there is leverage. If inspectors need a shove, if concrete spoils, if a rival's trucks lose an axle at just the wrong moment, somebody profits. Lucchese's discipline, contracts, trucking, shops, translates perfectly into the boomtown economy. And always, the Bonanno question hangs in the air. He vanished 2 hours before a grand jury wanted him in New York. Later sightings on Long Island, upstate. His son Bill found in Arizona. The prevailing wisdom settles on alive and hiding, under commission pressure. In the vacuum, De Gregorio's star rises, Galante hovers. Names move on and off charts as if they were stock tickers. Through it, the elders keep meeting: Cedarhurst, D'Angelo's, other rooms we don't know yet, working toward the same conclusion. The territory will not police itself. Someone must draw lines, and the man with the most quiet respect usually has the pen. That's Lucchese's edge. He doesn't need to roar. He needs you to show up when he calls. When Giancana is hauled for the 4th time before a New York grand jury, the questions circle back to a Long Island sit-down said to be at Lucchese's place. What was offered for Bonanno's release? What guarantees were floated for the family? Which pieces of New York and Tucson were on the block? Salvatore Bonanno is marched in again. Catena. Eboli. The government knows where the decisions get floated, even if they can't prove what was decided. Meanwhile, the press runs numbers like bullet points: 12-man commission, 1,100 executives, 750,000 workers, and the country finally admits the mob isn't barroom legend. It's management science. The names on the masthead don't scare people like the systems do. Factoring schemes, loan sharking with collection call centers, fake bankruptcies on a schedule, arson as a write-off, and everywhere, labor rackets as the spine. That's where Lucchese sits the steadiest, on the spine. You don't see him until your delivery misses the dock and the phone rings with the exact price of making the problem go away. So the top men gather, call it business, use back tables and private rooms, and bring in Tommy's people when it's time to finish a conversation. A month here, a month there, meetings bookending a missing boss. Police outside in parked sedans, agents whispering Apalachin style and logging plates. The charts grow more colourful, the committees bigger, and still the trucks move on time for those who pay the right men. In the end, the picture is simple. The country's second government keeps the cash lanes open. Washington tries to map them. Grand juries probe. And Tommy Lucchese, dress contractor on paper, architect of labor leverage in practice, stays in the pocket. When a throne is empty, his emissary is at the table. When a union vote matters, his crews count the hands. When the bosses need quiet, he delivers it. They can argue over who replaces Bonanno and what slice of narcotics or loans falls to whom. The man holding the thread through every seam is the same. 3 fingers. Iron grip. The old men who ran the mafia weren't just bound by blood. They were welded together by decades of shared secrets, betrayals, and money that stretched across the country. And almost all of it, in one way or another, traced back to New Orleans. From the Texas outfits to Tampa's crime family, from Al Capone's successors in Chicago to Joe Profaci and the Mangano brothers in New York. They all had roots or connections that snaked back into Louisiana. Russell Bufalino did. So did Tony Provenzano, a heavyweight in the Genovese syndicate. These weren't button men or neighborhood bosses. These were the architects, the higher-ups, who made decisions that shaped the underworld. They met, they talked, they acted. And what they did in those rooms, to this day, no one outside their circle knows exactly what went down. Carlo Gambino was one of them, and he saw everything. In the winter of 1962, Gambino sat down with Carlos Marcello, the boss of the New Orleans Mafia. The world they controlled was shifting fast. The Justice Department was closing in, especially on the gambling rackets that fed the Commission's coffers. They knew Joe Valachi was talking. They knew what Gambino had done to climb the ladder. And they remembered men like him in Louisiana, men who had risen too fast, pulled too many strings, and how they'd been eliminated without ceremony. Gambino wasn't reckless. He was a master manipulator. He took risks, but only the kind he could control. He struck from the shadows, backed by powerful allies like Roy Cohn and others in the political and legal worlds. He betrayed the Mangano brothers. He betrayed Albert Anastasia, Frank Scalise too. And in every one of those betrayals, the man who walked away stronger was Carlo Gambino. The bosses in New Orleans saw it clearly. They'd been building their criminal empire since the 1870s, and to them, New York's families were disruptive outsiders. The New Orleans mob had deep roots, not just in crime, but in the very machinery of American power. They'd worked closely with Sam Zamuri, the banana king who helped bankroll the birth of the CIA. Charles Matranga and Silver Dollar Sam Carolla had been dealing with Zamuri, with CIA founder Allen Dulles, and with Secretary of State John Foster Dulles since the 1930s. Their reach went far beyond rackets and street corners, but by the 1960s, the New York families had dragged the whole thing into the spotlight. Newspapers were splashing headlines about Cosa Nostra. Senate hearings were naming names. The press had turned the underworld into a front-page story. And Marcello understood who Gambino a man was, who had to be approached carefully, with respect. So when they sat together that winter, Marcello reminded Gambino that this wasn't the first time the Mafia's secrets had been exposed. He brought up the murder of New Orleans police chief David Hennessy back in 1880, how the investigation had cracked open Sicilian secret societies and black hand rackets for the first time in America. The backlash was brutal, a wave of fear-mongering, mass arrests, and the 1891 lynchings of 11 Italian men. It forced the New Orleans Mafia so deep underground that for decades the city forgot they even existed. Marcello rebuilt it as a hidden empire, with more made men in government than on the street. That was the kind of boss Gambino was dealing with. Marcello laid everything out. He talked about his long history in covert operations. He talked about Roy Cohn, Gambino's legal fixer, and Cohn's closeted scandals from the McCarthy hearings, when he'd been close to Robert Kennedy. He spoke of sinister alliances, warning that the Kennedys were born betrayers. They'd backstabbed the Dixiecrats, the Cuban Exiles, the Dominican dictator Rafael Trujillo, and in 1963 they'd do it again by greenlighting the coup and assassination of South Vietnam's DM brothers. Then Marcello went darker. He brought up Marilyn Monroe, and the whispers that had been circulating in the underworld. President Kennedy's affairs were a problem. Jimmy Hoffa's people had wiretaps, and they knew Robert Kennedy was involved too. While the Attorney General was trying to turn Valachi into an informant, he was sneaking around with the same woman his brother was seeing. And then, in August 1962, Marilyn Monroe was found dead of an overdose. The last person known to have visited her was Robert Kennedy. Hoffa's men, Marcello said, had the visit recorded on a hidden bug. The timing was no coincidence. In July, Kennedy had put Valachi on the stand and blown the Mafia's existence into the open. A month later, Monroe was dead. And inside the world Marcello and Gambino ruled, nothing ever happened by accident.